Section 20 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 5, Calixtus III, 1455 to 1458, Part 2. The question of the Hungarian succession added to the confusion in Germany, where things were already sufficiently confounded. The electoral party was still aiming at its own objects as against the feeble emperor, and the death of Jacob, Archbishop of Trier, in May 1456, altered the state of parties and introduced a new subject of discord. The Pfalzgraf now stood at the head of the opposition, and both parties struggled to obtain the vacant archbishopric. John of Baden and Rupert of Pfalz were the candidates, but the power of the Pope was sufficiently strong to secure the victory for John of Baden, son of the Markgraf Jacob, who was the emperor's friend. The opposition now consisted of the Pfalzgraf and the archbishops of Mainz and Köln. The collection of the tenths imposed by the Pope gave an occasion to raise again the old grievances of the German Church and to recur to the old policy of reform. The victory of Belgrade gave an opportunity of attacking the indolence of the emperor, and the electors sent Frederick III an invitation to be present at a diet to be held in Nuremberg on November 30th, 1456, to consider the war against the Turk. If he did not come, the electors would take such steps as they thought best. It was noticeable that this diet, which was forbidden by the emperor, was attended by a papal legate. It would seem that the electoral opposition counted on having the Pope on their side, if only they joined in the war against the Turk and laid aside their anti-papal measures. However that might be, the question of the private interests of the electors overrode both the Turkish war and the reform of the Church. The discussions were purely political, and the Diet adjourned till March 1457, when it again met at Frankfurt, and again adjourned. Meanwhile, Albert of Brandenburg succeeded in forming a strong party in the emperor's favour, and the opposition was driven to fall back. When baffled in its political objects, it bethought itself of the question of church reform. The Papacy was threatened with what it dreaded even more than a general council, the establishment of a pragmatic sanction for Germany. Proceedings were begun in secrecy by the electors, but as usual, information early reached the Curia, and preparations were made to resist the attempt. To Aeneas Sylvius was left the organization of the defence. Aeneas had at length attained to the goal of his ambition. On December 18th, 1456, the Pope had created him cardinal with 5 others. It would seem that the college, steadfast in its opposition to the Pope and his nephews, resisted as long as it could this new creation. "No cardinals," writes Aeneas to one of the newly elected dignitaries, "ever entered the college with greater difficulty than we, for rust had so spread over the hinges (cardines) that the door could not turn and open. Calixtus used battering rams and every kind of instrument to force it." Aeneas wrote at once to Frederick III to thank him for his good offices. "All men shall know," he said, "that I am a German rather than an Italian cardinal." He soon proceeded to show the sense in which he meant that promise, by using all his skill to baffle the aspirations of Germany for freedom from ecclesiastical oppression. About the grievances of Germany there was no doubt, but there was little earnestness in the means taken to have them redressed. The cry for reform was raised by the electors when they had something to gain from the Pope. It gradually died away when a sop was thrown to the personal interests of the leaders of the movement. The proceedings were insincere, even on the part of those who saw most forcibly the evils. The present leader of the movement was the Archbishop of Mainz, and his chancellor, Martin Meyer, sounded the note of war in a letter to Aeneas Sylvius, in which, after congratulating him on his cardinalate, he put forth a powerful indictment of the papal dealings with Germany. The Pope, he said, observed neither the decrees of Constance nor Basel, nor the agreements of his predecessors, but set at naught the German nation. Elections to bishoprics were arbitrarily annulled, and reservations of every kind were made in favour of cardinals and papal secretaries. You yourself, proceeded Meyer, have a general reservation of benefices to the value of 2,000 ducats yearly in the provinces of Mainz, Trier, and Köln, an unprecedented and unheard of grant. Grants of expectancies were habitually given, annates were rigorously exacted, nor was the Pope content simply with the sum that was due. Bishoprics were given not to the most worthy, but to the man who offered most. Indulgences were granted. Turkish tenths were imposed without the consent of the bishops, and the money went to the Pope. Cases that ought to be decided by the bishops were transferred to the papal court. In every way, the German nation, once so glorious, was treated as a handmaid by the Pope. For years she had groaned over her slavery. Her nobles thought that the time was come for her to assert her freedom. The letter reads as though it were genuinely meant, but Aeneas in his answer shows that he, at all events, had read between the lines. In answering Meyer, he asserted the papal supremacy, rejected the decrees of Basel, agreed that the Concordat should be observed, and suggested that if the electors had any grievances on this point, they should at once send envoys to the Pope, who would be willing to grant redress. As regarded the papal interference with elections, it was exercised in the way of judicial intervention, the need for which was caused by the ambition and greed of contending claimants, not by papal rapacity. If money were paid to officers of the Curia, that was not the Pope's doing, but was caused by the ambition of the claimants, who were willing to do anything which might further their cause. Men were not all angels at Rome any more than in Germany. They took money when it was offered, but the Pope in his chamber decided according to justice. The Pope's officials might be extortionate, and the Pope greatly wished to check them, but he himself received nothing save what was due. Every one makes a grievance of parting with money, and always will do so. The complaint of the Bohemians against the Germans was the same as that of the Germans against the Papacy, that their money is taken out of the land. Yet Germany, from its connections with the Papacy, had steadily grown in wealth and importance, and in spite of its complaints was richer than at any previous time. Aeneas found it hard that Meyer complained of the provision made in his favour. He had lived and laboured in Germany so long that he did not think he was regarded as a stranger. However, he thanked Meyer for his personal offer to help him in realizing his provision, and would be glad to know of any eligible benefices that might fall vacant. From the last sentence we see that Meyer, in another letter, had drawn a distinction between the German grievances and his own personal feelings. Though theoretically he might regard his friend as an abuse, he was practically ready to help him. Aeneas showed that he interpreted this letter of Martin Meyer to mean that the Archbishop of Mainz had some conditions to propose to the Pope. He was not wrong in his conjecture, for early in September came a secretary of the Archbishop, who was empowered to negotiate through Aeneas Sylvius for an alliance with Calixtus III. The Archbishop of Mainz was ready to desert to the Pope's side if he received the right of confirmation of episcopal elections throughout Germany. Aeneas answered in a letter to Meyer with a decided refusal, cleverly couched in courteous yet stinging language. He was glad to hear that the Archbishop no longer joined with the malignants against the Pope, but regretted to hear that he had been ill-advised to ask for a right inherent in the Papacy, which none of his predecessors had enjoyed. No understanding was necessary between Christ's vice-regent and his subjects. All were bound to obey. He was sure that the modesty of the archbishop had been improperly represented by this request, which he, for his part, could not venture to lay before a pope so blameless, so wise, and so upright as was Calixtus III. Aeneas might answer Meyer conclusively, yet the danger was threatening, and all the diplomatic power of Aeneas was set to work to avert it. He assured the Archbishop of Mainz that the Pope was ready to grant all his smaller requests. He assured Meyer of his strong personal friendship, and of his desire to serve him in all ways. He wrote to Frederick III in the name of Calixtus III, to supply him with an answer to the murmurs against the Papacy. He wrote to the King of Hungary, to the German archbishops, to remind them of their duties to the Papacy. He stirred up the Cardinals Cusa and Carvajal to exert their influence in Germany. Above all, he wrote most confidentially to his former friends, the jurists and secretaries who occupied important posts at the different German courts: Peter Knorr, the counsellor of Albert of Brandenburg; Heinrich Leubing, Procopius of Robstein; Heinrich Senftleben, and John Lisura, to whom he sent a cipher that communications might be carried on with greater secrecy. Moreover, a new envoy was sent into Germany, a skilful theologian and diplomatist, Lorenzo Rovarella, who was laden with bulls to the emperor and the electors. Aeneas gave him instructions to warn the archbishops of Magdeburg, Trier, Riga, and Salzburg to abstain from joining in any measure against the Pope. He was to urge the Duke of Bavaria to use his influence with the Pfalzgraf in the same direction, and as soon as possible was to proceed from the emperor's court to the Rhenish provinces, which were the seat of the anti-papal movement. The princes were reminded that capitular elections were rarely in favour of junior members of princely families, and that only through the papal intervention could these meet with their due rewards. The bishops were asked to consider that any blow aimed at the papal dignity would eventually be disastrous to all episcopal authority as well. It was frankly admitted that there were abuses in the papal curia which the Pope desired to remedy. The German princes were asked to send their complaints to Rome and trust to the Pope's judgment. A judicious mixture of cajolery and fair promises were applied to soothe the discontent of Germany. Moreover, Aeneas Sylvius took up his pen in defence of the Papacy and expanded his letter to Meyer into a tractate on the condition of Germany. He represented the Concordat as depending on the goodwill of the Pope, and expressed the Pope's desire for a reform of all abuses which could be shown to attach to the proceedings of the Curia. He discussed the complaints of the Germans with sophistical skill. He condemned generally the abuses complained of, denied their existence, and then plausibly accounted for a few exceptional cases. Grants in expectancy, he said, had never been made by the Pope, except at the earnest request of princes, and solely for the purpose of raising money for the war against the Turk. Capitular elections have never been annulled, except on legal grounds, though he admitted that some legal ground had been discovered to annul every election brought before the Curia during the past 2 years. As to the complaints about indulgences, he said pertinently enough that the Papacy only offered indulgences to the faithful who showed their zeal for their religion by contributing to the expenses of the Turkish war. It was a free gift on their part. Why should it be laid as an exaction to the Pope's charge? Germany had received from Rome more than she had given. Her complaint that money went from her to Rome was an old grievance, as old as human nature itself, and was never likely to disappear. The pleadings of Aeneas and the diplomacy of Rovarella had the effect in Germany of staying any definite proceedings for a time, and in German politics to pause was to lose the day. If for a brief space a strong party of the princes was united for a common object, it needed only a few months for some change to occur in the position of affairs which led to a new combination, The death of Ladislas of Hungary in November 1457 caused great excitement in Germany. The dominions of Austria, Hungary, and Bohemia were left in dispute, and most of the German princes were interested in the settlement. It is true that a diet met at Frankfurt in June 1458 and agreed to send an embassy to the Pope, but this was felt to be a mere empty form. The Papacy gained its object of putting off the enactment of a pragmatic sanction for Germany, and the death of Calixtus III in September removed him from further threats. All these disturbances in Germany promised little for the favourite design of Calixtus III, a great expedition against the Turks. Nothing was done for this object. Scarampo still cruised about the Aegean islands with the papal fleet, and Skanderbeg in Albania showed how strong national feeling could supply courage to a handful of men contending against an invading host, but Europe did nothing. Calixtus III grew daily more indignant at the remissness of Alfonso of Naples, his former friend, in whose service he had entered Italy. His friendship rapidly turned to hostility when Alfonso sent his fleet against Genoa instead of joining with Scarampo. He opposed Alfonso's Italian policy and strove to prevent the alliance with Milan by which Alfonso wished to secure the succession of his son to the Neapolitan kingdom. Alfonso had no child born in lawful wedlock, but his illegitimate son, Ferrante, had been legitimized and recognized as successor to the Neapolitan kingdom by Eugenius IV and Nicholas V. In spite of this, on Alfonso's death, on June 27th, 1458, the impetuous Pope threatened to plunge Italy into war by refusing to acknowledge Ferrante and claiming Naples as a fief of the Holy See. It was not only anger at Alfonso's remissness to help in the Turkish war that prompted Calixtus III to this step. The only object which shared with crusading zeal the Pope's interest was the enrichment of his nephews, and for this the vacancy of the Neapolitan throne gave an opening which he hastened to use. Besides the two nephews who had been elevated to the cardinalate, was a third, Dom Pedro Luis de Borgia, on whom Calixtus III was desirous to heap every worldly distinction. He made him gonfalonier of the Church and prefect of Rome. He committed to his hands all the castles in the neighbourhood of the city. He conferred on him also the duchy of Spoleto, in spite of the protest of Capranica, who made himself the mouthpiece of the discontent of the cardinals. Calixtus tried to rid himself of Capranica by sending him on distant embassies. When this failed, he threatened to imprison him. There was nothing that Calixtus would not do for his nephews, whom he identified still further with himself by bestowing on them his own family name and arms of Borgia. These three vigorous young men were all powerful with the Pope, and the cardinals who maintained an independent footing were either sent on distant embassies or compelled to leave the city. Carvajal and Cusa were at a safe distance in Germany. Scarampo, against his will, was sent to sea. Cardinal Orsini in vain tried to resist and was driven to quit Rome. The other cardinals of any importance, Estouteville, head of the French party, Piero Barbo, the nephew of Eugenius IV, even Prospero Colonna, thought it wise to be on good terms with the Borgia. Aeneas Sylvius was too much accustomed to be on the winning side to find any difficulty in making friends with the powerful. With his wonted amiability, he was ready to help Cardinal Borgia in his desire to enrich himself with church preferment. He acted as his agent and informed him of eligible vacancies during his absence. "I keep an eye on benefices," he writes on April 1st, 1457, "and will take care of you and myself. But we are deceived by false rumours. He whose death was reported from Nürnberg was here a few days ago and dined with me. The Bishop of Toul also, who was said to have died at Neustadt, has returned safe and sound to Burgundy. I will, however, be watchful for any vacancy, but you have the best proctor in his holiness." Thus watchful and thus supported, the Borgia ruled Rome and filled the city with their creatures. Dependents of their house flocked from Spain to share the booty, and their party was known by the name of the Catalans. All the offices of the city were put in the hands of these strangers, who contrived at robbery and murder by the members of their own faction. One day Capranica was asked for alms on the bridge of Sant'Angelo by a beggar who pleaded that he had escaped from the Catalans. "You are better off than I am," answered the cardinal, "for you have escaped, while I am still in their hands." The death of Alfonso offered Calixtus III an opportunity of exalting his nephew Pedro still higher. By claiming the kingdom of Naples he might at least get hold of some portion which might be made into a fief for Pedro's benefit. On July 31st he conferred on him the vicariate of Benevento and Terracina. It was not, however, to be expected that Ferrante would flee before the papal threats. He summoned a meeting of the Neapolitan nobles, who accepted him as their king. He appealed from the Pope to a future council, and prepared to defend himself against an attack. He claimed only the kingdom of Naples. On Alfonso's death without lawful issue, Aragon and Sicily passed to his brother John of Navarre. Even without the Pope's interference there were other claimants to the throne of Naples. John of Anjou revived the claims of his house, and Charles of Biana, son of John Navarre, was prepared to maintain his right of legitimate succession to Alfonso. Calixtus III might disturb the peace of southern Italy, but he was by no means strong enough to secure his own success. His policy could only lead to the introduction of foreign invaders, and was in consequence strongly opposed by the far-seeing Duke of Milan, whom Calixtus III vainly tried to win over to his side. Sforza answered that the settlement made under the auspices of Nicholas V had met with the approval of all the Italian powers, and he for his part would fight in defence of Ferrante rather than see the concord of Italy disturbed. This answer of Sforza was a bitter disappointment to the old Pope, but the end of his plans was approaching. He was seized with a fever, and it was clear that his end was drawing near. The Orsini began to take up arms against the hated Catalans. The nephew Pedro grew more fearful for himself as he saw his uncle on his deathbed. He judged it better to beat a prudent retreat while there was yet time. He sold the castle of Sant'Angelo to the cardinals for 20,000 ducats, and on August 5th left the city with his Catalan friends. The Orsini occupied the gates and watched the roads to prevent his escape. Only by the friendly aid of Cardinal Barbo did he manage to flee in the darkness of the night. Barbo led him to the Tiber, where he took boat and made his way to Civita Vecchia. Next day, August 6th, 1458, Calixtus III died. The Orsini at once plundered the houses of the Catalans and all that bore the arms of the Borgia. Calixtus was buried with little respect in the vault of St. Peter's, and was followed to the grave only by 4 priests. The pontificate of Calixtus III was a violent reaction against the policy of Nicholas V. The energy of Nicholas V and the greatness of his schemes had naturally caused some dismay among the cardinals, who heard the murmurs of Germany and feared the results of localizing the papacy too exclusively in Rome. Under the influence of this feeling they elected a stranger, whose advanced age was a guarantee that his pontificate would only be a temporary breathing space, in which they might recover from the impetuosity of Nicholas V. But the reaction of Calixtus III was too violent and too complete. He not only checked the works of his predecessor, he allowed them to fall into decay. Had he continued in any degree the buildings of his predecessor, the schemes of Nicholas V might have been slowly realized in the future, side by side with other projects of papal interest. But the entire suspension of the works by Calixtus III was fatal. The scheme of the Renaissance, instead of advancing to gradual completion, was laid aside to be superseded by the more splendid, though less thorough, plan of a later age. Rome, that might have borne the impress of the calm strength and simplicity of Nicholas V. and Alberti, is stamped with the more passionate magnificence of Julius II. And Bramante. No institution, least of all an institution like the Papacy, admits of a sudden change of policy, or can without loss direct its energies entirely in a different channel. While we may admire the zeal of Calixtus III. For a crusade against the Turks, we must regret that it was so exclusive as to sacrifice with impatience all the labours of Nicholas V. Even Calixtus III. Did not entirely abandon some care for the architecture of Rome, but his willingness is shown in the works which he did, no less than in those which he left undone. He restored the church and the palace of Santi Quattro Coronati, because from the church he took his title of cardinal, and the palace had served as his residence. He restored also the church of St. Calixtus, in honour of his papal name, and the church of San Sebastiano Fuori, because it was situated over the catacombs of St. Calixtus. Besides this, he did some repairs to the church of Santa Prisca, and began a new ceiling in Santa Maria Maggiore. The few painters who remained in Rome in the days of Calixtus III. Were employed for the purpose of painting standards to be borne against the Turks. If Calixtus III. Was thus inconsiderate and narrow-minded in despising the work of his predecessor, the same qualities stood in the way of his success in the object which was foremost to himself. It must always be an honour to the Papacy that in a great crisis of European affairs it asserted the importance of a policy which was for the interest of Europe as a whole. Calixtus III. And his successor deserve as statesmen credit which can be given to no others of the politicians of the time. The Papacy, by summoning Christendom to defend the ancient limits of Christian civilization against the assaults of heathenism, was worthily discharging the chief secular duty of its office. Of the zeal and earnestness of Calixtus III. There was no question, but the lethargy of Europe prevented him accomplishing much. Moreover, the zeal of Calixtus was displayed by passionate impetuosity, which disregarded the means in its desire to reach the end. All that bulls, exhortations, and indulgences could do, Calixtus did, but he trusted merely to words, and took no means to remedy the evils which kept Europe suspicious and divided, and prevented the possibility of combination for a common object. He did not try to win the confidence of Germany by wise measures of ecclesiastical reform, which might have formed the beginning of a political reorganization. He did not, even in Italy, strive to maintain the pacific spirit which he found. Under the influence of his greedy nephews, the Papacy again threatened to be a centre of territorial aggression. The impetuosity of youth has passed into a common phrase. The history of the Papacy gives many examples of the no less dangerous impetuosity of old age. Men of decided opinions who come to power late in life expend on accomplishing their cherished desires the accumulated passion of a lifetime. Inflexible, overbearing, inconsiderate, Calixtus III. Pursued his own plans and seemed to form no part of the life around him. He brooked no contradiction. He saw no one who was not prepared to re-echo his opinions. He had no care of anything outside the circle which he had marked for himself. The vow which he made on his election was one of the ornaments of his chamber. It was ever before his eyes and ever in his thoughts. He left at his death 150,000 ducats, which he had stored up for the Turkish war. Personally, Calixtus III. Was a man of rigid piety and of simple life. He was largely charitable and attentive to all religious duties. Little could be said against him save that he was obstinate and irritable, yet he inspired little affection and accomplished little. his weakness left more permanent results than did his strength. The ardour of his zeal for Christendom is forgotten. The evil deeds of his nephew Rodrigo and his race have made the name of Borgia a byword, and Calixtus III is remembered as the founder of a race whose actions marked the Papacy with irretrievable disgrace. End of section 20. Section 21 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 6, Pius II and the Congress of Mantua, 1458 to 1460, Part 1. On August 10th, 1458, the 18 cardinals who were in Rome entered the conclave in the Vatican Palace. The first day was spent in preliminaries. The next day was devoted to framing the solemn agreement which, since the death of Martin V, had been subscribed by all the cardinals before a papal election. It contained the chief points to which the college wished to bind the future pope, and so expressed the desire of the electors to limit, while there was yet time, the absolute power of the infallible ruler whom they were about to set over the Church. On the present occasion, the points insisted on were the prosecution of the Turkish war, respect for the wishes of the cardinals in new creations, proper provision for the cardinals, due consultation of the college in all important matters, care for the states of the Church, and such like matters. On the third day the first scrutiny was taken, and it was found that Cardinals Piccolomini and Calandrini had each received 5 votes, while no other candidate received more than 3. The first scrutiny, however, was generally of little consequence, and merely served as a means of opening private discussions among the cardinals. It soon appeared that the French cardinal, Estouteville, by his wealth and magnificence, had gained a considerable following, and could count with certainty on 6 votes. A little private consultation showed that the real issue was the election of Estouteville or an Italian. Estouteville had many arguments to use in his own favour. "Will you take Aeneas," he said, "who is both gouty and poor? How can one who is poor and infirm govern the Church? Perhaps he will transfer the Papacy to his beloved Germany, or introduce his heathenish poetry into the statutes of the Church. Calandrini is incapable even of governing himself. I am an older cardinal than they, of the royal race of France, rich and with many friends. My election will vacate many benefices which will be divided among you." The adherents of Estouteville met in secrecy, and bound themselves to secure his election. They counted on 11 votes, and regarded the election as won. Already Estouteville had promised them the due rewards of their zeal in his cause. But at midnight Calandrini visited the cell of Piccolomini. "Tomorrow," he said, "Estouteville will be elected. I counsel you to rise and offer him your vote, so as to win his favour. I know from my experience of Calixtus III how ill it is to have the Pope for one's enemy." Aeneas answered that it was against his conscience to do so. He could not vote for one whom he considered unworthy. But Aeneas was disturbed in his mind, and early in the morning visited Cardinal Borgia to see if he was pledged. Borgia said that he did not wish to be on the losing side, and had received from Estouteville a document promising to confirm him in the office of Vice-Chancellor, which he had held under Calixtus III. "Are you not rash in trusting to the promise of an enemy to your nation?" said Aeneas. "Do you not know that the Chancery is also promised to the Cardinal of Avignon? Which promise is the new Pope most likely to keep?" Next Aeneas sought Cardinal Castiglione, and asked him if he had promised his vote to Estouteville. Castiglione made a like answer. He did not wish to stand alone, since the affair was as good as settled. Aeneas recalled the miseries of the Schism, the dangers of a French papacy, and the disgrace which it would bring on Italy. Had they escaped the Catalans, only to fall before the French? Aeneas next met Cardinal Barbo, who was equally anxious that some decisive step should be taken to defeat the schemes of Estouteville's party. Barbo was one of those who had entertained hopes of his own election. He determined to lay them aside and try to gain a majority for the best candidate of an Italian party. He invited the Italian cardinals to assemble in the cell of the Cardinal of Genoa, and 6 answered his summons. He laid before them the condition of affairs, appealed to their national sentiment, exhorted them to lay aside all personal feelings, and proposed Piccolomini as their candidate. All agreed except Aeneas, who modestly declared himself unworthy of the honour. Soon after this, the public proceedings of the conclave began with the Mass, which was followed by a scrutiny. Estouteville, pale with excitement, was one of the 3 cardinals whose office it was to guard the chalice, while the rest advanced in order and dropped into it their votes. As Aeneas approached the altar, Estouteville whispered, "Aeneas, I commend myself to you." "Do you commend yourself to a poor creature like me?" answered Aeneas, as he dropped his vote. Then the chalice was emptied on a table, and the scrutineers read out the votes. When this had been done, Estouteville announced that Aeneas had 8 votes. "Count again," said Aeneas, and Estouteville was obliged to confess that he had made a mistake, and Aeneas had 9 votes, and he himself had 6. It was clear that with 9 votes out of 18, Aeneas had won the day. Only 3 votes were wanting, and the cardinals remained seated to try the method of accession. All sat, says Aeneas, pale and silent, as though rapt by the Holy Ghost. No one spoke or opened his mouth or moved any part of his body save his eyes, which rolled from place to place. The silence was wonderful, as all waited, the inferiors expecting their superiors to begin. At last Borgia arose and said, "I accede to the Cardinal of Siena." The conversation of Aeneas about the vice-chancellorship had no doubt shown Borgia which way his interest lay. Aeneas had now 10 votes, and in a desperate attempt to prevent the election being made that day, Isidore of Russia and Torquemada rose and left the conclave. No one followed, and they soon returned. Then Cardinal Tebaldo rose and said, "I also accede to the Cardinal of Siena." 1 vote only was wanting, which Prospero Colonna rose to give. Estouteville and Bessarion upbraided him for his desertion of their cause, and seizing his arms, tried to lead him from the conclave. But Colonna loudly called out, "I also accede to the Cardinal of Siena, and make him Pope." The deed was done. The intrigues were at an end. In a moment the cardinals were prostrate at the feet of the new Pope. Then they resumed their seats and formally confirmed the election. Bessarion, in the name of the adherents of Estouteville, addressed Aeneas. "We are pleased with your election, which we doubt not comes from God. We think you worthy of the office, and always held you so. Our only reason for not voting for you was your bodily infirmity. We thought that your gouty feet might be a hindrance to that activity which the perils from the Turks might require. It was this that led us to prefer the Cardinal of Rouen. Had you been strong in body, there was no one whom we would have chosen before you. But the will of God is now our will." "You have a better opinion of us," answered Aeneas, "than we have of ourselves. For you only find us defective in the feet. We feel our imperfections to be more widely spread. We are conscious of innumerable failings which might have excluded us from this office. We are conscious of no merits to justify our election. We would judge ourselves entirely unworthy, did we not know that the voice of 2/3 of the Sacred College is the voice of God, which we may not disobey. We approve your conduct in following your conscience and judging us insufficient. you will all be equally acceptable to us, for we ascribe our election not to one or another, but to the whole college, and so to God himself, from whom comes every good and perfect gift." Aeneas then put off his robes and assumed the white tunic of the Pope. He was asked what name he would bear, and with the Virgilian reminiscence of Pius Aeneas answered, "Pius." Then he swore to observe the agreement entered into by the cardinals at the beginning of the conclave. He was led to the altar and there received the reverence of the cardinals. Then the election was announced to the people from a window. The attendants of the conclave plundered the cell of the newly elected pope, and the mob outside rushed to pillage his house, which they did with such completeness that they tore even the marble from the walls. Unfortunately, he was one of the poorest cardinals, but part of the mob professed to mistake the cry of Il Sanese for Il Genovese, and plundered the house of Cardinal Flisco as well. The election of Cardinal Piccolomini was popular with the Romans. The citizens laid aside their arms, with which they were provided in case of a tumult, and went to St. Peter's. Pius II was placed on the high altar and received the adoration of the cardinals, the clergy, and the people. At nightfall the magistrates of the city came on horseback, bearing blazing torches to pay their respects to the new pope. On September 3rd he was crowned in St. Peter's, and rode in solemn procession to the Lateran, where he experienced the unruliness of the Roman mob, who, according to old custom, seized the horse and trappings of the pope. So eager were they for their booty that they made a rush too soon. Swords were drawn in the fight for the plunder, and the crippled pope was in danger of his life in the confusion. He was, however, happily saved from hurt, and entertained the cardinals, the foreign ambassadors, and the chief citizens at a banquet. The election of Pius II gave general satisfaction in Italy, where the new pope was well known to most of the princes and republics. His reputation for learning and his diplomatic ability made everyone look upon him with respect. The French, however, felt aggrieved at the rejection of Estouteville, and the opponents of the emperor in Germany looked with suspicion on one whose cleverness they knew too well. To Pius II himself, his elevation was a source of mingled joy and fear. True, he was ambitious, vain, desirous of glory. True, he had schemed and plotted for his own advancement, and had made success the great object of his life. But when success came at last, he shrank from the responsibilities of which he well knew the extent. He was no inexperienced enthusiast who might dream that he had the future in his hands. Though only 53 years old, Pius II was already old in body, racked by the gout, suffering from gravel, afflicted by the beginnings of asthma. He knew full well how useless it was in the existing condition of Europe to hope for any great opportunities which he might use to leave his mark upon the world. He had reached the height of his ambition, and saw nothing but difficulties before him. When, in the first moments after his election, his friends thronged round him with joyful congratulations, he burst into tears. "You may rejoice," he said, "because you think not of the toils and the dangers. Now must I show to others what I have so often demanded from them." During all the festivities of his accession, his face was careworn and melancholy. When Pius II reviewed the conditions of Europe, he had no hesitation in deciding that the chief object of his policy must be the same as that of his predecessor, the prosecution of war against the Turk. What Calixtus III had urged with the unreflecting fanaticism of a recluse, Pius II would press with the wisdom of a statesman. Already Pius II had identified himself with the cause of the Crusade. His speeches, his writings had advocated it. His knowledge of European politics convinced him of its absolute necessity. But he saw that to ensure success the Crusade must be undertaken by the whole of Christendom, and Christendom must be united for this purpose by wise management on the part of the Pope. Accordingly, Pius II determined to proceed with stately deliberation and put the project on its proper footing. He lost no time in laying before the cardinals a plan for a general conference of the princes of Europe, to be held under the Pope's presidency. But the cardinals were half-hearted. The majority of them were content to stay in Rome and enjoy themselves, and shrank from the trouble of a serious undertaking. They raised difficulties about the place of the proposed conference. The princes of Europe could not well be summoned to Rome. There was a danger, if an assembly were held in France or Germany, that it might turn into a council, whose very name was hateful. Pius II pointed out that the state of his health gave him an excuse for refusing to cross the Alps, while he was ready to show his zeal by going to some place in North Italy, so as to meet the European representatives half-way. He proposed Udine or Mantua as suitable places for the congress. The cardinals reluctantly consented, and Pius II hastened to publish his resolution to an assembly of ambassadors and prelates in St. Peter's. There were present 11 cardinals, 3 archbishops, 29 bishops, and the ambassadors of Castile, Denmark, Portugal, Naples, Burgundy, Milan, Modena, Venice, Florence, Siena, and Lucca. To them Pius II announced his plan. Though an old man and infirm, he would brave the dangers of crossing the Apennines to confer with the princes of Europe on the step to be taken to avert the ruin of Christendom. He asked for their opinion and advice. For a time there was silence. Then Bessarion begged the ambassadors to speak. One after another they praised the zeal of the Pope and asserted the good intentions of their several states. Pius II was pleased with these expressions of assent, and invited all to a public consistory to be held in 3 days' time on October 13th. There a solemn summons to a congress to be held on June 1st, 1459, was read to the assembly, and a few days afterwards Pius II sent letters to the various kings of Christendom, urging their presence at this great undertaking. But before he could proceed to a congress, Pius II had a political question to settle nearer home. Calixtus III had refused to recognize the succession of Ferrante in Naples, and had claimed the kingdom as a fief of the Holy See. He had not conferred it on any claimant, and any scheme that he might have had of establishing his nephew in Naples was at once overthrown by his death. An envoy of Ferrante had been sent to the cardinals during the vacancy. Pius II found the Neapolitan question pressing for his decision. Nor was the question one which could be decided easily on general grounds. The condottiere general, Jacopo Piccinino, had occupied in Ferrante's name Assisi, Gualdo, and Nocera. The states of the Church were in confusion, and in many cities Pius II had to buy off the Catalan governors and assert his rule with difficulty. The presence of Piccinino was a continual menace. Moreover, the general lines of the papal policy toward Naples had been somewhat obscured by the predecessors of Pius II. The Papacy had, on the whole, favoured the Angevin party. Eugenius IV had been the constant opponent of Alfonso, and Nicholas V had only recognized him for the sake of peace. The question which Calixtus III had opened was full of difficulty. Pius II might well doubt the wisdom of supporting in Naples the line of Anjou, and introducing into the neighbourhood of the Papacy the influence of the country of the Pragmatic Sanction. Pius II himself had known and liked the scholarly Alfonso, and his own sympathies were probably on the side of Ferrante. But the French party was strong among the cardinals, and the envoys of the French king laid before the Pope the impolicy of offending a prince so powerful as their master. As the Archbishop of Marseille pleaded in this strain, Pius II suddenly asked him if René of Anjou were ready to drive out Piccinino from the states of the Church. The Archbishop was driven to answer, "No." "Then what are we to expect from one who cannot help us in our straits?" said the Pope. We need a king in Naples who can protect both himself and us." So Pius II proceeded to make the best bargain he could with Ferrante. When Ferrante wished to negotiate, the Pope roundly answered that he was no merchant to barter with. On October 17th, an agreement was made that Pius II should free Ferrante from all ecclesiastical censures and invest him with the kingdom of Naples, without prejudice to another's right. The Pope did not venture to decide entirely against the Angevin claims, but merely to recognize Ferrante as the actual king. Ferrante undertook to pay the Pope a yearly tribute and recall Piccinino from the States of the Church within a month. Benevento, which had been granted as a personal fief to Alfonso, was restored to the Church, but Terracina, which was held in the same way, was to be retained by Ferrante for 10 years. The French cardinals still opposed the agreement, and refused to sign the bull in which it was embodied. Piccinino was driven to leave the States of the Church, and Pius II sent Cardinal Orsini to crown Ferrante in Naples. When peace had thus been restored to some extent at home, Pius II proceeded with the preparations for his departure to the Congress. The Romans were ill pleased to see the Pope leave his city. Some exclaimed that he was going to take the Papacy to Germany. Others declared that he would go no farther than Siena, and there would devote himself to the adornment of his native land. All joined in lamenting the loss which the city would sustain from the departure of the Curia. They deprecated the danger to which the Pope was about to expose his life, and foretold that his departure would be the signal for disturbances in the Papal States. To allay their anxiety, Pius II left some cardinals and officials of the Curia behind him, that Rome might not be entirely deprived of its glory. He appointed the Cardinal Nicholas of Cusa vicar during his absence. He decreed that if he died away from Rome, the election of his successor should still take place in that city after a due delay for the return of the absent cardinals. He granted their ancient privileges to the cities in the Papal States, and remitted their tribute for 3 years. Finally, he summoned the Roman barons, and administered to them an oath that they would keep the peace during his absence. As a token of his zeal for the crusading cause, he founded a new military order, the Order of St. Mary of Bethlehem. But the day for military orders was gone, and this revival existed only in name. After these precautions, he set out from Rome on January 22nd, 1459, accompanied by 6 cardinals: Calandrini, Borgia, Alain, Estouteville, Barbo, and Colonna. The journey of Pius II was like a triumphal progress. It was long since a pope had been seen by any of the dwellers in the Papal States. Throngs of people welcomed him wherever he went with shouts of rejoicing and expressions of goodwill, which afforded sincere enjoyment to Pius II, who fully appreciated the dignity of his office. At Narni, the crowd thronged round his horse and strove to carry off the baldacchino held over his head. Swords were drawn in the struggle, and Pius II thought it wiser in the future to be carried in a litter, so as to avoid such unseemly brawls. At Spoleto he was entertained for 4 days by his sister Caterina. Thence he passed through Assisi to Perugia, where he stayed 3 weeks. He was loath to pass by his native place and leave Siena unvisited, but there was a conflict between the Pope and the government of Siena, where the popular party were in the ascendant and had driven out the nobles. They had tried to pacify the Pope by admitting the Piccolomini to office, but Pius II demanded the restitution of the nobles. The popular party gave way a little at the Pope's pressure and relaxed the rigour of their proscription, but they regarded the papal visit with undisguised suspicion. From Perugia, Pius II crossed the lake Trasimene and entered the Sienese territory at Chiusi. He turned aside to visit his native place, Corsignano, a little town perched among the hills, which he had left as a poor boy, and now entered as the head of Christendom. He experienced the same sad feelings that attend everyone who revisits the haunt of his youth. His father and mother were dead. Those whom he had known were mostly confined to bed through sickness. Faces which he remembered, flushed with the pride of youth, were unrecognizable in the deformity of old age. Here in the little church the Pope celebrated Mass on February 22nd, 1459, the festival of St. Peter's installation. He resolved to honour his native place by elevating it to a bishopric under the name of Pienza. He ordered workmen to be collected to build there a cathedral and a bishop's palace. After a sojourn of 3 days, Pius II left Corsignano for Siena. There he stayed nearly 2 months, and strove to propitiate the people by presenting the city with the golden rose on Palm Sunday. At last he brought before the magistrates his political object, and urged on them the restoration of the excluded nobles. After some opposition, they agreed to admit them to a quarter of some offices and an eighth of others. Pius II was not satisfied with such a small concession, but thanked them for what they had done, and said that he hoped on his way back to hear that they had granted more. At Siena, Pius II received the first ambassadors from the powers beyond Italy, who sent to offer their obedience to the new pope. There came representatives of the kings of Castile, Aragon, Portugal, and Matthias Corvinus, the new king of Hungary. All were received with due state, and were answered by Pius with his wonted eloquence. The imperial ambassadors were at Florence, and when they heard that the envoys of Matthias Corvinus had been received by the Pope, raised difficulties about presenting themselves, as Frederick III still urged his own claims on Hungary and refused to recognize Matthias. But Pius II had himself given the imperial envoys an example not to be too careful about their master's dignity in dealing with the Papacy. They were readily mollified by the assurance of the Pope that in such formal matters he only dealt with the existing state of things, and treated as king him who held the kingdom. They came to Siena and gave to Pius II the obedience of the emperor. Pius II, on his part, could not do less than confirm to the emperor the provisions of the secret agreement which he himself had negotiated, and for which the German obedience had been sold to Eugenius IV. To Siena came also the envoys of George Podiebrad, who had been elected King of Bohemia, and their coming brought before Pius II the chief difficulty which he had to face. Podiebrad, as governor of Bohemia under Ladislas, had pursued with firmness and sagacity a successful policy in uniting Bohemia and bringing back order into the distracted country. He was, above all things, a statesman who appreciated the exact bearings of the situation. He saw that Bohemia must be united on a basis which would allow the various factions to live peaceably together, and would also free the country from its isolation from the rest of Christendom. He aimed at bringing about this union on the basis of moderate Utraquism. He overthrew the fanatical Taborites and reduced their stronghold. He wished to be on good terms with the Papacy, but he knew that Bohemia would not be content with less than a faithful observance of the compacts made with the Council of Basel and the recognition of Roky Kana as Archbishop of Prague. But the compacts had been wrung out of the Council by necessity, and the restored Papacy had no idea of frankly accepting them. They were, in its eyes, a temporary compromise to be withdrawn as soon as possible. If Podiebrad hoped to draw the Papacy to toleration, the Papacy hoped to bring back Bohemia to submission. Cusa, Carvajal, Capistrano, and Aeneas Sylvius had tried all that diplomatic skill and religious enthusiasm could do, and all had failed against the resolute determination of the Bohemians. Roky Kana was still unrecognized. The compacts were still treated as temporary provisions, while Bohemia, under Podiebrad, was again organizing itself into the strongest kingdom in Eastern Europe. So long as Ladislas lived, the Papacy had hopes that his influence might grow with years. But on his death, the election of Podiebrad to the Bohemian crown made the Bohemian question important both to the Papacy and to Germany. To Germany it meant the destruction of German influence in Bohemia, and the rise of a power which might become the arbiter in the affairs of Germany itself. Podiebrad, conscious of the difficulties in his way, desired a legitimate position as King of Bohemia, accepted by Utraquists and Catholics alike. Hence he shrank from receiving the crown at the hands of Roquicana, and wished for recognition by the Pope. Calixtus III, in his crusading zeal, was willing to put great confidence in one who could put an army in the field to war against the Turk. Podiebrad led the Pope to suppose that he would make greater concessions than he intended. He applied to Carvajal, the papal legate in Hungary, to send 2 bishops for his coronation. The request could not well be refused, nor could Carvajal expect from Podiebrad an open abjuration, which would have alienated his people. He charged the bishops, however, not to crown him before he had sworn to root out heresy and establish the Catholic faith in Bohemia. King George managed to have the oath couched in general terms, without any direct mention of the compacts or of the Utraquist faith. He swore secretly before the bishops to bring back his people from their errors to the faith and worship of the Catholic Church. Then he was crowned on May 7th, 1458. Carvajal and Calixtus III recognized in George a true though secret friend of the Church, and believed in his sincerity and good intentions. George wrote to Calixtus, proffering his aid against the Turks, and Calixtus in reply addressed him not only as king, but as his dear son. The letter of Calixtus was spread far and wide by George, and cut away the ground from those who would have opposed him as a heretic. The German and Catholic provinces of Silesia, Lusatia, and Moravia, which were ready to rebel, returned to their obedience. When it was too late, the eyes of Calixtus III were opened, and he died with the knowledge that he had been deceived. End of section 21. Section 22 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 6. Pius II and the Congress of Mantua, 1458 to 1460, Part 2. In this condition, Pius II found the Bohemian question. He was not like Calixtus III, without experience of Bohemia or of George. He knew that the king's oath was not meant by him to signify a withdrawal from the compacts, but he knew that an open quarrel with Bohemia would hinder his plan of a congress, and he hoped through the congress to put the papacy in a position which would enable it to deal with Bohemia in the future. He judged it best to affect to look on George's oath as a promise of complete submission. He sent him a summons to the Congress, and gave him the title of king, but sent the summons through the emperor, saying that Bohemia was a fief of the empire, and that the Pope recognized as king whoever the emperor recognized. Frederick III, embarrassed by Hungary and Austria, began to look on George as a possible ally. He admitted him to a conference near Vienna in September 1458, and so gave him moral support. As Pius had intended, the emperor sent on the summons to George, who at once published it. The Silesian League, which still opposed George's accession, began slowly to melt away before this proof of his success. Breslau, animated by Catholic zeal, still held out, and sent envoys to Pius II at Siena, complaining of his recognition of George as harmful to Catholicism. Thither came also the ambassadors of George, professing the obedience of their master to the Pope. Pius II was sorely embarrassed. He could not receive the obedience of a king who had not yet disavowed his heresy. He could not refuse his support to those who were resisting him in the name of the Catholic faith. Accordingly, he attempted a compromise. In a secret consistory, he received the personal obedience of George, but declined to give him the rank of a king till he had made public profession of Catholicism. The envoys of Breslau he praised for their zeal, and promised to find a remedy for their grievances. He hoped that George would show himself true to his oath to the Papacy, and prove himself a Christian king. Otherwise he would have to take other measures. For a time the Pope's answer satisfied both parties. George used this period of truce to increase his prestige in Germany. In April he held a conference at Eger to settle territorial disputes about the possessions of Bohemia, Brandenburg, and Saxony. By his conciliatory policy he gained recognition at the hands of his German neighbours, and also entered into a perpetual peace and alliance with Saxony and Brandenburg. On July 30th, Frederick III met George at Brünn, and in return for promises of help against Matthias of Hungary, conferred on him the imperial investiture of the Bohemian kingdom. The policy of George had so far succeeded in establishing his power on a legitimate basis. It remained for Pius II to see if his Congress could exercise any influence on the restoration of Catholicism in Bohemia. After a stay of nearly 2 months in Siena, Pius II set out on April 23rd, 1459, for Florence, whither he was escorted by the young Galeazzo, son of Francesco Sforza of Milan, as well as by several vassals of the Church. In Florence, where he stayed for 8 days in the cloister of Santa Maria Novella, the Pope received all honour and magnificent tokens of respect. But Cosimo de' Medici kept his bed on the plea of sickness, and the visit of Pius II had no political fruit. From Florence he passed to Bologna, the rebellious vassal city of the Church. It is true Bologna was not an open rebellion. She admitted a papal legate, but allowed him no authority, for the power was exercised by Santo de' Bentivogli, supported by a council of 16. The rulers of Bologna doubted whether to admit the Pope within their walls. On the one hand, if he passed by the city, such a mark of displeasure might encourage the Bolognese exiles to renew their attempts at a revolution. On the other hand, the presence of the Pope within the walls might encourage a rising of the popular party. At last it was decided to invite the Pope to Bologna, but to summon a large body of cavalry from Milan to keep the city in order during his stay. Pius II was obliged to accept these conditions, but the Milanese leaders took an oath of fidelity to the Pope, and the whole body was put under the command of Galeazzo Sforza. The entry of Pius II into Bologna through lines of armed men was different from the peaceful procession which he had hitherto enjoyed. Bologna was sullen and suspicious. The orator who welcomed the Pope gave offence to the rulers by the way in which he spoke of the condition of the city. He was exiled for his outspokenness, and was restored only on the entreaties of Pius II. Pius II was glad to leave the uncongenial city for Ferrara, where Borzo of Este received him with open arms. Borzo had many demands to make from the Pope. He wished for the title of Duke of Ferrara, and the remission of his yearly tribute to the Papacy for the fief which he held. Though Pius II refused to go so far, yet he gave Borzo many proofs of his friendliness, and his stay in Ferrara was one unceasing festivity. When Pius II first announced his Congress, he mentioned as the place of its assembling Udine or Mantua. Udine was in the Venetian territory, and the Venetians, who had made a treaty with the Turks for commercial purposes, did not think it wise to lend their cities for a hostile demonstration against their ally. It had been therefore settled that the Congress was to meet at Mantua. Thither Pius II travelled by boat up the Po. He was welcomed by the Marquis Ludovico Gonzaga, and entered the city on May 27th in solemn procession. First came his attendants and 3 of the cardinals, then 12 white horses without riders, with gold reins and saddles. After these were borne by 3 mounted nobles the 3 banners of the cross, the church, and the Piccolomini. Then followed a rich baldacchino, behind which walked the clergy of Mantua in their robes. Next were the royal ambassadors, then the officials of the Curia, preceded by a golden cross, and followed by a white horse bearing the Eucharist in a gold box under a silken canopy, surrounded by lighted candles. Then came Galeazzo Sforza and Ludovico Gonzaga, followed by the cardinals. After them, the Pope, clad in full pontifical attire and blazing with jewels, was borne in his litter by nobles and was followed by a crowd of prelates. At the entry of the gate, Gonzaga dismounted and presented to the Pope the keys of the city. Then the procession moved over carpets strewn with flowers to the cathedral. Next day, Bianca, the wife of Sforza, with her 4 sons and her daughter Ippolita, visited the Pope. It is characteristic of the education of the age that the youthful Ippolita addressed the Pope in a Latin speech, which excited general admiration and received from him an appropriate answer. So far, all things had smiled on Pius II. He had enjoyed to the full the pleasures of pomp and pageantry, and had received all the satisfaction that fair speeches and ready promises could give. He was now anxious to reap the fruits of his journey in the results of the Congress. With laudable punctuality he arrived in Mantua 3 days before the appointed time, June 1st, 1459, but he found no one there to meet him. The ambassadors who had been sent to him at Siena were not empowered to represent their masters at the Congress. On June 1st a service was held in the cathedral, after which the Pope addressed the prelates. He lamented the lukewarmness of Christendom and his own disappointment. He asked them to pray that God would give men greater zeal for his cause. He would stay in Mantua till he had found what were the intentions of the princes. If they came, the Congress would proceed. If not, he would go back home and bear the lot which Heaven assigned. They were brave words, and those who had heard them thought that they befitted the occasion. But as Pius II remained in Mantua week after week, the patience of the cardinals became exhausted, and they longed to return to the pleasures of Rome. Mantua, they murmured, was marshy and unhealthy. Did the Pope mean to destroy them by pestilence in that stifling spot, where the wine was poor, the food scarce, and nothing could be heard save the croaking of the frogs? "You have satisfied your honour," they pleaded to Pius. "No one imagines that you alone can conquer the Turks. The princes of Europe pay no heed to us. Let us go home." Bessarion and Torquemada were the only cardinals who held by the Pope. Scarampo, who had left his fleet to come to Mantua, withdrew to Venice, where he openly ridiculed the Congress. But Pius II hoped too much from the Congress to give it up so readily. Not only was he in earnest about the Crusade, but he wished the Congress to give a practical overthrow to the consular movement. At Constance, the hierarchy, under the presidency of the Emperor, had decided the affairs of the Church. Pius II desired to establish a precedent of the princes of Europe, under the presidency of the Pope, deciding the affairs of Christendom. If even partial success should follow such an attempt, it would be the completion of the papal restoration, the assertion of the papal supremacy over the nationalities of Europe. Pius II hoped that the papacy would show its superiority over the fruitless diets of Germany, and would establish its authority high above the empire as the undisputed centre of the state system of Christendom. The first envoys who came to Mantua were sent by Thomas, the despot of Morea, a brother of the last Greek emperor, Constantine Palaiologus. Thomas and his brother Demetrius had maintained themselves in the Morea on condition of paying tribute to the Sultan. But they quarrelled with one another. The Turks advanced against them. They were incapable either of fighting or paying tribute. The envoys of Thomas brought as a present to the Pope 16 Turkish captives, and with the boastfulness of his race represented himself as victorious. He did not want much help. With a handful of Italians he would clear the Morea of Turks. His request was discussed by the cardinals, and at the earnest instance of Bessarion, against the better judgment of the Pope, it was resolved to send him 300 men. They were rapidly equipped and received the Pope's benediction before they departed for Ancona. Of course their services were of no real use, and they were little better than freebooters. There was no lack of envoys clamouring for aid, though those who could offer aid were wanting. From Bosnia, Albania, Epirus, Illyria, Cyprus, Rhodes, and Lesbos came messengers demanding help. At last came 3 ambassadors from the Emperor, the Bishop of Trieste, Heinrich Zentfleben, and Johann Hinderbach, who had been fellow secretaries with Aeneas in the Emperor's chancery. They were men of no standing to represent the Emperor in a matter concerning the interests of Christendom. Pius II sent them back with a severe letter of remonstrance. He did not recognize them as ambassadors, and urged the Emperor to come himself or send men of rank and position. Letter followed upon letter, but the Emperor tarried, and the other German princes followed his example. At last, at the end of August, the envoys of the Duke of Burgundy, his nephew, John of Cleves, and John de Croix, drew near. The Pope wished that they should be received outside the walls by the cardinals, but the cardinals answered that they were the equals of kings and ought not to pay honour to a duke. Pius II urged that all appearance of arrogance should be avoided, and finally the cardinals Orsini and Colonna offered to go as a deputation from the Sacred College. The Burgundians were honourably received, and on the day after their arrival were welcomed by the Pope in a public consistory. The Bishop of Arras made a speech excusing the Duke of Burgundy's absence on the ground of age. Pius II replied in praise of the Duke's zeal. But when these ceremonies were over, and the Pope wished to turn to business, the Duke of Cleves brought forward a private question of his own. He had taken under his protection the town of Soest, which had rebelled against the Archbishop of Köln. The case had long been before the Papacy, and Pius II had issued an admonition to Soest to return to its rightful allegiance. The Duke of Cleves demanded that this admonition should be recalled, and refused to treat of the business of the Congress till the Pope had complied with his request. Pius II was in a strait. He could not abandon the possessions of the Church. He did not wish to draw down failure on the Congress. He adopted a dubious policy of delay. The Roman pontiffs, he says, have been accustomed, where justice cannot be done without public scandal, to dissemble till a convenient season. Nor do the lawyers forbid such course, for the greater evil must always be obviated. So Pius II withdrew his admonition to Soest to satisfy the Duke of Cleves, and promised the representatives of the Archbishop of Köln that he would renew it as soon as affairs allowed. After this the Pope tried to bring the Burgundian envoys to business, but it soon became evident that the crusading zeal of their master had cooled. Their instructions simply empowered them to hear the Pope's views and report them to the Duke of Burgundy. They added that the Duke considered an expedition against the Turks to be a matter that would tax the energies of united Christendom. In its present discordant state, a crusade was hopeless. Pius II, in reply, pointed out the peril to Europe if the Turks were to become masters of Hungary. The pacification of Europe was no doubt desirable, but it would take some time to wipe out the hostilities of years. Meanwhile, Hungary was in extremities. Though Europe was troubled, yet if every nation contributed equally to the crusade, the balance of power would be left unaltered. No vast expedition was needed. 50,000 or 60,000 men would be as many as could be fed and maintained in the field, and would be enough to keep the Turk in check. Surely that was not much to ask from Europe. So pleaded the Pope. Many conferences and many arguments were needed before the Burgundian envoys at length promised that the Duke would send into Hungary 2,000 knights and 4,000 foot, and would maintain them so long as the Christian army remained in the field. When this was settled, the Duke of Cleves prepared to go. In vain Pius II strove to keep him at Mantua. He and his colleagues departed, leaving a few of the humbler members of the embassy behind. Again Pius II and his cardinals were left alone. Again the murmurs of the Curia waxed loud against the useless sojourn in Mantua. In the middle of September came Francesco Sforza, Duke of Milan, who again was welcomed by the cardinals. Again was held a public consistory, and Francesco Filelfo, the celebrated scholar, delivered a long and eloquent speech in behalf of Sforza. The change of human affairs had brought about that the young Sienese lad, who had once scraped together money to go to Florence and attend the lectures of the famous Filelfo, now sat on the papal throne and received the elegant adulation of his former teacher. Pius II listened and applauded. In his reply he called Filelfo the Attic Muse, and extolled Sforza as a model of Christendom. But Sforza had his own political ends to serve. He wished to agree with the Pope on an Italian policy, which for the next 30 years gave Italy peace, such as she had not enjoyed for centuries. He proposed to the Pope a league in defence of the throne of Ferrante in Naples. Sforza saw clearly enough that the success of the House of Anjou in Naples would make French interest predominant in Italy, and would bring upon Milan the claims of the House of Orleans. If Naples, Milan, and the Papacy were united, the danger of French intervention might be averted. Moreover, Sforza wanted the aid of the Pope to procure for him, from the Emperor, the investiture of the Duchy of Milan. The coming of Sforza had at least the effect that it induced most of the Italian powers to send their envoys to Mantua. If the Congress did not become of great importance to Europe, it was at least a great conference of the powers of Italy. It is true that Borzo of Modena would not forgive the Pope for his refusal to make him Duke of Ferrara. He preferred his own amusements to the dull work of the Congress. But Florence, Siena, Lucca, Bologna, and Genoa sent envoys, as did Ferrante of Naples. An embassy came also from Casimir, King of Poland, and tardily from the Duke of Savoy. Even Venice, which had refused to give offence to the Turks, sent 2 envoys when the news of Sforza's arrival was received. At last Pius II might claim that something which might be called a congress was assembled at Mantua. There was no time to wait any longer, as Sforza was already anxious to depart. So on September 26th, the congress was opened by a solemn service in the cathedral, after which the cardinals and envoys assembled before the Pope. Then Pius II delivered a speech which was regarded as a masterpiece of oratory. Copies were circulated throughout Europe, and if an appreciation of eloquence had borne any practical fruit, the Turk would soon have been driven back into Asia. For 3 hours the rounded periods of Pius II rolled on, and though he was affected by a cough, his excitement freed him during his speech from that troublesome enemy of rhetorical effect. After an invocation of divine assistance, Pius II put forth the causes of war, the losses which Islam had inflicted on Christendom, both in the remote past and in more recent days. Even though the present might be endured, the worst had not yet been reached. The Turks were still pressing on, and if Hungary fell before them, there was no further barrier for Europe. But alas, Christians preferred to war against one another rather than against the Turks. The beating of a bailiff, even of a slave, is enough to draw kings into war. Against the Turks, who blaspheme our gods, destroy our churches, and strive to destroy the whole Christian name, no one dares take up arms. Then he turned to his second point, the chances of success. The Turks had conquered only degenerate peoples, and were themselves an easy prey to the superior strength of Europeans, as the exploits of Hunyadi and Skanderbeg might show. Moreover, God was on the Christian side, for Islam denied the divinity of Christ. Here Pius II lowered the level of his rhetoric by turning aside to display his learning. He gave a summary of the arguments by which Christ's divinity was maintained. But he skillfully used this as the ground for an impassioned appeal to his hearers. He besought them to show the sincerity of their faith, the depth of their reverence for their divine Redeemer, by driving from Christendom the Turks who blasphemed his name. Then Pius II proceeded to his third point, the rewards which the war would bring. First, there were kingdoms, booty, glory, all in abundance that usually stirred men to war. Besides this was the sure promise of the heavenly kingdom, and the plenary indulgence of sins which he had granted to all crusaders. How short was life in comparison with eternity! How full were the joys of paradise, where they would see God and his angels, and all the company of the blessed, and would understand all things. Our soul, freed from the chain of the body, will, not as Plato says, recover, but as Aristotle and our own doctors teach, attain to the knowledge of all things. It is a prospect which once stirred men to martyrdom. But we do not ask you to undergo the martyr's tortures. Heaven is promised you at a lesser price. Fight bravely for the law of God, and you will gain what eye never saw, nor ear heard. O fools, and slow to believe the promises of Scripture! Would that there were here today Godfrey or Baldwin, Eustace, Hugh the Great, Bohemond, Tancred, and the rest, who in days gone by won back Jerusalem. They would not have suffered us to speak so long, but rising from their seats, as once they did before our predecessor Urban II, they would have cried with ready voice, Deus lo vult, Deus lo vult. End of section 22. Section 23 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 6, Pius II and the Congress of Mantua, 1458 to 1460, Part 3. You silently await the end of our speech, nor seem to be moved by our exhortations. Perhaps there are among you those who think, this Pope says much why we should go to war and expose ourselves to the enemy's swords. Such is the way of priests. They bind on others heavy burdens which themselves will not touch with their finger. Think not so of us. No one was ever more ready than ourselves. We came here, weak as you see, risking our life and the states of the Church. Our expenses have greatly increased, our revenues diminished. We do not speak boastfully. We only regret that it is not in our power to do more. Oh, if our youthful strength still remained, you should not go to the field without us. We would go before your standard bearing the cross. We would hurl Christ's banner amidst the foe, and would count ourselves happy to die for Jesus' sake. Even now, if you think fit, we will not hesitate to vow to the war our pining body and our weary soul. We shall deem it noble to be borne in our litter through the camp, the battle, the midst of the foe. Decide as you think best. Our person, our resources we place at your disposal. Whatever weight you lay upon our shoulders we will bear. When the Pope had ended, Bessarion spoke on behalf of the cardinals. Not to be outdone by Pius II, he also addressed the assembly for 3 hours. If Pius II showed his learning by a defense of the divinity of Christ, Bessarion made a display of scholarship by citing historical instances of those who had died for their country. He was at first tedious, But when he described the capture of Constantinople, he grew eloquent, and when he spoke of the actual condition of the Turkish resources, which he estimated at 70,000 men, he was listened to with more attention. When he had ended, the envoys present praised the Pope's speech and extolled his zeal. Sforza spoke in Italian with a soldier's eloquence, says the Pope. Last of all, the Hungarian envoys addressed the assembly and loudly complained of the Emperor's interference in Hungarian affairs, thus adding to their trouble when the Turk was at their gates. The imperial envoy, the Bishop of Trieste, had not a word to say. Pius II himself had to defend his former master by saying that this was not the place for general political discussion. He knew that both the Emperor and the King of Hungary were just and upright, and he had sent a legate to heal their quarrels. The Congress contented itself with decreeing war against the Turks in general terms, and Pius II saw that this was all he could expect the Congress to do. Next day he summoned the envoys to a conference in his palace for the discussion of ways and means. He put before them the questions: were the Turks to be attacked by land or sea or both? What soldiers were necessary, and how were they to be obtained? Sforza rose and gave his opinion as a soldier. The Turks should be attacked by land and sea. Soldiers should be furnished by Hungary and the neighbouring lands, as being best acquainted with the tactics to be employed in fighting the Turks. Italy and the rest of Christendom should furnish money. The Venetians agreed, and added that 30 galleys and 8 barks would suffice to cause a diversion on the shores of Greece and the Hellespont, while 40,000 horsemen and 20,000 foot would be enough for war by land. Gismondo Malatesta, lord of Rimini, seeing an opportunity of booty for himself, advocated that the war should be carried on by Italian forces. Pius II observed significantly that Italian generals did not care to fight outside Italy, and in this war there was little to gain except for their souls. Other countries offered troops, but would not offer money. Their offer must be accepted, or nothing would be got from them. The Turkish troops numbered about 200,000, of which the only real soldiers, the Janissaries, were 40,000. To face them, 50,000 European troops would suffice, and 30 galleys would also be required. To raise money, he proposed that the clergy should pay a tenth, the laity a 30th of their revenues for 3 years, and the Jews a 20th of all their possessions. The assembly approved the decree in general, but when the Pope proposed that all should sign it, there was much hesitation. Florence and Venice especially hung back. The Venetians at length declared that they would sign it if double the number of ships were provided, and they were paid for supplying them, and received all the conquests made by the Crusaders. Matters began to wear a doubtful aspect when Pius II attempted to turn general promises into definite undertakings. Sforza had done his duty by joining the Congress and left Mantua for Milan. Pius II professed himself satisfied with the results which he obtained, and strove in public to maintain a semblance of contentment. His real feelings, however, were expressed in a letter to Carvajal, written on November 5th. We do not find, to confess the truth, such zeal in the minds of Christians as we hoped. We find few who have a greater care for public matters than for their own interests. Yet we have shown how false is that calumny so long cast against the Holy See. We have proved that no one is to be accused except themselves. We seem, however, to have disposed affairs in Italy for God's service, since the princes and potentates have entered into obligations confirmed by their own signatures. But we hear that Genoa is sending a fleet to urge the French claims in Naples, and we fear that we shall lose not only help from those engaged in war, but that all the rest will be drawn into the struggle. Unless God help us, the first fruits of our labour will be lost in the calamities of Christian people. In truth, everything depended for Pius II on the attitude assumed by France, whose ambassadors were announced as on their way to Mantua. They had halted at Lyons on receiving the news of the reception given to the Burgundians, and doubted whether it became the national dignity that they should advance farther. One of their number, the Bishop of Chartres, went on beforehand. He had a private end to serve, for having been appointed bishop according to the Pragmatic Sanction, he had not been confirmed by the Pope. Pius II readily gave him his confirmation, and the bishop returned to his colleagues, but never went back to Mantua. The French embassy was joined by the envoys of René of Anjou and the Duke of Brittany. At last, on November 16th, 1459, they entered Mantua. France was represented by the Archbishop of Tours and the Bishop of Paris, René by the Bishop of Marseille, and the Duke of Brittany by the Bishop of Saint-Malo. Genoa also sent an embassy, and soon after arrived from the Emperor envoys more worthy to represent him, Charles of Baden and the Bishops of Eichstätt and Trent. It was the general expectation that the French envoys would at the outset challenge the Pope's proceedings in regard to the Neapolitan kingdom, and would refuse obedience or threaten a general council. Some anxiety was felt when they were admitted before the consistory on November 21st. The Bishop of Paris spoke for 2 hours in praise of the French king and his anxiety about the Neapolitan question. He said little about the Turks, less about any aid in a crusade. Finally, he offered to the Pope the obedience of the French Church as that of a son to a father. He said this pointedly to exclude any notion of dependence as on a master. The obedience of René and of Genoa was afterwards tendered by their envoys. Pius II in his answer dwelt on the dignity of the Apostolic See, established by God and not by councils or decrees, above all kingdoms and peoples. Twice he repeated this with increased emphasis, and then passed on to say that he wished to receive with all favour his dear son in Christ, René, the illustrious King of Sicily, but would answer more privately his demands. Both sides were satisfied with the result of their first interview. The Pope was content that after all their threats, the French had at least submitted formally to his obedience. The French flattered themselves that the Pope had recognized the power of the French king and was willing to obey his will. But these proceedings were merely formal. The real struggle began when the French envoys came to lay before the Pope their complaints about his Neapolitan policy. They were resolved to show no diplomatic reserve, and brought with them to the audience all the envoys who were present at Mantua. The Bailli of Rouen spoke in praise of France, the nation of the lilies, as he persisted in calling it. He dwelt on the services rendered by France to the Papacy, and on its connection with Naples. He complained that Alfonso had seized Naples by force, not by right, that Pius had acted wrongly in recognizing Ferrante, his bastard son, which even Calixtus III, though an Aragonese, had not ventured to do. He demanded that Pius should recall all that he had done for Ferrante, should invest King René and help his forces to gain the kingdom, should recognize the French party in Genoa, and revoke all ecclesiastical censures against the city. The friends of France listened to the trenchant orator and raised their crests in triumph. They thought the Pope would not venture to reply. Pius answered that what he had done regarding Naples had been done with the advice of the cardinals, whom he must consult before saying more. So saying, he dismissed the assembly. Next day Pius II was attacked by a cramp in the stomach and a violent cough which confined him for some days to his bed. The French declared that this was a pretence to cover his confusion and escape from answering their attack. Perhaps the Pope made the most of his illness to gain time to prepare his answer and render its delivery more effective. "Though I should die in the middle of my speech, I will answer them," he said, and summoned all the ambassadors to a public audience. He dragged himself from his sick bed, and with pale face and trembling limbs seated himself on his throne. At first he could scarcely speak for weakness and excitement. Soon gathering strength, he spoke for 3 hours, and his effort had such a beneficial effect that it entirely freed him from his cramp. In his speech the Pope complained of the charges brought against him by the French. He spoke of the glories of their nation in language which outdid even their own orator. He set forth their services to the Holy See and the benefits which they had in turn received. Then he traced the history of the Neapolitan succession under his immediate predecessors. "We did not exclude the French, we found them excluded," he said. "We found Ferrante in possession of the kingdom, and recognized the actual state of things. If the French had been nearer, we would have preferred them. We could not disturb the peace of Italy for those who were at a distance. In recognizing Ferrante, we reserved the rights of the House of Anjou. The case is still open for our decision." He urged the need of peace in Christendom and war against the Turks. Finally, as the French had spoken of the gratitude due to France from the Holy See, the Pope turned to the Pragmatic Sanction, by which the power of the Pope in France had been reduced to such limits as pleased the Parliament of Paris. He admitted the good intentions of the French king, but warned him that by his present course he was imperiling the souls of his people. The French ambassador expressed their wish to answer some things that the Pope had said as being contrary to the honour of their king. Pius II replied that he was willing to hear them when and as often as they chose, and so retired. The Curia thronged round him with joy. "Never," said they, "within the memory of our fathers have words been spoken so worthy of a Pope as those about the Pragmatic Sanction." Pius II had won an oratorical triumph, and had given another proof that it was impossible to get the better of him in discussion. Next day the French appeared before him in private, in the presence only of 8 cardinals. The time for public displays, they felt, was past. There was some more discussion about the Pragmatic Sanction, and the envoys in their private capacity made their peace with the Pope. But this political wrangle had driven into the background the question of the Crusade. When Pius II asked them what help he might expect from France, he was answered that France could do nothing till she was at peace with England. The Pope proposed that France and England should contribute an equal number of soldiers, so as to leave the balance unaltered. If they could not send troops, they might give money. The French said that they had no powers for any such undertaking, but assented to the Pope's proposal for a conference to arrange peace with England. England was too much involved in internal conflicts to pay much heed to the request of Pius that it should send envoys to Mantua. Henry VI had nominated an embassy, at the head of which was the Earl of Worcester, but it never set out for Mantua. 2 priests arrived on the king's behalf, proffering the Pope the obedience of England and bringing his excuses. Their credentials bore the usual endorsement "Teste Rege," and we are surprised to find Pius II so ignorant of the forms used in England that he thought that the king, bereft of all officials, had been compelled to act as his own witness in default of others. To England, however, was sent as papal legate to make peace the Bishop of Terni, who fell into the hands of the Earl of Warwick, identified himself with the cause of the House of York, excommunicated the Lancastrians, and gathered for himself large sums of money from the English Church. When the Pope heard of this, he recalled his legate, degraded him from his priestly office, and confined him in a monastery for the rest of his life. However, no efforts of a papal legate could have given peace to England, or obtained from her aid for a crusade. France was offended by the Pope's dealings with Naples, and was more anxious to assert the claims of René than to attack the Turks. England and France alike were useless for any help to the Pope in his great endeavour. It only remained for Pius II to see what promises he could get from Germany. There were in Mantua the ambassadors of the Emperor and of many German princes. Chief amongst them was the old opponent of Aeneas Sylvius, Gregory Heimburg, who represented Albert of Austria. Pius II called them together and wished to obtain a common understanding. The imperial envoys were ready to accept his proposals, but those of the princes led by Haimburg refused. Haimburg was convinced that the Pope's proposal of levying a tenth and granting indulgences was merely a scheme for enriching himself and his imperial ally. He would agree to no general proposal, and Pius II had to deal with each embassy separately. By means of private negotiations, the Pope at length contrived to obtain a renewal of the promise made at the Diets of Frankfurt and Neustadt to equip 10,000 horse and 32,000 foot. To arrange for general peace and settle all preliminaries, a Diet was to be held at Nuremberg, and another in the Emperor's dominions, to make peace between him and Matthias of Hungary. The Pope was to send a legate to each. Pius II was compelled to accept the sterile procedure of a Diet, the futility of which he knew so well, and which Calixtus III had endeavoured to escape without success. He appointed as his legate Bessarion, probably because he was the only cardinal whose zeal would induce him to undertake the thankless office. Moreover, Pius II attempted to give the agreement greater definiteness by appointing Frederick general of the crusading army, and empowering him, if he could not lead it himself, to nominate a prince in his stead. End of section 23. Section 24 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 6, Pius II and the Congress of Mantua, 1458 to 1460, Part 4. While these negotiations were in progress, Sigismund of Austria arrived in Mantua on November 10, 1459, with a brilliant train of 400 knights. He was honourably received, and Haimburg, in a public audience, spoke in Sigismund's behalf. He recounted the glories of the House of Austria and the virtues of Sigismund. He dwelt on the acquaintance that had existed in earlier days between Sigismund, when a boy, and Aeneas Silvius, the imperial secretary. Aeneas had indeed written for Sigismund love letters which were not edifying, and Haimburg, embittered by resentment against the Pope, mockingly recalled the past, which Pius II would fain have forgotten. The culture of Sigismund, he said, had been greatly formed by the delightful love letters which His Holiness had transplanted from Italy to Germany. Pius II had to sit with a conviction that he was being laughed at, unable with any dignity to reply. In truth, neither Sigismund nor his orator Haimburg was friendly disposed toward the Papacy. Sigismund had on his hands an ecclesiastical quarrel which was destined to give Pius II a great deal of trouble, and which dated 10 years back. In 1450, Nicholas V conferred on Nicholas of Cusa, whom he had just made cardinal, the bishopric of Brixen. Cusa was a poor man and needed the means of supporting his new dignity. But the provision of Nicholas V, made without waiting for a capitular election, was in direct contravention to the Concordat, and was also an infringement of the agreement made with Frederick III, as Brixen was one of the bishoprics to which the Emperor was allowed to appoint during his lifetime. The chapter of Brixen made their election and turned to Sigismund as Count of Tyrol to help them to maintain their rights. But the Pope and the Emperor were too strong for them. Sigismund did not judge it expedient to prolong the contest, and Cusa was unwillingly admitted as Bishop of Brixen in 1451. Cusa was for a time employed as papal legate in selling to the Germans the benefits of the year of Jubilee, without giving them the trouble of going to Rome, and in stirring up the crusading spirit. He was not in earnest with either of these tasks, and returned as soon as he could to his own diocese, which he proposed to make a model to the rest of Germany. Cusa was a man of learning, not the learning of the Renaissance, but the technical theology of the schoolroom. Of humble extraction, he had nothing save his talents on which to rely. He had been a follower of Cesarini at Basel, had abandoned with the other moderates the council's cause, and had made his reputation by his learned writings in favour of the Papacy. He was an able but narrow-minded man, whose bent was to abstractions and technicalities rather than to zeal or statesmanship. He did not abandon the reforming ideas he had held at Basel, but transferred them from one field to another. He had striven to reform the Church in its head. He was equally bent on reforming it in some of its members. A movement such as that expressed at Basel could not entirely die out, but it was easily diverted to trivialities. If the entire Church system could not be reformed, there was at least one part of it to which a mechanical rule might be applied. If the ecclesiastical organization was not to be revised, it might at least be more tightly strung and reduced to greater uniformity. There was a decided feeling that the monastic orders ought to be brought back to a straighter observance of their original rule. It was a cry which afforded some satisfaction to the technical mind of a man like Cusa, who could point to success in this sphere as the proper beginning of a conservative reformation within the Church itself. So Cusa began a strict visitation of the monasteries within his diocese. If his visitation had only aimed at restoring neglected observances and ceremonies in the cloisters, it would at least have been harmless. But a rigid visitation of monasteries in the face of a strong opposition raised many legal questions concerning the bishop's visitorial power. It was hard to define the limits of the spiritualities and the temporalities of the monasteries. It was difficult to determine what were the powers of the bishop as visitor, and what were the rights of the Count of Tyrol as the protector of the temporalities of foundations within his dominions. The Benedictine nuns of Sonnenburg in the Pustertal resisted the bishop and appealed to Sigismund as protector of their monastery. Sigismund was loath to quarrel with Cusa, who laid the nuns under an interdict. He mediated with the cardinal, but the Sonnenburg difficulty embittered the feelings of both parties and broadened into other and more important issues. Cusa turned the formal acuteness of his mind to determine the exact rights of the bishopric of Brixen. He established to his own satisfaction that the protectorship over monastic foundations exercised by the Counts of Tyrol was granted to them by the Bishop of Brixen, together with lands, for which they were vassals to the see. The Bishop of Brixen was a prince of the empire, and the emperor was in things temporal the protector of the see. The rights of the Counts of the Tyrol depended only on a grant from their bishop. Sigismund naturally asserted that the bishopric of Brixen was under the Counts of Tyrol, to whom belonged the protectorate with all its rights, however much the formal investiture had been conferred on the counts by the bishops. The angry feelings on both sides waxed high, but Cusa had only the weapons of interdict and excommunication. As he was extremely unpopular through his harshness, the national sentiment was all on the side of Sigismund, and the excommunications were little heeded. Attempts were made to bring about a peace, and Sigismund invited Cusa to an interview at Wilton in 1457. Whether Cusa lost his nerve, or whether he deliberately chose to set up a plea for further proceedings, cannot be determined. But he fled from Wilton, declaring that his life was in danger, though the evidence which he could afterwards produce for his terror was very slight. Still Cusa had the ear of the Curia, and Calixtus III laid Sigismund under an interdict till he had satisfied Cusa of his freedom and personal security. Sigismund, prompted by Gregory Heimburg, appealed to a better informed pope, but offered full security to Cusa, and declared himself ready to withdraw his appeal if friendly overtures were made. Cusa was inflexible, proceeded with the interdict, and showed his willingness to use forcible means. He forbade the peasants who held under the Sonnenburg nuns to pay their dues to the rebellious abbess. The convent employed a band of 40 men to collect them, whereupon a captain in Cusa's pay fell upon this luckless band and cut it to pieces. Thus matters stood when Calixtus III died, and both the combatants turned with expectation to his successor. Cusa had been an old friend of Aeneas, and hastened to Rome to lay his case before him. Sigismund had been a pupil of Aeneas when he was at Frederick's court. Pius II was in all things desirous of peace, and would fain have mediated in the quarrel. On setting out for Mantua, he left Cardinal Cusa as his representative in Rome. But Cusa was afterwards summoned to Mantua, that the Pope might try to settle matters between him and Sigismund. It was for this purpose that Sigismund had come. Pius II offered his services as a mediator. He did not decide as a judge. In the presence of the cardinals and of the imperial ambassadors, he listened to the complaints of both parties. He had no desire to favour one rather than the other, and at last patched up a temporary reconciliation on the understanding that the legal question of the relations between the bishop and the count was to be decided by a process within 2 years, and the other points in dispute were to be arranged between the two parties at a diet to be held in Trent. Thus nothing was definitely decided, and Sigismund departed from Mantua in indignation on November 29th. Pius II had no feeling against Sigismund as to the points in dispute, but he had seen enough to know that under Heimburg's advice Sigismund was ready to prosecute his cause in a manner most offensive to the Papacy. The appeal to a future council was a relic of the state of things which Pius II hoped to obliterate for ever. It was a revolutionary memory which must never be again awakened in Germany. Pius II was ready to wait for a while and see if Sigismund would pursue a more respectful course. If not, he must at least cut the ground from under his feet before he pressed him further. If one object of Pius II was to wage war against the Turk, the other was to wipe out of the ecclesiastical system all traces of the consular movement. The two objects were, moreover, closely connected. The Neapolitan question threatened to bring the Papacy into collision with France, and France might use its old engine of a council. If Germany were to be useful for the Crusade, if the papal decrees for taming Germany were to be effective, the diets must be prevented from throwing hindrances in the way by raising untoward questions of the rights of the German Church, clamouring for further reform, and appealing to future councils. The example of Sigismund, the machinations of Heimburg, must be checked from doing further mischief. The power of the restored Papacy must be fully asserted in the person of one who had devoted the best energies of his life to the cause of that restoration. It was pardonable that Pius II should wish to put the crown to his life's work. If the Congress of Mantua had not been successful in raising the prestige of the Papacy and showing Europe the unwonted sight of a Pope directing the activity of Christendom, it might at least be made memorable as the occasion of a firm assertion of the papal authority. Pius II, after Sigismund's departure, unfolded his scheme to the cardinals and prelates assembled in Mantua, who all gave their cordial assent. A papal constitution was accordingly drawn up and published on January 18th, 1460, known from its first words as Execrabilis et priscus in auditus temporibus. In it the Pope condemns, as an execrable abuse, unheard of in former times, any appeal to a future council. It is ridiculous to appeal to what does not exist, and whose future existence is indeterminate. Such a custom is only a means of escaping just judgment, a cloak for iniquity, and a destruction of all discipline. All such appeals are declared invalid. Anyone who makes them is declared ipso facto excommunicated, together with all who frame or witness any document containing them. The bull was a masterstroke on the part of one who well knew the dangers against which he had to contend. If bulls could have established the papal authority, Pius II would have known how to frame them. His precaution was wise, but it failed of effect. Both René of Anjou and Sigismund of the Tyrol lodged appeals in spite of the papal denunciation. Yet the bull of Pius II, though not immediately successful, worked its way into the ecclesiastical system and became one of the pillars on which the papal authority rested. Only one other prince visited Mantua, Albert of Brandenburg, whom Pius II greeted warmly as the German Achilles. He made the usual protestations of zeal against the Turks, and received from the Pope on the festival of the Epiphany a consecrated sword. But Albert had his own ends to serve. It suited his position in Germany to be on good terms with the Emperor and Pope. When Albert had gone, there was nothing more to do at Mantua. On January 14th, Pius II declared war against the Turks and promised indulgences to all who took part in it. He issued also decrees imposing a subsidy of 1/10 on the clergy and 1/30 on the laity, especially in Italy. Then, on January 19th, after a speech in which he magnified the offers of help which had been made, Pius II enumerated his expectations. It was not all that he had hoped for, yet it was a fair show. The ambassadors present solemnly renewed their promises. Then Pius II knelt before the altar and chanted some appropriate psalms. The congress was over, and next day the Pope left Mantua after a sojourn of 8 months. The Congress of Mantua could not be called a success, yet Pius II could urge with some show of truth that it could not be called an entire failure. It was true that the Papacy had not gathered round itself the enthusiasm of Christendom, and had not drawn the powers of Europe from their national jealousies to common action for the common weal. But at least the Congress had shown the sincerity of the Pope's intentions, and had freed him from blame. Pius II had not disguised from himself the difficulties which beset the politics of Europe. He had hoped that a little enthusiasm might sweep some of them away. He had forgotten that the restored Papacy was scarcely in a position to appeal to the enthusiasm of Europe. He had forgotten his own antecedents, but others had not. He had been too closely connected with the questionable intrigues which brought about the papal restoration to stand high in the estimation of Europe. The shifty diplomat was not likely to be trusted, however cleverly he talked about common interests. The appeal of Pius II awoke no general response. Yet the Congress of Mantua had its results. If it had not succeeded in raising Europe above its particular interests, it at least brought those interests clearly to light. Pius II was able to gauge the attitude of France toward Naples. He saw that Germany centred round the new power of Bohemia, and was able to consider how far he could cope with the Bohemian king. He saw in Sigismund of the Tyrol the strength of the remnants of the German neutrality. Above all things, the Congress of Mantua established the system of Italian politics, and gave the Pope a commanding influence. Pius II saw that his interests lay in opposite directions. As an Italian power, he could not satisfy France. As head of the Church, he could not satisfy Bohemia or pacify Sigismund. With the greatest desire for peace at home and war against the Turk, he saw the probability of the failure of his crusade before the threats of war at home. To pacify Europe, he was asked to sacrifice Italy and the Church. It would need all his cleverness to avoid this dilemma. In preparation for the difficulties which he foresaw, he strengthened the papal armoury by the bull Execrabilis. End of section 24. Section 25 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 7, Pius II and the Affairs of Naples in Germany, 1460 to 1461, Part 1. Before Pius II left Mantua, war had broken out in Naples, and events soon made it necessary for the Pope to decide what part he was prepared to play. Alfonso had won the kingdom of Naples by his own sword, and ruled it with magnificence. His strong hand and statesmanlike wisdom had kept in subjection the barons, who had grown in power and turbulence during the long period of conflict to which the kingdom had become habituated. They had accepted Ferrante at first, but soon raised their heads in conspiracy against him, for civil war increased their power and suited their interests. They had been so long accustomed to play off one claimant against another that they hastened to seize the opportunity which was now offered to their spirit of lawlessness. The withdrawal of Piccinino from the States of the Church had alienated from Ferrante's side that powerful condottieri general. Headed by the Prince of Taranto, the Neapolitan barons plotted against Ferrante and invited René to prosecute his claims on Naples. René himself had had enough of Neapolitan warfare and preferred to lead an artist's life in Provence. But his son Jean assumed the title of Duke of Calabria and received promises of help from the King of France and from Genoa, which was then under French influence. Moreover, Jean took possession of 24 galleys, which had been built out of the proceeds of the Turkish tithe levied on France by Calixtus III, and which then lay at Marseilles. On October 4th, 1459, Jean set sail from Genoa and appeared before Naples. He landed at Castellamare, and the barons of Naples, one by one, flocked to his standard. Ferrante was confounded at this almost universal treachery, and scarcely knew where to turn. Only the coming of winter saved him from disaster. He shut himself up in Naples and summoned Pius II and Sforza to his aid. The first object of their endeavour was to prevent the Angevin party from receiving the aid of Jacopo Piccinino, who, on withdrawing sulkily from the States of the Church, had sought to enrich himself at the expense of Gismondo Malatesta, lord of Rimini. Gismondo was a strange mixture of an unscrupulous condottiere and a munificent patron of art and letters. He adorned Rimini, held a splendid court, and cast longing eyes on the dominions of his neighbour, Federigo da Montefeltro, Duke of Urbino. Federigo and Piccinino made common cause against him, and at Mantua he had called on the Pope to mediate. Pius II was in too great need of soldiers to refuse his favour, even to one who, like Gismondo, openly avowed his contempt for all religion and lived in defiance of all law. Pius mediated between Gismondo and his enemies, but sold his mediation at a good price. He took into his hands, as security for a payment of 60,000 ducats due from Gismondo to the King of Naples, Sinigalia and Fano, which he afterwards conferred on his favourite nephew. Piccinino, by this mediation of the Pope, saw himself a second time robbed of his prey, and was more indignant than before against Pius II and Ferrante. The first object of Pius II and Sforza was to prevent Piccinino from making his way from Cesena, where he was posted, to Naples. They trusted to Federigo of Urbino, while Piccinino was aided by Malatesta and secretly by Borzo of Este. When Pius II left Mantua, he retraced his steps to Ferrara, where Borzo, perfidiously offered to treat with Piccinino in his behalf. But Pius II was not deluded by this offer. He pursued his way to Florence, where he conferred with Cosimo de' Medici about the condition of Italy, and urged on him the prudence of supporting Ferrante for the purpose of excluding the French from Italy. Florence had always been on the Angevin side in Naples, and Cosimo was not convinced. Nor did Pius II succeed in inducing the wary Florentines to accept his decree of a tax for the Crusade. He might perhaps be permitted to tax the clergy, but the laity demurred. On January 31st, 1460, Pius II entered Siena, where he took up his abode for some time. The archbishopric of the city had just become vacant, and Pius II conferred it on his nephew Francesco de' Todeschini, a youth of the age of 23. When the period in the Lenten service arrived at which creations of cardinals were usually made, Pius II announced his intention of exercising his power. On March 5th he summoned the cardinals to a consistory. They agreed to the creation of 5 new cardinals, on condition that only one should be a nephew. "You will not," said Pius II, "refuse a 6th, whom I will name as above all controversy." The cardinals pressed that he should be named before they consented. Pius refused, and ultimately had his own way. He named Alessandro Oliva, general of the Augustinian order, a man renowned for piety and theological learning. The others were the bishops of Reati and Spoleto, men whom Pius II needed for the government of the States of the Church; the nephew, Francesco, archbishop of Siena; Niccolò di Fortiguera, a relation of Pius II's mother; and Burchard, provost of Salzburg, whose nomination was not announced till other Transalpine cardinals were created. Pius II was of opinion that he had deserved well of Italy for creating 5 Italian cardinals. He was also proud of the fact of having created 2 of his own relatives in the same consistory. It must be admitted that his 2 relatives proved themselves worthy men. Fortiguera was the chief adviser of the Pope in military matters, and the nephew Francesco was himself raised to a brief tenure of the Papacy in 1503. The ecclesiastical festivities consequent on this creation were disturbed by the news that Piccinino had succeeded in eluding Federigo of Urbino and the papal legate, who were watching him, and by forced marches had made his way along the coast into the Abruzzi. Men said that both Federigo and the Pope had connived at his escape, being glad to see their own territories free from the risk of a protracted war. The arrival of Piccinino was a new terror to Ferrante, but Pius II sent him reinforcements under his condottieri general, Simonetto. While awaiting news from Naples, Pius II lingered in Siena, which he loved so well, under pretext of his health. It would seem that after his long life of wandering and exile, Pius returned with deep satisfaction to the scenes of his youth, where only he could be genuinely happy and content with the simple enjoyments of country life, which are always dear to a man of real culture. Pius feasted his eyes on the lovely landscape which from the hills of Siena lay open to his view in all the freshness of fine spring weather. He made his health a reason for indulging his taste for country life by expeditions to Macerata and Pitrioli in the neighbourhood. The language of Pius II is interesting, as showing his many-sidedness, his keen susceptibility to the pleasures of the eye. The pleasant springtime had begun, and round Siena all the valleys smiled in their dress of leafage and of flowers, and the crops were rising luxuriant in the fields. The view from Siena was inexpressibly charming. Hills of a merciful height, planted with fruit trees and vines, or ploughed for corn, overhang pleasant valleys green with crops and grass, or watered with a constant stream. There are, moreover, many woods resonant with the sweet songs of birds, and every height is crowned by magnificent country houses of the citizens. On one side are splendid monasteries peopled with holy men, on the other the castellated houses of the burghers. The Pope passed with joy through this country, and found the baths equally delightful, lying in a valley about 10 miles from the city. The land is watered by the river Merza, which is full of eels, sweet in flavour, though small. The valley at its entrance is cultivated and full of castles and villas, but grows wilder as it approaches the baths, where it is shut in by a stone bridge of massive workmanship, and by cliffs covered thick with trees. The hills which circle the valley on the right are clad with evergreen ilex, on the left by oak and ash trees. Round the baths are small lodging houses. Here the Pope stayed a month, and though he bathed twice a day, never neglected public business. 2 hours before sunset he would go out into the meadows by the riverside, and in the greenest spot received embassies and petitions. The country women came daily bringing flowers and strewing them in the way by which the Pope went to the bath, content with the reward of kissing his foot. While leading this simple life at Petrioli, the Pope was scandalized by hearing of the dissolute life of Cardinal Borgia, who already showed the qualities which were to render him infamous as Alexander VI. A story reached the Pope that an entertainment given by Borgia was the talk of Siena. The cardinal had invited some Sienese ladies to a garden from which their fathers, husbands, and brothers were carefully excluded. For 5 hours the cardinal and his attendants had engaged in dances of questionable decorum. Pius II wrote him a letter of severe yet friendly remonstrance. If we were to say only that this conduct displeases us, we should be wrong. It displeases us more than we can say, for the clerical order and our ministry is brought into disrepute, and we seem to have been enriched and magnified, not for righteousness of life, but for an occasion to licentiousness. Hence the contempt of kings, hence the daily scoffs of the laity, hence blame on our own life when we wish to blame others. The vicar of Christ, who is believed to permit such things, falls into the same contempt. Remember your various offices and dignities. We leave it for yourself to judge if it befits your station to toy with girls, to pelt them with fruits, to hand to her you favour the cup which you have sipped, to look with delight on every kind of pleasure, and to shut out husbands, that you may do this with greater freedom. Think of the scandal you bring on us and on your uncle, Calixtus III. If you excuse yourself on the ground of youth, you are old enough (Borgia was 29) to understand the responsibility of your position. A cardinal ought to be irreproachable, an example of conduct, good not only for the souls but for the eyes of all men. We are indignant if princes do not obey us, but we bring their blows upon ourselves by making vile the authority of the Church. Let your prudence, therefore, check this vain conduct. If it occurs again, we shall be driven to show that it is against our will, and our rebuke must needs put you to open shame. We have always loved you and regarded you as a model of gravity and decorum. It is for you to re-establish our good opinion. Your age, which gives hopes of reformation, is the cause why we admonish you as a father. On his return to Siena in June, Pius II soon had graver matter of disquietude than the delinquencies of Cardinal Borgia. News reached him that on July 7th, Ferranti of Naples had been repulsed in an attempt to storm the city of Sarno, into which Jean of Anjou and the Prince of Taranto had retired. The Pope's general, Simonetto, had been killed, and many horses and men had fallen into the enemy's hands. Stirred to activity by the news, Piccinino in the Abruzzi attacked and defeated, after a stubborn battle, Alessandro Sforza and Federigo of Urbino. These battles, according to the custom of Italian warfare, were neither bloody nor decisive. The Prince of Taranto would not let Jean of Anjou pursue his victory by an attack on Naples, but led him into Campania, where he spent the summer in sieges of insignificant places. Still, The loss of these battles required additional men and money from Sforza and the Pope, and for a moment Pius II began to waver. The French party in the Curia did not hesitate to show its joy at the Angevin successes. It even went so far as to light bonfires in Siena and insult members of the Pope's household. But Sforza was well versed in Italian warfare, and knew that the ultimate success lay with him who held out longest. He was more than ever convinced that his own security lay in keeping the French out of Italy, and he managed to inspire the Pope with greater confidence. So Pius II put on a bold front to the Angevin envoys, who requested him to recognize René, or at least declare himself neutral. He took his stand on the Peace of Lodi, declared that he was only recognizing the existing state of affairs, expressed his willingness to decide the question of right if René submitted it to his legal cognizance, and complained of René for disturbing by violence the peace which was so necessary for a crusade. Finally, he warned René against persisting in an appeal to a future council, lest he incurred the penalties of the decree recently issued at Mantua. Pius II, however, used Ferrante's distress as a means of obtaining grants for his own family. The town of Castiglione della Pescaia and the island of Giglio was given to Andrea, the Pope's nephew, not, as the Pope explains, for his own good, but for the good of the country, whose coast could now be made secure. The pleasant sojourn of Pius II at Siena was brought to an end by bad news from Rome, where the Pope's absence was the signal for disorder. Cardinal Cusa, who had been left in charge of the city, soon left Rome for Mantua, and thence went to Brixen. The Sienese senator whom Pius had put in office was not strong enough to rule the turbulent city. The spirit which had been kindled by Stefano Porcaro still burned in the hearts of some of the Roman youth, but showed itself in a desire for license rather than for liberty. A band of 300 youths, many of respectable families, enrolled themselves under Tiburzo and Valeriano, the two sons of Angelo Damaso, who had been executed for his share in Porcaro's plot. They levied blackmail on the citizens, committed outrages with impunity, and filled the city with alarm. The governor, afraid of a rebellion if he called the citizens to arms, judged it prudent to withdraw from his palace in the Campo dei Fiori to the more secure shelter of the Vatican. This open show of incompetence emboldened the rioters, till at last one of them, who went by the appropriate nickname of Innamorato, seized and carried off a girl on her way to her wedding. The magistrates, driven to action, imprisoned Innamorato. His comrades captured one of the senator's household in return, and entrenched themselves in the Pantheon, where they obtained supplies by raids on the neighbouring houses, till at last, after 9 days, the magistrates, fearing the end of such confusion, negotiated an exchange of prisoners, and Innamorato went free. The rioters in the city were supported by the barons of the Campagna, the Colonna, the Savelli, and the Verso of Anguillara. The governor was afraid that if he took strong measures against Roman citizens, he would not be supported by the citizens themselves, and might give occasion to an invasion from without. The Pope's nephew Antonio, on his way to Naples, made an attempt to capture some of the rioters, but they retreated into the palace of Cardinal Capranica, and Antonio was afraid to commence a siege. Tiburzo ruled Rome as a king, and did as he chose in all things. At last the chief citizens warned him that they could no longer endure this anarchy, and begged him to depart peaceably from the city. Tiburzo graciously consented, knowing that he could return when he pleased. He was escorted to the gates by the magistrates as though he were some mighty prince, and the people thronged to witness his departure. Soon after this, a band of rioters broke into the nunnery of Santa Agnese, violated the nuns, and plundered the sacred vessels. End of section 25. Section 26 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 7, Pius II and the Affairs of Naples and Germany, 1460 to 1461, Part 2. Pius II was not to be moved from his pleasant quarters in Siena by these disorders so long as they only affected the citizens of Rome. It became a different thing when they threatened to imperil the states of the Church. Piccinino thought the opportunity favourable for an inroad into the Roman territory, and marched to Rieti. He was joined by Colonna and Savelli, and plundered far and wide. At the same time, a messenger between the Colonna and the Prince of Taranto was seized in Rome, and confessed that he was negotiating a scheme for seizing Rome in the interests of Jean of Anjou, the Roman barons, and Tiburtio. Pius II wrote for help in great agitation to Francesco Sforza, who testily exclaimed that his alliance with the Pope gave him more trouble than all his enemies. However, he wrote to the Pope exhorting him to return to Rome, and all would still be well. On September 10, 1460, Pius II left Siena with tears at the thought that he might never revisit it. He journeyed over Orvieto to Viterbo, where envoys from Rome greeted him. The Pope, in his reply, dwelt on his unwillingness to leave Rome, and his regret that his health had prevented him from returning sooner. He grieved over the disturbances during his absence, and praised the Romans for their loyalty. "What city," he continued, "is freer than Rome? You pay no taxes, you sell your wine and corn at what price you choose, you fill the most honourable magistracies, and your houses bring you in good rents. Who also is your ruler? Is it count or marquis, duke, king, or emperor? Greater still is he whom you obey, the Roman pontiff, successor of St. Peter, vicar of Jesus Christ, whose feet all men desire to kiss. You show your wisdom in reverencing such a lord, for he enriches you and brings you the world's wealth. You feed the Roman curia, and it feeds you and brings you gold from every land." They were fine words, but poor comfort for the absence of government from which Rome during the last year had been suffering. As Piccinino was threatening Rome, many of the cardinals counselled that they should go no farther. But Pius II proceeded, though he found scanty preparations made for his entertainment, and could only get rustic fare. When the governor and senator advanced to meet him, they found the Pope reclining beside a well, and trying by an early dinner to eke out the scanty supper of the previous night. 6 miles from Rome he was greeted by the conservators with a band of Roman youths, who had come to carry his litter. Many advised him to beware of these youths, who had belonged to the Tiburtian band. "I will walk on the asp and the basilisk," said Pius II with a smile, "and will trample on the lion and dragon." The rebels carried him safely, and on October 7th Pius II entered his capital. The conspirators still continued their plots, but their rashness proved their ruin. One of them, Bonanno Specchio, entered the city secretly, and was there joined by Valeriano and others. An informer warned the Pope, and an ambush was laid for them in the Colosseum, where Bonanno was taken prisoner, though Valeriano and the others escaped. Tiburtio heard of this at Polombaria, a castle of the Savelli near Tivoli, where he had his headquarters. Thinking that his brother also was a prisoner, he hurried to Rome to the rescue with a band of only 14 men. He raised the cry of liberty and called on the citizens to rise. "It is too late," was the general answer. The papal bodyguard advanced against the rebels, who fled outside the city and hid in the brushwood. They were hunted by dogs and were trapped like pheasants among the grass. Tiburtio, with his hands tied behind his back, was led into the city, surrounded by a crowd who mocked the king, the tribune, the restorer of ancient liberty. Tiburcio only asked for speedy death, and the Pope interfered to prevent him from being tortured. On October 31st, Tiburcio, Bonanno, and 6 others were hanged in the capital. In the following March, 11 others of his confederates shared the same fate. The Roman plot thus ended in entire failure, but Pius II was helpless to reduce the rebellious barons or free himself from Piccinino at Rieti. He had brought with him to Rome only a small band of horsemen, and had no troops save those in Naples. He wrote in distress to Sforza, even to Florence, for aid, but Florence saw no reason to interfere, and Sforza was not sorry to give his troublesome ally a lesson, as Pius II had just given another instance of his readiness to take advantage of Ferrante. Terracina, which Pius II had granted to Ferrante for 10 years, had been taken by the Angevins, but the people unwillingly endured the French yoke and called for the protection of the papal troops. The Pope's nephew Antonio became master of the city, and the Pope, instead of restoring it to Ferrante, conferred it on Antonio, to the great wrath of Ferrante and the Duke of Milan. Still, they could not entirely abandon their ally, and during the winter the troops of Sforza and Federigo of Urbino, feebly aided by Antonio Piccolomini, forced Piccinino to quit the Papal States and reduce the Savelli to submit. Pius II, like most of his successors, trusted not so much to any definite organization or government to keep peace and order in his dominions, as to foreign help rendered on grounds of political necessity. He spent the winter in restoring order in Rome, haranguing the Romans on the advantage of the papal government, and receiving complaints against Gismondo Malatesta, which he appointed Cardinal Cusa as his commissioner to investigate. In the spring of 1461, Ferrante showed great activity in recovering the castles near Naples, and some of the barons who had joined the Angevin side began to return to his allegiance. These signs of a reaction in his favour made him more anxious to hold his party together. He promised the Pope to confer on the nephew Antonio the hand of his illegitimate daughter Maria and the Duchy of Amalfi. Antonio, at the head of the papal forces, went to justify these promises in the field, but was not very successful. The decision of the Neapolitan War was suddenly transferred from Naples to Genoa, where an attack of the exiled party of the Adorni and Fregosi on March 10th succeeded in raising the city on their side and drove the French into the citadel. Charles VII of France at once sent reinforcements to their succour, and René of Anjou set out himself for Genoa. But the Genoese, supported by Sforza, fell upon the French troops and nearly annihilated them. René, unfortunate as ever, had to hastily withdraw to Marseilles. The French garrison in the castle was driven to surrender. Genoa was again free from French influence. The Angevin party in Naples saw itself cut off from supplies and deprived of its chief support. In Naples itself nothing of moment was done, save that the brave Albanian leader Skanderbeg brought to the aid of Ferrante a troop of 800 horse, who distinguished themselves by a few plundering raids, and then departed to the worthier task of defending their own land against the Turk. Pius II, meanwhile, saw his home troubles disappearing. Rome was quiet. Piccinino was gone. The rebellious barons were reduced. His nephew Antonio was prospering in Naples. In June 1461, the Pope gratified his love for Siena and his desire to exercise his oratory by canonizing Catherine of Siena, the bull of whose canonization he tells us that he dictated himself. Anxious to escape the summer heat in Rome, he departed early in July for Tivoli, under the escort of Federigo of Urbino with 10 squadrons of horse. The Pope was pleased with the flash of arms, the trappings of men and horses, as the sun gleamed on shields, breastplates, nodding plumes, and forests of lances. The youths galloped on all sides and made their horses move in circles. They brandished their swords, levelled their spears, and engaged in mimic contests. Federigo, who was a well-read man, asked the Pope if the great heroes of antiquity had been armed like men of our day. The Pope answered that in Homer and Virgil mention was made of every arm now in use, and many that were used no longer. So they fell talking about the Trojan War, which Federigo wished to make little of, while the Pope asserted that it must have been great to leave such a memory behind. Then they talked about Asia Minor, and were not quite agreed about its boundaries. So the Pope afterwards used a little leisure at Tivoli to write a description of Asia Minor from Ptolemy, Strabo, Pliny, Quintus Curtius, Solinus, and Pomponius Mela, and other ancient writers. So ready was Pius II to receive pleasure from outward impressions, so active was his mind to turn with unabated freshness to a new topic of interest. In Tivoli, Pius II began the rebuilding of the citadel, so as to have a strong fortress of defence for the papal territory, and busied himself in the reorganization of the monastery, from which he ejected the conventuals and established observance in their stead. 18 months had now passed since the end of the Congress of Mantua, and nothing had been done in the matter of a crusade. The Neapolitan War had absorbed all the forces of the Pope and all the military resources of Italy. Nor was Germany more free from political complications. Bessarion, in spite of the infirmities of age, hastened from Mantua in the winter storms to be present at the Diet of Nuremberg on March 2nd, 1460. Few princes appeared, and they paid no heed to Bessarion, for attention was all directed to the war which is imminent between Albert of Brandenburg, the friend of the Pope and Emperor, and Louis of Bavaria, the leader of the opposition to the Emperor. Soon the war broke out and ended in the rapid discomfiture of Albert, who was obliged to surrender all that his opponent claimed. The Emperor suffered for this defeat of his chief partisan, and became more powerless than ever. Bessarion sorrowfully went to Vienna to hold there the second Diet, which had been resolved at Mantua. Not till the middle of September did the Diet meet, and then none of the princes appeared in person. In vain Bessarion reminded their representatives of the promises made at Mantua. In vain he asked them to agree to the levying of a tenth in Germany. They answered with many protestations of zeal, but said that they had no powers to do anything definite. The Germans were lukewarm, and Bessarion was not the man to conciliate them. In vain he employed his eloquence. His words seemed only to be twice-told tales. The only means that Pius II could devise for kindling the zeal of Germany was to offer the title of general of the crusading army to the Pfalzgraf Frederick, the military leader of the dominant party. Frederick refused the proffered honour, and Bessarion, early in 1461, left Germany vexed and dispirited. Yet the Pope was not entirely free from blame for the dissensions of Germany. There, as in Italy, the requirements of ecclesiastical politics were a disturbing cause. Pius II could not unreservedly put himself at the head of a united Christendom, because the needs of the papal policy led him to take a part in creating internal dissensions. The quarrel between Cardinal Cusa and Sigismund of the Tyrol had only been patched up at Mantua, and broke out afresh immediately upon Cusa's departure to his bishopric. Neither party had any confidence in the legal termination of their disputes. Hostilities were carried on by both alike. At length Sigismund determined on making a bold stroke. In April 1460 Cusa was at Bruneck negotiating with Sigismund, displaying his usual obstinacy and threatening to betake himself again to the Pope. Sigismund sent him a formal defiance, as did also most of the vassals of the Church of Brixen. Gathering his forces, Sigismund closed round Bruneck, and Cusa found himself a prisoner in his hands. He granted all that Sigismund demanded, with the intention of protesting that it was extorted by violence. As soon as he could escape, he fled to the Pope at Siena and clamoured for aid. Pius II would willingly have escaped a conflict, but he could not overlook the violence offered to a cardinal, and behind Sigismund stood the hated Gregory Heimburg, the representative of the German opposition to the Papacy. The Pope issued an admonition to Sigismund in which he declared that his criminality was proved by its notoriety, and had involved him in the penalty of excommunication. He was willing, however, to hear him personally, and summoned him to a consistory to be held on August 4th. Sigismund in reply assumed that the Pope was ignorant of Cusa's encroachments on the rights of the Count of the Tyrol, which had made his capture at Bruneck a necessary step. He detailed his grievances and appealed to a better instructed Pope. Sigismund's attitude was conciliatory but decided. He stood on the ground of the consular movement against the arbitrary action of an individual pope, and by so doing interposed a technical objection against the validity of the coming sentence, while he still left the dispute open to friendly settlement. But Cusa would be satisfied with nothing but unconditional submission to his demands, and the Pope was determined to do away with every trace of the consular heresy. The Emperor also was glad to see Sigismund in trouble, as he had shown himself a dangerous neighbour. Accordingly, when August 4th arrived and Dr. Blumenau, as Sigismund's proctor, handed in the appeal, the Pope's wrath broke out against him. He was seized and imprisoned as a heretic for drawing up and presenting an appeal contrary to the bull Execrabilis. Blumenau escaped and fled in terror across the Alps to his master. On August 8th, the Pope declared that the penalty of excommunication had been incurred by Sigismund, all who had joined him in defying Cusa, all who had been hostile to Cusa, and especially the inhabitants of Bruneck. He followed this by declaring the dominions of Sigismund under an interdict, and took the see of Brixen under the papal protection till its bishop could return. Sigismund was prepared for this, and knew that excommunication and interdict had little force when directed against an entire people. The men of the Tyrol gathered round their count, and so long as they stood by him, he had little to fear. On August 13th, Heimburg drew up for Sigismund a second appeal, in which he said that as all human judgment might err, the remedy of appeals had been devised by our forefathers as a help for the oppressed. As the Pope's conduct showed that his ears were closed to justice, it was useless to appeal to him when better instructed. We appeal, therefore, to a future Pope, who may revise the doings of his predecessor. Further, to a general council, to be held in accordance with the decrees of Constance and Basel. Nor is this appeal a subterfuge, as we do not wish to avoid the course of natural justice. As the Pope has rendered himself notoriously suspected, we will accept any impartial judge whom he may name. We do not refuse his sentence as president of a general council. If this be denied us, we appeal further to the whole people of our Saviour Jesus Christ. We appeal to all who love justice and favour innocency. If this be denied us, we call God to witness that it is not our fault that justice is not done, and that we are oppressed. This spirited document was meant for general publication. It was addressed directly to the public opinion of Christendom, and was fixed on the church doors even of Florence and Siena. A war of writings now began. Pius justified himself and denounced Sigismund in letters addressed to all Christian people. Cusa attacked the life and character of Sigismund. Heimburg, in moderate language, but with many cutting references to the early life of the Pope, detailed the grievances of his master. So indignant was the Pope against Heimburg that he did not scruple to write to the magistrates of Nuremberg and Würzburg, ordering them to seize Heimburg's goods, which were in their cities, and bidding them no longer harbour one whom he called a child of the devil, the father of lies. Not content with this, the Pope called on all the powers of Germany to seize Heimburg wherever he might be, and hand him over to the judgment of the Church. Heimburg's reply breathed the scornful honesty which characterized his entire life. He is a noticeable figure in the history of these times as the representative of German as opposed to Italian culture, as the determined opponent of the subtlety by which Aeneas Sylvius had won back Germany for the Papacy, as the resolute supporter of ecclesiastical reform for his country. The personal antipathy of the two men lent a zest to the struggle between Heimburg and the Pope, and Heimburg never forgot in the Vicar of Christ the shifty secretary of Frederick III. The dignity of the Pope could not allow him to answer Heimburg's personal thrusts, but he keenly felt that the laugh was turned against him by Heimburg's dexterous references to his past career. End of section 26. Section 27 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 7. Pius II and the Affairs of Naples and Germany, 1460 to 1461, Part 3. The answer of Heimburg to the Pope's proceedings against himself is the most powerful statement of the position of the German reformers in that day. He begins by complaining that the Pope has condemned him unheard, unsummoned, by his own arbitrary power. He has given no grounds except that Christ set St. Peter as ruler over his church, and therefore that rebellion against the successor of St. Peter is heresy. But Christ gave commandment to all the apostles to teach all nations, and the successors of the apostles as a body are general councils, which ought from time to time to revise the actions of the Pope and correct his errors. The superstition which Pius II is trying to set up, that the Pope is greater than a council, must be overthrown. The Pope appeals to the Congress of Mantua in support of his decree, but that Congress is not a council, but an assembly of ambassadors. The decree was made by the Pope and cardinals simply that they might pillage Germany under the pretext of a crusade, and might not be hindered by any threat of a council. A council, the fostering mother of liberty, the Pope shudders at, as though it were an offspring of unlawful passion. By a monstrous decree he condemned it before its birth, and by his condemnation justified. His prohibition showed his fear. His condemnation has given life to what was almost obscured by long silence. He would have been more prudent if he had imitated Solon, who, when asked why he had enacted no special penalty against parricide, answered, "Lest by forbidding I might suggest." Wherefore, prelates of Germany, hold to this point of the council as the strongest fortress of your freedom. If the Pope succeeded in carrying it, he will tax you at his pleasure, will take your money for a crusade and send it to Ferrante of Naples. For the Pope is fond of bastards. For that reason he calls Heimburg a child of the devil, because he was born in lawful wedlock. He calls Heimburg also greedy, turbulent, lying. If he strove with blessings, he would be answered. As he strives with curses, he must find another to reply. I am not such a one. My goods are less than my deserts. I have done more work than I have received pay. I have always loved liberty more than flattery. These are no signs of greed. Let the Pope consider his own past and the life he once led. I leave these personal matters and go back to the Pope's decree. If the whole body of the apostles was above Peter, a council is above the Pope. If an appeal can be made to the Pope during a vacancy, it can be made to a council which is not summoned. For the power of the Church, like the Church itself, never dies. By forbidding such an appeal, the Pope treats us like slaves, and wishes to take for his own pleasure all that we and our ancestors have gained by our honest labour. The Pope calls me a chatterer, the Pope who is himself more talkative than a magpie. I own I have given some attention to the windiness of words, but I have never for that neglected the study of civil and canon law. The Pope has never even smelt at them, but has contented himself with sheer verbosity. I profess myself a member of the lawyer tribe. The Pope is one of those who think that everything can be managed by the force and artifice of a rhetorician. If the Pope excommunicates me for talking, who deserves the penalty more than himself, who has no merit save wordiness? The Pope declares me guilty of treason. He is using a fly net to catch an eagle. He calls me a heretic because I say a council is above the Pope. I call him a heretic because he says that the Pope is above a council. He orders my goods to be confiscated. I trust that I live amongst those who count my services as of more value than any gain they would expect from my possessions. He says that they who seize my goods will do a service to the Catholic Church. Such a statement would be ridiculous if we had not seen at Mantua the Pope's folly when he, with a flow of words, praised adultery and illegitimacy. So much for the Pope's charges. Yet all men may appeal from an inferior to a superior tribunal. Like the woman who appealed from Philip drunk to Philip sober, I appeal from the Pope angry to the Pope appeased, from the tropical orator to the same man when his fit of wind is over, when he has sent away the muses and has turned to the canon law. In the second place, I appeal to him if he will bind himself to judge according to the decision of a good man. In the third place, I appeal to any man above suspicion to whom the Pope may choose to delegate the matter. In the fourth place, I submit myself to the judgment of the Pope if he will remove all cause for suspicion. Finally, if the Pope condemn all these, nothing remains save to appeal to the universal Church, as men of old appealed from the Senate to the Roman people. Let not the Pope object that the Church is not assembled. That is not my fault, but his. This answer of Heimburg's was largely circulated throughout Europe, and Pius II keenly felt its bitter sarcasm. By his attack on Heimburg, the Pope had made a serious mistake. He had given a private person an opportunity of making an onslaught on personal grounds upon the Papacy. So long as Heimburg was writing in Sigismund's name, he could only speak on general grounds of ecclesiastical grievances. By attempting to crush a private person, Pius II exposed himself to the indignity of a private attack, which it was beneath his lofty position to answer or even to recognize. One of his friends in the Curia, Teodoro de Lelli, Bishop of Feltre, answered in the Pope's behalf, and asserted in the strongest terms the principles of the restored Papacy, the necessity of a papal monarchy over the Church, the divine institution of the rights of St. Peter and his successors. He paid back the sneers of Heimburg with the contemptuous vituperation which the language of ecclesiastical controversy has always bestowed on one who can be branded with the name of heretic. This only gave Heimburg an opportunity of returning to the charge. Like a Molossian hound, he said, I will track my prey even through the snow. He scoffed at Lelli as the Pope's stalking horse, content to put his vanities into shape and bear blows on his behalf. The Pope himself will do nothing. If you were to put before him the library of Ptolemy, you would not call him away from his care for Corsignano and Piccolomini. But if your other follies, Lelli, turn out as well as this, you will get your reward, and your crown will soon be red with a cardinal's hat." He hit Cusa, calling him a hard and rigid man, stern, ungenial, inexorable, vehement in stirring up others, keen in discovering those who can help him or hurt his adversary, with no wisdom to help himself, and no restraint over his passion. He next considered the proceedings of the Congress of Mantua, whither he went himself to test the Pope's sincerity. I laid before him and the cardinals obvious considerations of the difficulties in the way of a crusade. I urged that it must be a decided success, or it would do more harm than good. I showed that agreement amongst the soldiers was necessary for success, and pleaded that the establishment of peace between the Emperor and the King of Hungary was the first step to be taken. I spoke to the dead. I told my story to the deaf. All the juice of the Jubilee was exhausted, and the Pope and cardinals were seeking something on which to fasten like leeches. You, Cardinal Cusa, answered my arguments for prudence by saying, "Let us lay all this aside and put our trust only in God," which was the same as saying that rashness and not wisdom ought to direct affairs. This is the heresy of Gregory Heimburg, his constancy in resisting the Pope's avarice, his persistency in giving wise advice. This is his sacrilege, his plea for liberty, his support of the oppressed, his defence of general councils, which the Mantuan decree aimed at overthrowing. This is his treason. He disturbed the papal plot for taming Germany. The defence of Lely had only given Heimburg a chance of going further in his attack upon the whole policy of the Pope. Pius II, no doubt, had been led by Cusa to think that a little determination on his part would raise the Tyrol in rebellion against Sigismund, and would bring upon him many foreign foes. The Pope was careful in his interdicts to save all the rights of the House of Austria. Neither the Emperor nor his brother Albert were to be injured, and might, if they chose, seize the Tyrol for themselves. But no one stirred against Sigismund. The Pope vainly tried to incite the Swiss, but they preferred to use the opportunity to make a peace which satisfied their own interests. The Pope appealed on all sides for someone to punish Sigismund, but even his ally, the Duke of Milan, refused to move, and would not allow the excommunication to be published in his dominions. In this state of things, Pius II felt himself bound at least to do something, and by way of opening up a new stage in the proceedings, which might possibly lead to new negotiations, he issued on January 23rd, 1461, a citation to Sigismund and his associates to appear within 60 days and answer to a charge of heresy. The citation called Sigismund a principal limb of Satan, declared him suspected of the heresy which is above all other heresies, of not believing in the article of the Creed, "I believe in one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church," seeing that he refused to heed the censures of the Pope, who was the head of that Church. Probably the Pope thought that by transferring the matter to a doctrinal ground he might open a way to reconciliation. But Sigismund and Heimburg remained true to their policy of appeal, and answered by renewing it. The Pope summoned Sigismund for despising his censures. He did not recognize the validity of those censures. The Pope summoned Sigismund's adherents to Rome, more than 100,000 men. Who was to nurse the children and look after the country in their absence? Did he wish to drive a whole people into banishment? What had rustics to do with disputes about the Creed, which was the business of theologians? Sigismund believed in the Church of the Apostles' Creed and of the Nicene Creed. But the Creed did not ask him to believe in the Church in the same way as he believed in the persons of the Trinity. He could not say anything about the obedience required by the Pope and Cusa, lest he should be called to worship a creature instead of the Creator. He renewed his appeal to a future council which the Pope, contrary to the decrees of Constance, was striving to bind and fetter. The Pope took no notice of this appeal, but in the greater excommunication issued on Maundy Thursday, Sigismund and Heimburg appeared in the same class as Wycliffites, pirates, and Saracens. As the next step in the controversy, Cardinal Cusa wrote an anonymous pamphlet with the object of separating Sigismund from Heimburg. He besought Sigismund to return to the Christian faith and shake off the man who had so long misled him. Heimburg retorted and at once exposed his anonymous foe. "Crab, Cusa, Nicholas," he began, playing on Cusa's family name of Krebs, "who call yourself Cardinal of Brixen, why do you not come openly into the lists?" In this strain he answered Cusa's statements one by one, and repeated his own arguments. It was clear that Heimburg was a dangerous controversialist, and that he and Sigismund stood firm in their position. Nor was the quarrel with Sigismund the only one in which Pius II was engaged in Germany. In 1459 the Archbishop of Mainz died, and there were two candidates for the vacant office, Dieter of Isenburg and Adolf of Nassau. Each had 3 votes in the chapter, and the 7th vote, which decided the election, was said to have been secured by bribery in favour of Dieter. When the representative of Dieter sought the pallium from the Pope in Mantua, Pius II wished to use the opportunity. First, he required that Dieter should assent to the levy of a Turkish tithe in Germany. Then he summoned him to appear at Mantua. Dieter sent his excuses and a proctor to arrange about the payment of annates, which were negotiated by bonds drawn on the bankers of the Curia. These obligations he afterwards repudiated, alleging that his proctor had been induced to promise more than the ordinary payment. He refused to go to Rome when summoned, brought his complaints before the Diet, spoke of a future council, and welcomed Heimburg at his court. His object clearly was to frighten the Curia and escape the payment of the money which had been promised on his behalf. The judges of the Papal Camera pronounced an excommunication against Dieter for not paying his debts. Dieter replied that he had offered to pay all that his predecessors had paid. If that was refused, he appealed to a future council. The differences with Sigismund of the Tyrol and with the Archbishop of Mainz were troublesome enough in themselves, but they began to wear a more serious aspect in the light of the movement in German politics which agitated the end of the year 1460. It became clear that King George of Bohemia was scheming to depose Frederick III and obtain the imperial crown. Already the plan of setting aside the feeble Frederick had often been mooted. The defeat of Frederick's chief ally, the Margraf of Brandenburg, and the power of the Bohemian king gave a new impulse to the wish to have a reorganization of Germany under a competent head. In church matters, George of Bohemia proposed to work for the summons of a council, and sent Heimburg to secure the cooperation of Charles VII of France. Secretly a scheme was formed between George of Bohemia and the Pfalzgraf. The Archbishop of Mainz was only too willing to join in anything that would overthrow the Emperor and the Pope. The Archbishop of Trier and the Elector of Saxony were both related to the Emperor, and could hardly be won over, unless the Markgraf of Brandenburg set them an example. A diet at Nürnberg, March 1461, called on the Emperor to reform the Empire and war against the Turk. It invited him to appear personally at a diet in Frankfurt in June, when the conspirators hoped to proceed to a new election. The Emperor and the Pope were now genuinely alarmed. Pius II wrote letters to all the German princes defending his action in the matter of the Turkish tithe. The Emperor began to negotiate peace with Hungary, and forbade the meeting of the Diet at Frankfurt. The citizens of Frankfurt sided with the Emperor, and closed their gates against the princes. Instead of a Diet at Frankfurt, an assembly was held in Mainz, at which the only electors present were the Pfalzgraf and Dieter of Mainz. The Pope sent representatives, and Heimburg came to plead the wrongs of Sigismund of the Tyrol. The discussions turned almost entirely on ecclesiastical matters, but Dieter was only seeking his own interest, and was easily won over to withdraw his appeal to a council and submit himself to the Pope's indulgence. Still, he did not trust the Pope, nor could the Pope trust him. Pius II was secretly engaged in taking measures to overthrow Dieter, and his emissaries were busy at Mainz. The assembly separated without any definite conclusion. Matters in Germany advanced into a new stage by the outbreak of a war between the Emperor and his brother, Albert of Austria, who in August 1461 advanced with his forces against Vienna. It was of great importance to cause a diversion in Germany, and Pius II was ready to do so by attacking Dieter of Mainz. He had sent John of Flasland, Dean of Basel, as a confidential agent to Mainz, and John had succeeded in raising a party against Dieter. It was agreed that the Pope should depose Dieter and set up in his stead Adolf of Nassau, whom the Archbishop of Trier, the Markgraf of Baden, the Count of Württemberg, and others promised to support. Secretly, John collected evidence against Dieter and bore it back to Pius II in his summer retreat at Tivoli. There, with equal secrecy, Pius II laid the evidence before the 5 cardinals who were with him. They agreed that the charges against Dieter were matters of notoriety, and that a regular process against him was unnecessary. On August 21st, Pius II issued a bull deposing Dieter. At the same time, Adolf was appointed by a papal provision archbishop in his stead. Armed with these documents, John of Flasland hurried back to Mainz. Adolf gathered his friends around him, took Dieter by surprise, and was enthroned on October 2nd. Dieter made his escape, called on the Pfalzgraf for help, and renewed his appeal to a future council. Both sides gathered their forces round them and prepared for war. Thus, in the middle of 1461, Pius II saw in Germany also his crusading policy rendered useless by the conflict between a large policy of European interest and a policy of small expediency. The Pope might preach a crusade, might exhort Europe to peace, but the question was, where was peace to begin? The Pope did not see his way to set an example of patience. He could not afford to let himself be smitten on one cheek without resistance, for he was afraid lest he should be smitten also on the other. So far from pacifying Germany, he was a cause of dissension. In Mainz and in the Tyrol alike, there was warfare in the name of the Holy See. We cannot wonder that the princes of Germany were equally jealous of their own rights, and were more eager to use every opportunity of asserting their own interests than to promote the well-being of Christendom. Germany was distracted by intrigues and divided into parties. The war of Albert of Austria against the Emperor attracted all its attention. End of section 27. Section 28 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 8. Pius II's Relations to France and Bohemia, 1461 to 1464, Part 1. If Pius II found nothing but disappointment and trouble in Germany, he had more cheering prospects in France. Charles VII died on July 22nd, 1461, and from his successor Louis XI, the Pope expected great things. The Dauphin Louis had been on bad terms with his father, had fled from France, and for the last 5 years of his father's life had been a refugee in the court of the Duke of Burgundy. As an outcast and a dependent, Louis thought it wise to make friends where he could. He had entered into friendly relations with the Pope, whose aid might stand him in good stead if any attempt were made to set him aside from the succession. On the death of Charles VII, Louis returned in haste to France, and was surprised to find that he met no opposition. But Pius II did not forget the promises made by the exile, and on August 20th sent Jean Geoffroy, Bishop of Arras, as his legate to France to urge the abolition of the Pragmatic Sanction. It was natural that the Papacy should hate the Pragmatic Sanction with a bitter hatred. It was the standing memorial of the Councillor movement, and kept alive in Europe its principles and its endeavours. Moreover, it was a memorial of national opposition to the theory of the universal Church. It expressed the claim of a temporal ruler to arrange at his pleasure the affairs of the Church within his realms. So long as France retained the Pragmatic Sanction, she gave an example to which other countries might appeal, and was a standing threat to the papal power. So long as the Pragmatic Sanction remained unrepealed, the restored Papacy could not claim to have entirely re-established its authority. The position of France was founded on the decrees of Constance and Basel, and France was bound to sympathize with any movement which had for its object the assertion of the supremacy of a council over the Pope. Not only was the theory of the Pragmatic Sanction opposed to the principles of the papal monarchy, but its working was still more prejudicial to the papal interests. Grants of benefices in expectancy were entirely lost to the Pope, and reservations were only allowed to the smaller posts. Annates were not paid, and appeals to Rome were only made in important matters. The power of raising money in France was largely forbidden to the Pope, and the Curia saw an important source of revenue removed from its grasp. It was not to be expected that the Papacy should endure without a struggle this diminution of its authority. Eugenius IV protested against the Pragmatic Sanction and refused to recognize it. Nicholas V trusted to the growth of the papal prestige to overcome the opposition of France. Calixtus III raised the question more decidedly by sending Cardinal Lalin of Avignon as legatus a latere to raise Turkish tithes in France. Charles VII, however, would not let him exercise his functions except by his permission, and made him execute a document that he would do nothing contrary to the royal pleasure or against the liberties of the Gallican Church as secured by the Pragmatic Sanction. The king granted leave to collect tithes from the clergy on the condition that the money was spent on building galleys at Avignon. He was true to the national principle that French gold was not to be taken to Rome, and he probably had even then formed the plan of using the galleys against Genoa or Naples when occasion suited. Yet many of the French clergy, headed by the University of Paris, protested against this papal taxation and appealed to a future council. Calixtus III angrily bade his legate proceed to Paris, rebuke the insolence of the university, and demand the revocation of the appeal. The king had to interpose and settle the difference by a declaration that he had granted the Pope a tithe from reasons of public expediency. Though this had been done without the formal assent of the clergy, the king did not thereby intend to derogate from the liberties of the Gallican Church. Charles VII was firm in his adhesion to the Pragmatic Sanction, and the attack upon it made by Pius II at Mantua awakened the determined resistance of the French, who regarded it as a political manoeuvre of the Pope to justify his support of Ferrante of Naples. When Pius II issued his bull Execrabilis, France at once accepted the challenge. A master of the university, Jean Dauvet, as proctor for the king, registered a formal protest that nothing in the bull should deprive the king of his right to press for the summoning of a council according to the Constance decrees. If the Pope were to inflict any ecclesiastical censures in France, the king would call on a future council to judge between him and the Pope. If the Pope refused to summon a council, the king would instigate the princes of Europe to summon it themselves. Pius II judged it prudent to take no notice of this protest, but he did not cease in his letters to Charles VII to urge upon him gently and persuasively the abolition of the Pragmatic Sanction. It must not be supposed that the Pragmatic Sanction was an unmixed good to the Gallican Church. The papal supremacy had been accepted by the Church throughout Europe because it set up a barrier against royal and aristocratic oppression. As the papal sovereignty grew more and more exacting, churchmen were willing to rid themselves of its taxation, which seemed to outweigh the advantages of its protection. The Pragmatic Sanction of Bourges adopted so much of the reforming decrees of Basel as seemed to suit the national needs, and gave them validity for France by a royal decree. Thus the French Church was exempt from the technicalities of the canon law. The decree itself could be explained by royal judges, and left no loophole for papal interference. Its provisions sounded fair, but they did not in practice come up to all they promised. It enacted that elections to ecclesiastical benefices should be free according to the canons, but this was subject to many exceptions in practice. First, there was the royal right of the regale, by which the king enjoyed the revenue of vacant benefices, and the disposal of them during vacancies. If disputes arose about the election, as only too often happened, the king had as great an interest in prolonging the vacancy so as to enjoy the revenues, as had the curia in protracting the appeal that it might receive larger fees. Besides, the nobles used their right of nomination in such a way as to override the chapters. Moreover, the Pragmatic Sanction assigned to the graduates of the universities a third of all vacancies on the ground of encouraging learning. The universities were not slow to claim their privilege, and were skilful in extending its limits. The jurisdiction in ecclesiastical matters was exercised by the Parlement and the University of Paris, and these bodies did not show themselves more disinterested or more expeditious than the curia had been. It is doubtful whether the Gallican Church was more free from practical abuses under the Pragmatic Sanction than it had been under the papal rule. But it made all the difference that at least the oppressors were men of the same nation as the oppressed, that French gold stayed in the kingdom and did not flow to Rome, where it might be used against the interests of France. There was no murmuring within France itself. The French clergy were all willing to stand by the Pragmatic, and the Pope had no opportunity afforded from within to justify his interference. Still, the position of France was anomalous, and there was some excuse for the view taken of it by Pius II. The prelates of France, he says, who thought that they would be made free by the Pragmatic Sanction, were reduced to the most entire slavery, and became the creatures of the laity. They were compelled to answer in all causes before the Parlement, to confer benefices at the will of the king or other princes or nobles, and to ordain unfit persons. They were bidden to pardon men whom they condemned for their misdeeds, and to absolve excommunicated persons without satisfaction. No power was left them of inflicting ecclesiastical censures. Whoever brought into France letters from the Pope which were adverse to the Pragmatic was liable to the punishment of death. Cognizance of episcopal causes, of metropolitan churches, of marriages, of heresy was taken by the Parlement. Such was the presumption of the laity that even the most holy body of Christ, borne in procession for the veneration of the people, or being carried to the sick, was bidden to stand still by the mighty hand of the king. Bishops and other prelates, venerable priests, were hurried to the public prisons. Estates belonging to the church and the goods of the clergy were seized on slight grounds by a decree of a secular judge. The Pragmatic Sanction gave rise to much impiety, sacrilege, heresy, and indecorum, which were either ordered or permitted by the ungrateful king. The accession of Louis XI opened up an alluring prospect to Pius II, who had already negotiated with him for the abolition of the Pragmatic. So bitterly was Louis XI opposed to his father, that the reversal of his father's policy had in itself a charm for his mind. On his visit to his father's grave, he allowed the Bishop of Terni, who had so grossly misconducted himself as papal legate in England, to pronounce an absolution over his father's ashes, as though he had died excommunicated for his adhesion to the Pragmatic. The Bishop of Arras was sent by Pius II to take advantage of this favourable state of mind of the king, and his zeal was spurred by the understanding that a cardinal's hat was to be the reward of his success. Louis XI dismissed his father's ministers, and looked coldly on the Parlement and the University, by whose aid the Pragmatic Sanction had so long been maintained. His policy was to maintain the royal power in its existing privileges by the help of the Pope, rather than by the help of the constitution of the realm. It was the task of the Bishop of Arras to negotiate skilfully the details of such an arrangement. While awaiting the results of this negotiation, Pius II spent the autumn in making an excursion from Tivoli to Subiaco to visit the mighty monasteries that clustered round the cave of the great St. Benedict. As usual, he enjoyed a leisurely journey by the side of the Anio, and was pleased with the simple homage of the rustic. He would dine by a spring of water with a crowd of peasants at a respectful distance. When he resumed his journey, the peasants plunged into the water to fish, following the Pope in his course. When a fish was caught, a loud shout called the Pope's attention to the fact, and the trout was given as a friendly offering to the Pope's attendants. From Subiaco, Pius II paid a visit to Palestrina, and on October 6th returned to Rome. Soon after his return, Pius II was reminded of his crusading scheme, which the current of events had thrust into the background. The luckless Queen Charlotte of Cyprus came to demand help against the Turks. The island of Cyprus had been handed over by Richard I of England to the house of Lusignan, under whose feeble and profligate rule it had been a medley of Greek and Latin civilization. It was further distracted by being a field for the commercial rivalry of Venice and Genoa, and was a helpless prey to Egyptian pirates. Queen Charlotte, in 1459, had married Louis, son of the Duke of Savoy, but her bastard brother John fled to Egypt, offered his homage to the Sultan, and with the help of an Egyptian fleet overran Cyprus, shut up Louis in the castle of Serena, and drove Charlotte to seek for help in Western Europe. She was received at Ostia with royal honours. The Pope was favourably impressed with the Queen, a handsome woman of 20 with merry eyes, a pleasant address, and stately carriage, who spoke in Greek manner like a torrent, but dressed in French fashion. She poured out her griefs to the Pope, who magnanimously promised that he would never desert her, but pointed out that her misfortunes were due to the lukewarmness of Savoy at the Congress of Mantua. All that he could do was to provide her with means to go to Savoy and plead with her father-in-law. She went to Savoy, but with no result. She could only return to Venice, and thence make her way back to Rhodes. Meanwhile, the Bishop of Arras was rapidly advancing the Pope's interests in France. Pius II knew well how the national opposition in Germany had been overcome by a secret understanding to the mutual advantage of the king and the Pope, and he practised the same plan in France. The Bishop of Arras promised Louis XI that the Pope would send a legate to France, who would dispose of benefices at the king's pleasure. Pius II himself wrote to the king, commending his independent spirit and urging him to abolish the Pragmatic without taking counsel with any. "You are wise," he said, "and show yourself a great king, who are not ruled but rule, for he is the best prince who knows and does what is right by himself, as we trust is the case with you." He adds significantly, "If your prelates and the university desire anything from us, let them use your mediation. For if any pope was ever well disposed to France, we certainly will be found the chief to honour and love your race and nation, nor will we ever oppose your honourable requests." Pius II meant to imply that the king would find a close alliance with the Papacy to be the best way of making the French clergy dependent on himself. Louis XI kissed the Pope's letter and ordered it to be placed in a gold box amongst his treasures. On November 27th, 1461, he wrote to the Pope announcing the abolition of the Pragmatic Sanction, and sent the letter to the Parlement to be registered as a royal ordinance. Thus Louis XI, by the plenitude of the royal power, swept away the bulwark of the liberties of the Gallican Church, and Pius II wept with joy to receive the news. Louis XI had abolished the obnoxious decree without making any conditions, but he expected his reward, and it was a question for the Pope how he could best meet his views. With characteristic astuteness, Pius II used the opportunity first of all for his own advantage. He longed to use his power in the creation of cardinals, and now laid before the college the necessity of pleasing the French king by creating some French cardinals. The Ultramontanes had been omitted in the last creation, and their claim ought to be considered. The cardinals, who were reluctant to see the college increased, were driven unwillingly to consent. Pius II seized his opportunity, and having secured a majority by private interviews, proposed 6 creations in a consistory on December 18th. The cardinals sat in silence and looked at one another. Pius II at once declared his creations, and the publications were made on the same day, though the Pope was suffering so severely from an attack of gout that he had to entrust the ceremony to Cardinal Bessarion. The cardinals created at the request of the French king were the Bishop of Arras and Louis d'Albret, a prince of the blood royal. Besides these were Don Jaime di Cardona, a relative of the King of Aragon, Francesco Gonzaga, son of the Marquis of Mantua, a youth of 17, Bartolomeo Rovarella, Bishop of Ravenna, an old official of great experience in the affairs of the Curia, and Jacopo Amanati, Bishop of Pavia, the special favourite of Pius II, the only one of the new creations who was a scholar and a man of culture. Pius II could now plume himself that he had done great things for Louis XI, who had obtained 2 cardinals from one litter, as the Pope put it. He also sent him on Christmas Day a consecrated sword with an inscription: "Let your right hand, Louis, draw me against the furious Turks, and I will be the avenger of the blood of the Greeks. The empire of Mahomet will fall, and again will the renowned valour of the French, with you for leader, reach to heaven." This was very pretty, no doubt, but Louis XI wished for something more substantial. He had been led to suppose that the Pope, in return for the abolition of the Pragmatic, would withdraw from his alliance with Ferrante of Naples, and would even espouse the Angevin side. Pius II had behaved as though he were wavering in this matter. His ally Francesco Sforza had been seriously ill of a fever during the summer, and Sforza's death would have entirely changed the aspect of affairs. Pius II held himself ready for any contingency. He intimated to Louis XI that he was weary of the trouble of the Neapolitan War, and thought it better to rule the states of the Church in quietness. But when the abolition of the Pragmatic Sanction was completed, when Sforza's recovery was assured, and above all, the marriage of his nephew Antonio to Maria, the illegitimate daughter of Ferrante, solemnized, Pius II began to be more resolute, and bethought himself that his honour would not allow him to abandon Ferrante. Pius II was disappointed to find that the new Cardinal of Arras, so soon as he had gained all that the Pope had to give, transferred his services to the king's side, and became an ardent negotiator in favour of the Angevin claims. He besought the Pope to ensure the favour of Louis XI by withdrawing from the Neapolitan War. He offered on the king's behalf that Ferrante should have Sardinia with the title of king, and the lands of the Prince of Taranto, and that the Pope's nephew Antonio should have a portion of Calabria. Otherwise, Louis XI would ally with Venice and pour his troops into Milan, so that the Pope would be left single-handed. On March 13th, 1462, a French embassy headed by the Cardinals of Arras and Coutances entered Rome to announce the abolition of the Pragmatic and to receive the Pope's answer about Naples. In a public consistory, the Cardinal of Arras presented the royal letters abolishing the Pragmatic, spoke much in praise of Louis, and said that so soon as Naples was secured for the Angevin dynasty, and Genoa had again submitted to France, Louis was ready to send 40,000 horse and 30,000 foot against the Turks, drive them from Europe, penetrate into Syria, and recover the Holy Sepulchre. Pius II was wearied with the pompous and mendacious speech, and anxiously awaited its end. He answered with equally high-sounding praises of Louis XI and of his predecessors on the French throne. About Naples he briefly said that he would speak privately. He placed the red hat on the cardinal's head and proclaimed general holiday for 3 days. Rome blazed with bonfires for joy at the papal triumph in winning back the unconditional allegiance of France. End of section 28. Section 29 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 8, Pius II's Relations to France and Bohemia, 1461 to 1464, Part 2. When the festivities were over, the French ambassadors turned to the Pope, who offered to negotiate a truce, or to withdraw his troops, provided the Neapolitan question was referred to a judicial decision of the Curia. This was all that the Pope would promise, and the embassy returned with loud complaints of the papal ingratitude. If in France the abolition of the Pragmatic had been hateful at first, it now seemed a positive indignity. The story was current that Pius II, on receiving the news, had waved his cap and cried out, "Guerra, guerra," war, war, meaning that the increased revenues now secured to him would enable him to carry on more vigorously the Neapolitan war. Pius wrote to Louis XI to contradict this story, and it was even judged wise that Cardinal Ammanati should write in the name of the college and disclaim it. Louis XI wrote angrily to the Pope to this purport: "I thought to win your kindness by benefits. I abolished the Pragmatic Sanction. I gave you my free obedience. I promised help against the Turks. I gave a stern answer to innovators who talked about a council. I could be persuaded to nothing that was contrary to your dignity. Who would not have thought that this would have softened your harshness? But the reverse has happened. You seek to drive from his kingdom my own flesh and blood. What am I to do if kindness will not win your unquiet spirit? Shall I try the opposite way? No, it is not my will to persecute the Vicar of Christ. I will pursue the way I have begun, though there is none of my counsellors who does not advise me otherwise. Perhaps some day you will repent." This letter was followed by the Seneschal of Toulouse, a man who knew neither Latin nor Italian, and delivered through an interpreter a message that if the Pope did not change his ways, he had orders from the king to bid the French prelates leave the Curia. At first this caused some alarm, but Pius II was shrewd enough to know that it was a mere threat. He answered that the French prelates might go if they chose. They made a pretense, but did not go. Louis XI felt that he had been outmanoeuvred by the Pope. Embassies passed between them fruitlessly, and the national feeling in France only grew more strong against the Papacy. If Pius II could flatter himself that he had succeeded in sweeping away from France the memorials of the Council of Basel, he was obliged to confess that he had been deceived in his hopes of obtaining a like result in Bohemia. George Podiebrad had lulled the Pope into a false security, while he needed time to secure himself on the Bohemian throne. And by the Pope's help, he had made a truce for 3 years with the Catholics of Breslau. But the men of Breslau were not so confiding as the Pope, and watched George with suspicion. When at last George began to intrigue for the imperial crown, Pius II was driven to admit that his policy was opposed to the Papacy. As a claimant for the Empire, George was the leader of the anti-papal party, the upholder of a council, the ally of Dieter of Mainz. The failure of George's scheme weakened his position. He had abandoned his attitude as mediator in the disputes of Germany. He had thrown off the mask and had shown himself to be opposed to Pope and Emperor. He had alienated somewhat his Bohemian subjects, who suspected that in these schemes of higher policy their national interests might be betrayed. Pius II began to listen more heedfully to the reports that came from Breslau. He pressed for the embassy which was to declare at Rome the obedience of Bohemia, according to the promise which George, before his coronation, had made to the Pope. At length the embassy which had been so long delayed arrived in Rome on March 10th, 1462, 2 days before the arrival of the French embassy which was to announce the abrogation of the Pragmatic Sanction. The coincidence seemed auspicious for the papal success, but Pius II was soon driven to admit that Bohemia was different from France. The Bohemian embassy was headed by Procopius of Ropstein, a Catholic, an old friend of Pius II, who had been his colleague in the chancery of Frederick III, and Zdeněk Kostka of Prostupek, an Utraquist baron, who stood high in the king's confidence. With them was Wenzel Koranda, burgomaster of Prague. Pius II adopted his usual plan of endeavouring to discover in a private interview the commission of the envoys before he admitted them to a public audience. On March 13th he summoned Procopius and Kostka, who said that they were sent to offer to the Pope the obedience of the Bohemian king, as was customary and as his predecessors had offered it. The Pope answered that the realm of Bohemia did not stand like other realms in the unity of the Church. The king had promised at his coronation to bring back his people from the error of their ways. Before his obedience could be accepted, he must take oath to do so. The envoys answered that they could only do what they were commissioned to do. The question was referred to a committee of cardinals, chief of whom were Carvajal, Cuza, and Bazarian. There were many conferences and a repetition of the arguments that had been used at Basel. But the Bohemians remained firm in their position that by accepting the compacts they remained in the unity and obedience of the Church, and that they stood by the compacts. On March 21st, 1462, a public audience was given. Kostka, after making excuses for the delay of the embassy in appearing at Rome, professed the obedience of his king. "You only offer the obedience of the king," said the Pope, "not of the kingdom." Procopius whispered to Kostka, "What shall we do? I will offer the obedience of my party, of which I am sure. Do you the same on behalf of yours?" "Speak in the name of all," answered Kostka. "What the king does, all will accept." Then Procopius repeated the declaration of obedience in the name of the king and the realm. "If you have anything else to say," said the Pope, "say on." Then Wenzel Koranda, with the loud voice and rapid speech which the Pope had so often heard from the Bohemians at Basel, set forth the origin of the Hussite movement, the troubles in Bohemia, the peace negotiations at Basel, and the compacts. By holding fast to them, King George had given peace to Bohemia. That peace was endangered by the open and secret attempts made in Bohemia and outside it to do away with the compacts. The Bohemians were called heretics and schismatics. He besought the Pope to free Bohemia from all suspicion, to give it peace and enable it to turn its energies against the Turks, by confirming the compacts so that there should be no misunderstanding in the future. The Pope answered in a long speech which gave a history of Bohemia, showed how prosperous it had been while it remained Catholic, complained that the compacts, which were a conditional indulgence granted by the Council of Basel, had been so violated in every way by the Bohemians that they had ceased to be binding. Finally, he declared that the demand made of him was impossible, for it was contrary to the unity of the Church. Yet he would consult further with the cardinals. More conferences were held, and more arguments were advanced on both sides. Carvajal pointed out the weakness of the Bohemian position. They declared that only the recognition of the compacts could give Bohemia peace. Yet peace was impossible so long as there were two different rituals. The aim of the Utraquists was the abolition of the Catholic ritual and the union of Bohemia under their own views. As the compacts would never bring peace, he urged that it was better to drop them. Casca was not a disputant, but he was for that reason all the better fitted for his office. He answered that if the king were to attempt anything against the compacts, the Hussites would rise, and a more bloody war than had been seen before would devastate Bohemia. He trusted that the Pope would listen to the request that had been made. If not, Bohemia must maintain itself in the future as it had done in the past. It was clear that nothing could come of controversy, and on March 31st the Pope gave his answer to the envoys. He spoke words of warning about the obedience which had been offered on the king's behalf. "We praise the king who seeks the door of the Lord, which is the apostolic seat, to which are entrusted the keys of the kingdom of heaven. The king is wise in seeking the true door, the true pasture, the true shepherd. Ourselves, though undeserving, he honours as the vicar of Christ. In virtue of that obedience just offered, we bid him remove all novelties from his kingdom. Obedience is shown not in words but in deeds." Then the Pope turned to the request that he would confirm the compacts. He repeated the familiar arguments used at Basel against the communion under both kinds. The compacts gave an indulgence in Bohemia and Moravia to those who united with the Church. They promised that the council would give power to certain priests to administer the rite under both kinds to those who desired it in Bohemia. It did not appear that the council had ever empowered any priest to do so, nor that Bohemia had returned to the unity of the Church. No argument in favour of their request could be founded on the compacts themselves. If he was asked to grant them by his apostolic power, it would be impossible for him to grant what his predecessors had refused. What would scandalize Christendom, give offence to other nations, and be harmful to themselves? As Christ said to the sons of Zebedee, so say I to you, ye know not what ye ask. We are the stewards of the mysteries of God. It is for us to feed the sheep and guide the flock of the Lord in the way of safety. Not all understand what is for their good." When the Pope had ended, his procurator fiscal rose and read a public protestation. "That our most holy Lord, the Pope, has extinguished and destroyed the compacts granted by the Council of Basel to the Bohemians, and has said that the communion under both kinds is nowise necessary to salvation, nor will he hold the obedience made to be real obedience, until the king, uprooting and extirpating all errors, has brought the kingdom of Bohemia to union with the Roman Church, and has conformed himself and his kingdom in all things and through all things to the Roman Church." There was now no doubt of the Pope's meaning. Next day the Bohemian envoys took leave of the Pope, who received them in his garden and gave them his blessing. He bade them tell the king that he was willing to do all he could for Bohemia, consistently with his honour and that of his office. Let the king himself communicate under one kind only, and the people would follow the example of a prince whom they loved. If he remained obstinate, the Church would have to try other methods. It was better to have the glory of restoring his land to the union of the Church than to suffer compulsion. The Bohemians asked that some one should accompany them to carry the Pope's instructions to the king. The Pope commissioned for this purpose Fantinus, a Dalmatian priest, who had for 2 years acted as King George's proctor at Rome. He was a Catholic who had discharged his mission with good faith in the king's intentions. The Pope, who had been suspicious of him at first, was now secure of his integrity, and the nomination of the king's own proctor seemed a conciliatory measure. On April 3rd, the Bohemians left Rome. Pius II had taken a decided step, and forced George to declare himself. The Bohemian king had to consider whether he would face the difficulties of a breach with the Pope and with his Catholic subjects and neighbours, or whether he would abandon the Utraquists. Pius II awaited his opportunity in either case. From the troublesome task of receiving refractory embassies, Pius II turned gladly to the more congenial occupation of organizing an impressive display of ecclesiastical ceremonial. A holy relic, the head of the Apostle St. Andrew, had been carried away from Patras by the despot Thomas Palaiologus, that it might be saved from the Turks, and Pius II offered it a secure refuge in Rome. It was received at Ancona by Cardinal Oliva and safely conveyed to Narni. Now that times were peaceable, Pius II prepared for its reception at Rome. 3 cardinals were sent to bring it from Narni, and on Palm Sunday, April 11th, carried their precious burden to Ponte Molle, where on the following day the Pope went out to meet it. The weather was wet and stormy, but Pius II tells us with great satisfaction that the rain ceased during the time of the procession. A lofty stage was erected in the meadows by the Ponte Molle, large enough to contain all the clergy in Rome, and in the middle was an altar. The Pope and prelates advanced, carrying palms in their hands. As the Pope mounted the platform on one side, Bessarion and 2 cardinals advanced on the other side, bearing the reliquary. The Pope received it with reverence, placed it on the altar, and kneeling with pale face and tremulous voice, broken by tears, poured forth a prayer of welcome. The people who thronged around wept tears of devout joy, and when the Pope, rising, exposed the relic to their gaze, the Te Deum burst from their lips. Then was sung a hymn in Sapphic verse, specially composed by the Bishop of Ancona. Then the Pope bore the relic to the city and deposited it on the altar of Santa Maria del Popolo, where he himself passed the night. The ceremony of the next day seemed likely to be spoiled by the rain, which fell with violence during the night, but the prayers of the sightseers prevailed, and in the morning the sun shone again. Still the streets were covered with mud, and the cardinals expressed a desire to take part in the procession on horseback. The Pope would not allow the effect to be marred by this incongruity. He ordered all who could to walk. Those who were too old or feeble might go to St. Peter's and there welcome the procession on its arrival. It was a great sight, he tells us, full of devotion, to see old men going on foot through the slippery streets, carrying palms in their hands, with mitres on their hoary heads, their eyes fixed on the ground, intent on prayer. Many nurtured in luxury, who could scarce endure to go 100 yards on horseback, on that day easily accomplished 2 miles on foot, through the mud and wet, carrying the weight of their priestly attire. The Pope's eyes were keen to see how many of the more corpulent managed to carry the burden of their flesh. It was love, he exclaims, that bore the weight. Nothing is difficult to one who loves. Pius II was delighted with the devotional effect produced upon the people. He estimated that more than 30,000 wax candles were burned during the procession. The whole city was decorated, and boys dressed as angels sang hymns along the way. At last the Pope reached St. Peter's. Bessarion delivered an address, and Pius II followed with a few words. He gave his benediction, and indulgences were announced in his name. So pleased was the Pope with the success of his festival that he gave notice that on Easter Sunday he would celebrate Mass in St. Peter's and would again display the head of St. Andrew. It was 4 years since the Romans had seen a Pope say Mass. So crippled was Pius II with the gout that means had to be devised by which he might perform the office half seated. But ecclesiastical ceremonies could not satisfy the restlessness of the Pope. He longed for the delights of country life and for greater freedom, and on the pretext that his health required him to take baths, he set out in May for Viterbo. There he was carried into the fields in the fresh hours of early morning, to catch the breeze and admire the green crops and the flax in flower which imitated the hues of heaven and filled beholders with delight. In Viterbo also Pius II resolved to try the effect of a splendid ecclesiastical ceremonial in celebration of Corpus Christi Day. He caused to be erected a tent adorned with splendid hangings and tapestries, and from this tent to the cathedral each cardinal undertook the decoration of a portion of the way. The Arras tapestries of the French cardinals provoked great admiration. The Cardinal of San Sisto contributed a representation of the Last Supper. Carvajal set forth a dragon surrounded by a herd of horrible demons. As the Pope passed by, St. Michael descended and cut off the dragon's head, and all the demons fell headlong, barking as they fell. Bessarion had a band of choiring angels, but Cardinal Borgia outdid all the others in splendor. He erected a large tent covering the road with purple trappings. As the Pope approached, 2 angels advanced and knelt in reverence to the host which the Pope carried. Then, turning towards the tent, they sang, "Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and King Pius, Lord of the world, will come in." 5 kings and a band of armed men tried to prevent the entrance, crying out, "Who is the King Pius?" "The Lord strong and mighty," replied the angels. The curtain fell, the kings and their troops knelt before the Pope and sang songs in his honour, to the accompaniment of a band of musicians. A wild man of the woods led in chains a lion, and strove with him from time to time as a symbol of the Pope's might. Next, Cardinal Forteguera showed his taste in the decoration of the chief piazza, which he roofed in with star-spangled cloth. On 12 columns sat 12 angels who sang in alternate verses. In the middle of the piazza was a representation of the Holy Sepulchre, with the sleeping soldiers and the angels keeping watch around. An angel descended by a rope and sang in honour of the resurrection. A gun was fired. The soldiers woke and rubbed their eyes. The tomb opened. One bearing the banner of the resurrection stepped out, and in Italian verse announced to the crowd that their salvation had been won. In the piazza before the cathedral, Cardinal Milo had fitted up a representation of heaven. On the housetops were stars and angels and God in glory, while below was the tomb of the Virgin. Mass was said in the cathedral, and the Pope blessed the people. As he left the church, the tomb of the Virgin opened, and a lady stepped out, who was borne by angels to the housetops, dropping her girdle on the way. Then she was received into heaven amid the joy and songs of the angels. The Pope was so satisfied with all he saw that day that he says, "Those who beheld these wonders thought that they had doubtless entered the realms above, and said that they had seen, while alive in the flesh, the presentation of their heavenly country." End of section 29. Section 30 of the History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 8, Pius II's Relations to France and Bohemia, 1461 to 1464, Part 3. The restless spirit of Pius II was not long content to remain at Viterbo. Taking occasion of an alarm of plague, he withdrew to Polsena, and thence gradually made his way toward his native Corsignano, which had probably been his destination when he first left Rome. He wished to see the buildings with which he had adorned the little town. He strove still further to convert it into a memorial of himself, by changing its name of Corsignano to Pienza, and elevating it to the dignity of a bishopric. From Pienza, Pius II went to the baths of Petrioli, and thence to Todi. He did not return to Rome till December 18th, 1463. Meanwhile, success attended the papal policy in Italy. On August 18th, Ferrante of Naples won a decided victory over Piccinino and Jean of Anjou at Troia. The effect of his success was to shake the confidence of the Angevin barons and incline them to sue privately for peace. In September, the powerful prince of Taranto abandoned the cause of Jean, and in October a French embassy came to propose a truce to the Pope. Pius II objected to include in it Gismondo Malatesta, an excommunicated heretic, and the negotiations were broken off. The Pope had no wish to make peace with Malatesta, who now seemed entirely in his hands. He had in the summer invaded the lands of the Pope's nephew Antonio Piccolomini, but had been surprised by Federigo of Urbino while attempting to withdraw from Senigallia, which he had seized, and had been entirely defeated on August 12th. His troops were scattered, his castles fell before Federigo. He was driven to seek the good offices of Venice to escape entire destruction. In October 1463 he had to accept the Pope's terms. His proctors publicly abjured in his name the heresies with which he was charged, and the Pope freed him from the ban on condition that he fasted every Friday on bread and water. He was left only in possession of Rimini and the territory a few miles round. The power of the Malatesta was humbled, and Pius II could plume himself on having won a signal success. But it was a small thing that a Pope who wished to hurl Europe against the infidel should triumph in overthrowing, after 4 years of warfare, one Italian baron. Troubles in Germany, 1461 to 1462. In Germany, Pius II was not so successful. Since 1461, that unhappy country had been plunged in war and confusion. Frederick III was attacked by his brother, Albert of Austria, and peace was only made by the interposition of the Bohemian king. The opposing parties in the empire had broken out into open war. On one side was the Pfalzgraf and Louis of Bavaria, on the other Albert of Brandenburg and Charles of Baden, the emperor's friends. With this, the struggle about the archbishopric of Mainz was naturally connected, and the claims of Dieter were supported by the party opposed to the emperor. On July 2nd, 1462, the emperor's friends were entirely defeated. Frederick III was afraid of an attack from his brother Albert, and was helpless. Nor could the Pope do more than utter mild expostulations in behalf of peace. The state of affairs in Germany reacted speedily on Bohemia, where Pius II had hoped by his resolute demeanour to strike terror into George, compel him to abandon the compacts, and reduce Bohemia to obedience to Rome. George was not in Prague on the arrival of the Pope's envoys. When he received from Fantinus the Pope's demands that he should publish through Bohemia the papal sentence, should himself and his family receive the communion under one kind only, and should dismiss all heretical priests, he did not give an immediate answer, but referred the matter to a Diet which was to meet in Prague on August 9th. No doubt the part which the king then resolved to play was largely determined by the weakness of the Pope's friends in Germany. The Diet met on August 12, 1462, in large numbers. Catholics and Utraquists alike were doubtful about the king's attitude. There was great uneasiness and great excitement. The king took his seat with the queen on his right hand, and briefly opened the proceedings. By their advice, he said, he had sent an embassy to Rome in confident expectation of securing thereby the peace of the realm. What obstacles had hindered this result he knew not. He asked the envoys to give their own account of what had befallen them, that common counsel might be taken about the future. Procopius and Kostka gave a plain and truthful statement of the facts. Then George rose and said, "We wonder what the Pope means. Perhaps he wishes to plunge again into discord this kingdom which was united by the compacts. How can he annul and take away what the Holy Council of Basel, which is more than he, and what his predecessor Eugenius granted us? If every pope is to abolish what his predecessor granted, who will feel justice secure? We are accused by the Pope of not fulfilling the oath made at our coronation. We will read the oath." Then he read it in Bohemian and continued, "You hear that we swore to do away with all heresy from our realm. Assuredly, we have no love for heretics. But to do as the Pope wishes and make the reception of the communion under both kinds a heresy was never our intention, for it is founded on Christ's Gospels and on the institution of the primitive Church, and moreover was granted to us by the Council of Basel as a privilege for our devotion and virtue. The Pope says we swore to put this away. By no means, but know for certain, as we were born and bred in this communion, and in it were raised to the royal dignity, we promise to uphold it and live and die in its defence. So to our Queen, our children, and all who wish to do us pleasure, will live as we do in this matter. Nor do we think that there is any other way for the salvation of our souls than to die in this faith and use the communion under both kinds according to the Saviour's institution." The king hoped to produce an impression by this unexpected firmness, and he succeeded. The majority of the Diet burst into tears. George determined to use his opportunity. He ordered the confirmations of the compacts of Sigismund, Albert, and Ladislas to be read, and finally the compacts themselves. Then he arose. "I ask you all severally," he said, "if any one, whoever he be, wishes to defy and defame us and our kingdom on account of the compacts, will you lend us your aid?" The Utraquists, after a brief conference, deputed Kostka to answer. "Sire," he said, "we hear with pleasure that you, your queen, and your children are with us in the faith, and we give you thanks without measure. We promise severally to aid you with our goods and with our persons in upholding the compacts." The king turned to the Catholics, who were in a minority in the Diet. "Say openly what you will do." The bishops of Breslau and Olmütz were present amongst others. After a short conference amongst themselves, Zdenek of Sternberg answered, "Sire, you know that hitherto we have had nothing to do with the compacts. But as we were born and have lived in the union and obedience of the Roman Church, so we wish to live and die. As you say that you must hold to the faith in which you were born, we argue that we must equally hold to ours. As to your request for help, you never asked our counsel, as is customary. As you have decided to maintain the compacts, you will have the help of those by whose counsel you made your decision. We promise to do all that is according to justice for your honour and that of the kingdom." The king, who had apparently expected that the Catholics would have been impressed by the scene which they had witnessed, was dissatisfied with this answer, and pressed for something more explicit. It was, however, now late, and the Catholics demanded an adjournment. which the king at last granted, saying that next day they would hear Fontanus as the Pope's nuncio. "As my proctor," he added, "I have some complaints against him." Fontanus was warned that the king was much displeased at him for his conduct as royal proctor at Rome, but he was resolved to discharge faithfully his mission from the Pope. When he appeared before the Diet, he seemed to the Catholics like a lamb among wolves, and it was noticed that he had no special place assigned to him, but stood among the rest. He spoke in Latin, and his words were translated into Bohemian by an interpreter. He began by demanding the rights of an ambassador to speak freely according to the law of nations. When this was granted, he proceeded to attack the compacts, denounced as heretical the communion under both kinds, asserted the papal power, and defended the Pope's action in annulling the compacts. He insisted that the interpretation of George's oath was a matter for the superior, not the inferior, for him who received, not for him who gave the promise, for the Pope, not for the king. George angrily interrupted him. "In all and everything we have kept our oath as our conscience teaches us. If the Pope or anyone wished us to interpret it against our conscience, we would give him full satisfaction and support ourselves as best we could. We doubt not that we keep our oath as truly as the Pope or anyone else." Fontanus resumed his speech undaunted. He went on to say that if he had believed that the king wished to act as protector of the compacts and of the communion under both kinds, he would never have acted as his proctor. He publicly renounced that office, and in the Pope's name declared the suspension from the priesthood of all clergy who upheld the compacts. He warned the king that he ran great risks in opposing the Pope's will. The king briefly said, "My lords, you have elected me your king and protector. You have the power of electing a lord, and you must stand by him." In private his anger blazed forth. He bitterly complained of the indignities which Fontanus and the Pope heaped on him, and declared that he would be avenged. "You know," he added, "that on the apostolic seat have sat many renegades and wicked men. It is not the seat of holiness, but of pestilence. The holy seat is the union of all faithful people, and that is not in Rome." If King George had hoped by his sudden display of firmness to kindle the enthusiasm of the Hussites, so that it should carry away the Catholics or fill them with terror, the boldness of Fontanus upset his plans. The grandeur of the king on the first day was overshadowed by the determined bravery of Fontanus on the second. The Catholic party at once plucked up courage and prepared for the contest, which began next day, when the king ordered Fontanus to be imprisoned for treacherous dealings as royal proctor, and also deprived Procopius of Ropstein of his office as chancellor. The bishops of Breslau and Olmütz at once fled from Prague, and it was clear that George's hopes of a peaceable settlement of Bohemia had failed. Fontanus was kept in prison for a short time, and Pius II tells us that George visited him and said, "I can scarce restrain myself from strangling you with my own hands." "I expected a common executioner," said Fontanus, "but if a king puts his hands to the work, I shall die more honourably. But you will grudge me the glory." The mediation of Louis of Bavaria persuaded George at length that it was unwise to imprison the papal nuncio. In October, Fontanus was released and returned to Rome, where Pius II rewarded his services with a bishopric. If George had not succeeded in winning all the nobles to his side, he hoped that he might be more fortunate with the clergy. He ordered the administrator of the Archbishopric of Prague to summon all the clergy to an assembly on September 16th to hear what he intended for the good of peace. There came 714 clergy, of whom about 200 were Catholics. The Catholics assembled by themselves and agreed who was to be their spokesman and what he should answer. Then they formed in procession 3 abreast and advanced to the royal presence, where the Utraquists under Roquicano were already assembled. The king spoke. "We always seek the peace of our kingdom, But you priests quarrel among yourselves, accuse one another of heresy, refuse sepulture to the dead, exclude the living from the churches. You pollute your priesthood by consorting with light women, play at dice, and commit many other disorders. Unless you change your manners, we will proceed against you, as you have no spiritual judge. We bid you, however, observe faithfully the compacts granted for the peace of the realm by the Council of Basel to our predecessors. If anyone does otherwise, he will provoke our anger." The Catholics listened in silence. After a short deliberation they made answer: "We thank your Majesty for the peace which we enjoy, and pray that it may long continue. We do not deny that ill deeds are done by the clergy. In such a multitude there must be some who are evil. Yet we do not know who they are. If you would point them out, they should be punished, for we still have authority amongst ourselves. As to the compacts, we answer as did your nobles. We never wanted them. We do not want them. The Roman See never granted them, but the Council of Basel gave them as an indulgence. Whether or no those to whom the indulgence was given use it as it was granted, God must judge. The peace which you say the compacts have brought we gladly accept. That they bring any aid in gaining our salvation we do not see. We feel sure that your Majesty will not hinder the Church of Prague in her ceremonies, and will not impose on us any other ritual than that handed down to our ancestors by the Apostolic See, which is the gate of heaven." King George angrily declared that he was no heretic. He had never resisted the Apostolic See, but he would not abandon the communion under both kinds. He must obey God rather than the Pope. He produced an intercepted letter from a Catholic priest in which he was denounced as a heretic. He bitterly complained of such conduct. Next day the assembly met again, but George did not succeed in obtaining from the Catholic clergy more than he had obtained from the Catholic nobles. Yet he still strove to keep his position as a mediator. Rochicana brought before him a complaint against one of the clergy. "You wish that everyone should obey you," was the king's answer, "while you obey no one." The assembly was dismissed in peace. George did not attempt to interfere with the Catholic services. In spite of the breach with the Papacy, men said that the peace of Bohemia had never been more secure. Pius II was ready to proceed to extremities. On October 8th he issued a letter to the men of Breslau, releasing them from their allegiance to George, as he had not returned to the bosom of the Church, but held in his kingdom doctrines that had been condemned. The Pope was ready to plunge Bohemia into another civil war. George trusted that events might still be too powerful for Pius II, and might drive him to leave the Bohemian question alone, if not formally to ratify the compacts. The Bohemian king was soon able to claim the mediation of the Emperor. Austria was a prey to plundering bands of soldiers, whom Frederick III was helpless to repress. The people of Vienna rose in rebellion against their incompetent prince. They solemnly defied him on October 5th, called in his brother Albert, and besieged Frederick in the citadel. George of Bohemia went to the Emperor's aid. As an elector of the Empire, he said, he felt himself bound to support his lord. By his means peace was made between the two brothers. Albert was to govern Austria for 8 years, and Frederick was to be allowed to depart in safety. He left Vienna ignominiously and withdrew to Neustadt, but it was understood that he was to repay his Bohemian ally by interceding on his behalf with the Pope. Though Pius II was determined to continue his policy of opposition to the compacts in Bohemia, he judged it wise to hold his hand for a time. He could not attack the king, who held in his hands the peace of Germany. End of section 30. Section 30 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 8. Pius II's Relations to France and Bohemia, 1461 to 1464, Part 4. Other struggles and other heresies claimed the Pope's attention. It was as difficult to keep the peace between the monastic orders as between the Catholics and Utraquists in Bohemia. Contests as fierce raged within the bosom of the Church as those which distracted it from without, and the heresies of Bohemia were not the only ones which the Pope was called upon to decide. The reaction that produced the papal restoration intensified also a movement within the Franciscan order for the revival of the old rule of St. Francis in all its pristine simplicity. The Minorites of the Observance, as they called themselves, denounced as renegades their brethren, who were content to dwell in settled abodes and hold the property which the piety of their predecessors had won. The strife waxed bitter between the Observantists and the Conventuals, and each party strove to gain the favour of the Pope. Eugenius IV, whose highest ideal was a monastic reformation, naturally favoured the Observantists, and hoped to make of them a bulwark of the papal power. He gave them the privilege of electing a vicar of their own, exempt from the authority of the general of the order, and conferred on them other favours which put them in a position of superiority over the Conventuals. Nicholas V had no interest in these disputes, and to promote peace withdrew some of the special favours which had most irritated the Conventuals. This brought upon him the remonstrances, even the wrath, of the great leader of the Observationists, Fra Giovanni Capistrano. But Nicholas V was not the man to be moved from his determination by clamour. It was now the turn of the Conventuals to act on the aggressive. They demanded that the Observantists should either renounce their separate vicar or should leave the Franciscan order altogether and call themselves Brethren of the Bull or the Privileged. Calixtus III in vain strove to make peace. Peace was impossible, but as Calixtus saw that the Observantists were useful for his purpose by preaching a crusade and gathering Turkish tithes, he resolved to support them. Yet his bull wore the appearance of a compromise. All Franciscans were to obey the general of the order, and the vicars of the Observantists were to attend the chapters. They were to submit to the general 3 names, from whom he should choose one to be chief vicar of the Observantists. This vicar was to have over the Observantists all the authority of the general. The compromise only awoke new questions about the right of the Observantists to vote at the election of a general to whom they did not owe obedience. Pius II revoked the bull of Calixtus III and restored that of Eugenius IV. The alterations of the papal policy were admirably adapted to keep alive the spirit of rivalry which they professed to heal. Under Pius II, the conflict entered upon a new stage. Pius II favoured the Observantists because he needed them for his crusading projects, and they no doubt thought that the opportunity was favourable for gaining still higher privileges for themselves. One of their oldest and most respected members, Fra Giacomo della Marca, took occasion in preaching at Brescia on Easter Sunday 1462 to assert that the blood of Christ shed on the ground during the Passion was not an object of worship, since it was separated from the divine person. It was an old question of dispute whether the blood of Christ so shed had lost or not the hypostatic union of the Logos. By raising the question at Brescia, the seat of the Dominican Inquisitor, Fra Giacomo threw down the gauntlet and showed his wish to provoke a trial of strength. The Inquisitor accepted the challenge, condemned the opinion as heretical, and ordered Fra Giacomo to recant. But Giacomo appeared in the pulpit and after recounting his long services to the Church during his career of 40 years as a preacher, proceeded to confirm his opinion by citing authorities. This was the beginning of a furious strife. The people were divided between the two parties, and the hatred of rival theologians was let loose in all its fanaticism. The Bishop of Brescia in vain interposed. The matter was referred to the Pope, who proclaimed a truce and summoned both sides to a disputation at Rome. 3 eminent theologians appeared for either party, and the dispute began before the Pope and cardinals on Christmas Day, 1462. For 3 whole days they argued, the Dominicans maintaining that the blood of Christ, inasmuch as it returned to his body, never lost the hypostatic union, while the Minorites asserted that during the 3 days of the Passion this union ceased. Pius II has preserved in his commentaries a long record of the arguments, but he felt little real interest in the matter, and regarded the disputants with amusement. To him, theological disputation seemed a form of athletic exercise, not merely mentally, but physically. It was a pleasant and agreeable thing, he says, to hear the fine intellects of learned men contend with one another, and to see now one, now another shoot ahead. They strove, as was fitting, before the Pope's majesty, with modesty and fear. But so sharp was the contest, that though it was the middle of winter, and the world was stiff with frost, the disputants were bathed with sweat. Such was their zeal for victory. When all had been heard, the Pope conferred with the cardinals for several days. The majority were on the side of the Dominicans, and Pius II agreed with the majority. But he determined not to publish his decision, lest the crowd of Minorites, whose help was necessary in preaching against the Turks, should be offended. He contented himself with accepting from the Dominicans, and entering in the papal archives, a copy of a decision in their favour on this subject given by Pope Clement VI in 1351. The friars were contented not to have their doctrine condemned, and this momentous discussion was allowed to rest for a few years in peace. Pius II had now established the custom of taking excursions for pleasure from Rome, and on May 1463 accepted an invitation from Cardinal Estouteville to pay him a visit at Ostia. Pius II went, as a modern traveller would do, to inspect the antiquities and enjoy the natural beauties of the place. His enjoyment was slightly marred by a terrible storm of wind and rain, which rose suddenly in the night and wrought considerable havoc. As the bishop's palace was not large enough to accommodate all the cardinals and their attendants who had accompanied the Pope, many of them were sleeping in tents. The tents were blown away, and the occupants, in their attempts to gain shelter in the darkness of the night, suffered many misadventures. Even in the palace the Pope was afraid that the roof might fall, and was being wrapped up that he might sit outside in the rain rather than run the risk indoors when the wind ceased. As though fearing to incommode the Pope, Pius complacently observes. After his return from Ostia, Pius II did not stay long in Rome. He again set out for an excursion to Albano. Thence he went to Castle Gandolfo, rejoicing in the beauties of the Alban Lake, and finally to Rocca di Papa. As he journeyed along the Appian road, he was grieved to see the tombs being used as quarries for neighbouring buildings, and gave orders that they should be taken under the protection of the Pope. He returned to Rome for Whitsunday, but at the end of June, complaining of the heat, departed to Tivoli, where he remained till the middle of September. The summer of 1463 saw the end of several of the Pope's little contests. It was decisive for the Neapolitan War, which, since the Battle of Troia, had lingered on while the Angevin barons were avowedly seeking to find what were the best terms they could make for themselves. Jean of Anjou discovered that he had been from the beginning the tool of the Neapolitan barons, headed by the Prince of Taranto. When the Prince of Taranto found that he was no longer profitable, he did not scruple to abandon his cause. The condottiere Piccinino was Jean's only support, and Piccinino was also preparing to desert him. In August 1463, Alessandro Sforza offered battle to Piccinino, which Piccinino did not find it convenient to accept. He came instead into Sforza's camp to talk matters over. His arguments, as given by Pius II, are extremely characteristic of the general condition of Italian politics. "Why," said he, "do you wish to conquer me? It is I who bring you glory, riches, pleasure, all that you enjoy. Because I took up arms and overthrew the peace of Italy, you, who were lying idle at home, were called to the field. Will you do any good by taking me prisoner? Who wants peace? No one, save priests and merchants, the Roman Curia, and the traders of Venice and Florence. Peace in Italy brings them all they want, and leaves us nothing to scrape together. In peace we are despised and sent to the plough. In war we become mighty, and may follow the example of Francesco Sforza, who has raised himself to a dukedom. Our policy is to refuse to conquer and prolong the war, the end of which is the end of our gains." Many of the captains agreed with Piccinino, but Alessandro Sforza answered, "Do not fear. Italy will never be free from war till she is under one rule, and that is a far distant prospect. Let us finish this war and betake ourselves to a greater. You need not boast, Piccinino, as if you only kept war on foot. Had not the Pope and the Duke of Milan sent us against you, you would have finished this war long ago in favour of the French, an unworthy undertaking for an Italian, for one who had borne arms for Aragon and for the Church." Piccinino replied, "I was driven to fight for the French because no one else wanted me. Bred in arms, I could not leave the field. I would rather have declared war against my own father than have disbanded my troops. I served the French because they gave me pay. Now I am free and willing to negotiate with you, if you will give me worthy terms." It was agreed that Piccinino should be made Ferrante's commander-in-chief with a salary of 90,000 ducats, and should keep his conquests in the Abruzzi. Ferrante and Pius II in vain protested against these terms. The military leaders were agreed, and all others had to submit. Piccinino changed sides, and Jean of Anjou retired to Ischia, awaiting ships and men from France which never came. In April 1464 he left Ischia and returned to France. Ferrante was now undisputed master of Naples, but he had learned how little confidence he could place in his barons, and waited quietly his opportunity to reduce their power. To the very last, Pius II kept his hold on Naples, and tried still further to enrich his nephews. The county of Celano, whose young count had joined the Angevin party, was overrun by the Pope's troops in the name of the Church. Pius II succeeded in handing it over to Antonio Piccolomini. The Neapolitan policy of Pius II no doubt was sound as regarded Italian affairs. The success of Ferrante secured the peace of Italy so long as he lived. But the part which the Pope played had been a perpetual hindrance to his good understanding with France, and its most immediate result had been to make a good provision for two of the Pope's nephews. This turn of affairs in Naples filled up the measure of the French king, Louis XI's, wrath against the Pope. He had abolished the Pragmatic Sanction, partly out of caprice, partly with an expectation of receiving an adequate reward. He was now conscious that he had acted contrary to his own interests, and that he had been beguiled by the Pope. He wrote to Pius II a letter unworthy of his dignity, as Pius II plaintively remarks, and as though he were the Pope's superior, condemned his doings and gave him rules of life. Unfortunately, we have only the Pope's account of the contents of this letter, but that describes them as sufficiently severe. The Pope's policy was submitted to a damaging criticism. He had disturbed Naples, had ruined the Church of Mainz, had excommunicated the Pfalzgraf and Sigismund of Austria, had accused the Bohemian king of heresy, in short, would allow no one to live in peace. It would be much better if he would turn his attention to the Turks. At the same time, Louis XI wrote also to the cardinals, asking if they could inform him what the Pope's intentions really were. Pius II has not told us what the French party said in the consistory when these letters were laid before them, but he felt that he was put on his trial before the college, and found it necessary to justify himself. The cardinals affected to wonder at the tone of the letters, and to doubt that they were really what the king had intended. Pius II did not answer in writing, but proposed that he should send one envoy and the cardinals another, with instructions to excuse the Pope, to appease the king, and urge on him, as the supreme remedy for all differences of opinion, that he should wage war against the Turk. The envoys were, however, unable either to stem the torrent of the royal displeasure or to gain from France any help for the Crusade. Louis XI showed that he did not intend to leave the Pope much room for interference in France. A strife had been for some time raging between the Bishop of Nantes and the Duke of Burgundy, in which the bishop had called on the Pope for aid. Louis XI suddenly interfered in the matter, declared that Duke and Bishop were alike vassals of the Crown of France, took prisoner the Pope's legate who was on his way to Brittany, and deprived him of his letters on the ground that in a dispute concerning a fief of the French crown, he and not the Pope was the judge. Pius II calls this a tyrannical and lying statement. It was indeed an assertion of feudal rights for which Duke and Bishop were as little prepared as was the Pope. Not content with this, Louis XI deprived Cardinal Alain of Avignon of his temporalities for having advised the sending of the nuncio. He treated similarly two bishops, nephews of Alain, and even threatened Cardinal Estouteville. In vain the Pope expostulated. Who, he bitterly exclaims, could persuade a king who takes his greed for law and listens only to those who tickle his ears? As soon as it was seen that Louis XI was willing to oppose the Pope, the Gallican party at once revived. The Parlement and the University laid their grievances before the king, and the clergy, who had felt the weight of the exactions of the Curia, were ready to accept relief at the king's hands. A series of royal ordinances were issued which took back almost all that had been granted to the Papacy by the abolition of the Pragmatic. The king, says Pius II sadly, did not show himself so religious by the abolition of the Pragmatic Sanction as he showed himself sacrilegious by issuing such decrees. The first of these ordinances, dated February 17th, 1463, set aside a constitution of the Pope which took into the papal camera the goods of deceased prelates, together with half of the benefices which they held in commendam. When the papal officials tried to avoid this edict by threats of excommunication against those who refused to pay, a second edict was issued in June 1464, forbidding all such exactions and punishing by confiscation of goods and banishment from the kingdom all collectors who strove to levy them. Another edict, May 1463, maintained the royal right of disposing of benefices during vacancies, as against those who came provided with papal reservations and the like. All cases concerning such matters were declared to be under the cognizance of the Parlement. In case of papal censures being directed against this ordinance, the Proctor General was ordered to appeal to a future council. In June 1464, another ordinance declared the sole right of the royal courts to determine causes concerning the claims of the crown. Those who appealed to the Curia against them were banished from the kingdom. Ecclesiastics who aided in such appeals were declared incapable of holding benefices in France. To protect the Parlement against papal interference, it was declared that its officials were responsible to no court outside the boundaries of Paris. When Pius II regarded all these edicts, he might well feel that if he had deluded Louis XI into the abolition of the Pragmatic Sanction by false hopes, Louis XI showed himself capable of retaliating. The extinction of the Pragmatic proved illusory in its turn, and the place of the legislation which had been abolished was rapidly filled up by a new series of laws still more markedly anti-papal in their spirit. Germany in 1463 seemed tending towards peace. After the rescue of Frederick by George of Bohemia, Adolf of Nassau had surprised Mainz by night, had driven out Dita and his adherents, set parts of the town in flames, and ruined for his own quarrel the prosperity of his cathedral city. It was a happy stroke, and did much to restore the balance of parties in Germany. Negotiation was again possible. The Pfalzgraf became reconciled with Albert of Brandenburg. Dita, after many conferences, agreed to renounce the archbishopric of Mainz in return for a portion of its lands, over which he was to exercise ecclesiastical jurisdiction. Adolf succeeded to the title, the debts and the ruins of the greatest see in Germany. The death of Albert of Austria in December 1463 paved the way also for a reconciliation between Frederick and Sigismund of the Tyrol, who renounced his claims in Austria, on the understanding that Frederick was to reconcile him with the Pope. Pius II and Cusa were weary of their long struggle. Sigismund made submission and was absolved in the beginning of 1464. The Pope might claim that he had vindicated the dignity of the Papacy, but assuredly he had lost more than he had gained in the long duel with Haimburg. Before the final agreement about the disputes concerning Brixen was made, Pius II and Cusa were both dead, and Haimburg had sought a refuge in the court of the Bohemian king. Pius II was a skilful diplomat, and no doubt expected great results from the energy which he had displayed on so many sides. Yet, after all, the general aspect of affairs remained much the same as it had been at the end of the Congress of Mantua. France was still hostile to the Papacy. Bohemia was still unsubdued. It is true that Naples had been won for Ferrante, Gismondo Malatesta had been overthrown, Pienza had been beautified, and the Pope's nephews had been well provided for. On the other hand, Mainz had been well nigh ruined. Haimburg had dealt many crushing blows at the Pope's prestige. The Papacy had become more closely involved in the party struggles of Germany, and the German opposition had become more purely political. End of section 31. Section 32 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 9, Crusade and Death of Pius II, 1464, Part 1. Since the end of the Congress of Mantua, little had been heard about the war against the Turks. Yet we should wrong Pius II if we did not admit the sincerity of his desire for a crusade. But he had not the fanaticism of Calixtus III to drive him to do something, however inadequate it might be, nor had he the resoluteness of a great statesman to pursue constantly one supreme end. His early training had made him ready to catch at advantages as they offered themselves. He did not try to mould European affairs into accordance with his own plans, but he strove to make the papal power prevail along the whole line of its pretensions, and trusted in the long run to have his way. While animated by a desire for the general interests of Christendom, he could not rise above the particular interests of the Papacy. He failed to impress his contemporaries with his sincerity. Even had he done so, he seems to have felt it doubtful whether he could win them to united action. Pius II must have felt that the action of his predecessors had not been such as to inspire Europe with much confidence. Nicholas V had gathered Turkish tithes, which he had spent on the adornment of Rome. Calixtus III had squandered his treasure in insignificant expeditions, which showed no sense of the work in which he was engaged. Pius II might have expected that his protestations at Mantua would be subjected to the calm criticism of observers. His leisurely and magnificent progress to the Congress seemed a needless waste of money. His share in the Neapolitan War was opposed to his expressed desire for universal peace. Italy hesitated to grant him the supplies which he demanded. Europe saw in the Congress of Mantua a series of negotiations on matters which concerned the papal interests. When Pius sojourned at ease in his beloved Siena, men said that the whole matter was merely an excuse to enable the Pope to leave Rome and enjoy a visit to his native place. Few thought that the Pope was in earnest, or that his future actions would go beyond eloquent protestations from time to time. We have seen enough of the Pope's activity to feel that there was some justification for those who judged that he had not the cause of a crusade so deeply at heart as to forego for its sake any advantage to himself. He did not even interfere decidedly in such matters as might have furthered it. Hungary had long been the bulwark of Christendom against the Turk, and bravely had John Hunyadi defended it. On John's death, the Hungarian nobles took as their king his young son Matthias Corvinus, in the hopes that they would find him a powerless ruler under whom they might pursue their own interests. When the young Matthias displayed the same resolute disposition as his father, they began to pay more heed to the claims on Hungary of the Emperor Frederick, whom in February 1459 the discontented party solemnly elected as their king. Here was a matter which clearly demanded the Pope's intervention as a mediator. The internal peace of Hungary was of vital importance to Christendom, was of prime necessity if the Turk was to be held at bay. But Pius II saw the political difficulties in the way of quarrelling with the Emperor. The interests of Christendom could not outweigh, in his mind, the advantages to be gained by the Curia through its imperial ally. Pius II could not bring himself to act with decision. He received the obedience of Matthias and called him king on the principle, which he wished to be allowed to apply to Naples, of recognizing things as they were. Beyond this he assumed an attitude of impartial neutrality, and kindly offered to judge the rival claims if they were submitted to his decision. Whatever other steps might be taken with advantage, there could be no doubt of the need of supplying Matthias with money to enable him to war against the Turks. Pius II had much good advice to give, and many expressions of sympathy. But all the urgency of Carvajal, who was legate in Hungary, could not obtain supplies that were of any purpose. Still, Pius II had undertaken the cause of the Crusade, and however much he might pursue more immediate objects, he did not entirely forget it. Some of the things that befell him as advocate for the Christian cause are ludicrous enough. A Franciscan friar, Ludovico of Bologna, had gone to the East in the days of Calixtus III, and brought back reports of Christians in Persia who were ready to submit to the Pope and join in alliance against the Sultan. Soon after the return of Pius II to Rome from the Congress of Mantua, Fra Ludovico appeared, bringing with him envoys from potentates of the East, the Emperor of Trapezus, the king of Persia, the king of Mesopotamia, the duke of Greater Iberia, and the lord of Armenia Minor. They had come through Scythia over the Don and the Danube, through Hungary to Germany, where they had been welcomed by the emperor. Thence they had passed through Venice to Rome. They were received with honour as royal ambassadors, and had quarters and food assigned to them, which was indeed necessary, as some could eat as much as 20 pounds of meat a day. When admitted to an audience, they set forth, through Fra Ludovico as interpreter, that their kings had heard from him of the Congress of Mantua, and were willing to attack the Turks in Asia, while the Christians attacked them in Europe. For this purpose they would raise an army of 120,000 men. They begged the Pope to make Ludovico Patriarch of the Eastern Christians. The Pope assented to their request, and offered to pay the expenses of their journey to the courts of France and Burgundy, on whose cooperation the proceedings in Europe mainly depended. They were coldly listened to in France and Burgundy, but no doubt they passed the time pleasantly. Meanwhile the Pope began to suspect Fra Ludovico, and on his return to Rome threatened to imprison him for having styled himself Patriarch on his travels without having received consecration. He was, however, allowed to depart for his companion's sake. At Venice he prevailed on some unwary bishops to ordain him priest and patriarch. When Pius II heard this, he wrote to the Patriarch of Venice to imprison the impostor, but Ludovico was warned by the Doge and made his escape. It was a cruel imposture, and was by no means the only one of which the Pope had to complain. Still more extraordinary than this pretended embassy is the fact that Pius II actually attempted to convert the Sultan by his eloquence. As rhetoric was the only contribution to a crusade which the Pope saw his way towards making, he seems to have resolved to try its effect to the uttermost. It is a strong testimony to the tolerant spirit of the Turks that stories were rife of the Sultan's willingness to listen to Christian teaching. It is no less characteristic of the temper of the early Renaissance that Pius II should have thought that all subjects admitted of reasonable discussion. He wrote a long letter to the Sultan, pointing out the advantages that would follow from his acceptance of Christianity. Already the spread of the Turkish arms had led Cardinal Cuza to write an elaborate examination of the Koran, from which Pius II borrowed many of his theological arguments. His letter dwelt first upon the horrors of war and his desire to avert them. He does not hate the Sultan, though his foe, but rather wishes him well. The conquest of Europe is not like that of Asia. It is impossible to the Turkish forces. Yet Mahomet may obtain all the glory that he wishes without bloodshed, by means simply of the little water needed for baptism. If he accepted that, the Pope would recognize him as Emperor of Asia and of Greece. What he now possessed by violence would become lawfully his. By this means, and by this only, might the golden age be brought back to the world. The Sultan might object that the Turks would refuse to follow him if he abandoned his religion. The Pope reassured him by the examples of Clovis and Constantine. How great is the glory that he might so attain! All literature, Latin, Greek, and barbarian alike, would extol his name. More than this, he would gain the heavenly promise, and would be able to add to the virtues of a philosopher the 3 theological virtues of faith, hope, and charity, without which no man can be perfect. The Pope then unfolded to him the Christian scheme and discussed the points in which it differs from the Koran. He expatiated on the superiority of the law of Christ over that of Mohammed, and again exhorted the Sultan to consult his own interests, both here and hereafter, by accepting Christian baptism. The letter forms a bulky pamphlet, and is written with great spirit and clearness. It abounds in historical allusions and quotations from classical poets and philosophers. It is to be regretted that we have no answer from the Sultan, nor do we read that any was returned. Still, the Pope's letter was widely read in Europe, and produced a great effect on the imagination of Christendom. From this time forward, forgeries of a similar correspondence form part of the vast store of literature which gathered round the Turkish war. While Europe was engaged in quarrelling, and the Pope was busy writing, the Turks pursued their conquests. The Morea fell into their hands, as did Rhodes, Cyprus, Lesbos, and the chief islands of the Aegean. Skanderbeg in Albania was driven to make peace, and Bosnia fell before the Turks' arms. Pius II was stirred to action, and on March 1462 he summoned 6 cardinals to a private meeting, and to them unfolded his schemes. "You think, perhaps, my brothers," he said, "as all the world does, that we think not of the general interest, because since our departure from Mantua we have made no preparations, and uttered no words about the Crusade, though day by day the foe presses nearer. We have indeed been silent and have done nothing, but it was through lack of power, not through lack of will. We have often thought what could be done for Christendom. We have passed many sleepless nights tossing from side to side, and were ashamed of our inaction. Our bosom swelled, our old blood boiled. To proclaim war by ourselves is useless, for the Holy See cannot with its own resources wage a war against the Turk. We need the help of the princes of Christendom. We considered all possible means to obtain this, but none seemed fitting. If we think of a congress, the experience of Mantua shows that it is vain. If we send legates, they are mocked. If we impose tithes on the clergy, an appeal is made to a future council. If we promulgate indulgences, we are accused of avarice. Everyone thinks that it is done to scrape up money. No one believes our words. Like bankrupt merchants, we have lost all credit. Whatever we do is construed for the worse. Everyone measures our character by his own. We turn our mind's eye everywhere and find nothing firm. Meditating day and night, we have hit upon one remedy, perhaps the only one, certainly the most efficacious." Then the Pope went on to unfold his scheme. Philip of Burgundy had vowed to go on the Crusade if some other prince did so. He was bound by a solemn oath, which he would not venture to set aside. Old as he was, the Pope would offer to set out himself. Philip could not refuse to accompany one who was both Pope and King, one who was greater than King or Emperor. If Burgundy set out, France would, for very shame, send some forces, and so would the other powers of Europe. It was, however, useless to propose this till Venice would provide a fleet. Venice must first be sounded, then France and Burgundy. When they agreed, the Pope would proclaim a European truce for 5 years, call on the clergy for subsidies under pain of excommunication, and by indulgences raise money from the laity. "The noise of our plan," he added, "will come like a crash of thunder, and rouse the minds of the faithful to the defence of their religion." The cardinals heard the Pope's plan with amazement, and asked for some days to deliberate. All the difficulties that they could raise were foreseen and answered by the Pope. They at length pronounced the scheme worthy of the Vicar of Christ, and Pius II wrote at once to the Doge of Venice, binding him to secrecy for the present. The Bishop of Ferrara was at the same time sent to Louis XI of France. But Louis was not on such terms with the Pope as to look on his proposals with a friendly eye. He regarded them as a blind to draw his attention from the affairs of Naples, and the only answer that he would vouchsafe was that he purposed sending an envoy to the Pope who would treat about Naples and the Crusade together. Meanwhile, he added, he had on hand the business of restoring to his throne Henry VI of England, which he hoped to do within a year. "I will give you 4 years more for that," said the legate as he took his leave. On arriving at Brussels, the Bishop of Ferrara found Philip of Burgundy dangerously ill of a fever. Philip had shown great lukewarmness at Mantua, and had been busied since then in attempting to consolidate the Burgundian dominions by obtaining from the Emperor the title of king, and so reviving the old middle kingdom of Lotharingia. But illness awoke again the old man's zeal for the holy cause. The Bishop of Ferrara was admitted to an audience of the Duke, who was in bed. When he heard the Pope's letter, he exclaimed, "I thought that the fever would conquer and would carry me off, but you have brought me health by your message. Death seemed to me hard, because I would leave my father's captivity unavenged on the Turks. Now I will live to avenge my father and benefit Christendom." He began at once to arrange details with his councillors, and promised to send an envoy to the Pope in October. Difficulties, however, arose with France. Louis XI summoned the Duke of Burgundy as his vassal to aid in an expedition against England, and a rebellion of the Liégeois against their bishop occupied the Duke's attention. As he recovered his health, the Crusade was again forgotten, and a papal nuncio, sent in the spring of 1463 to remind the Duke of his promises, found him engaged in festivals, dances, and sports. His councillors were all opposed to the Crusade as both chimerical and dangerous, and they threw all possible hindrances in the way of its accomplishment. Suddenly the Duke took ill and became unconscious. His life was for a time despaired of, but he recovered, and with his recovery his good intentions returned. The papal envoy was dismissed with a new promise that representatives of Burgundy would be at Rome on August 15th. Perhaps an additional stimulus was given to the determination of Pius II by a discovery which materially increased the papal revenues. An Italian merchant who had been driven from Constantinople by the Turks, and who had experience of the alum works of Asia Minor, discovered alum in the barren hills of Tolfa, not far from Civitavecchia. At first Pius II was incredulous, but the discovery brought workmen from Genoa and established the truth of his surmise. The alum was speedily worked and proved to be of excellent quality. In April 1463 Pius II informed all the faithful of the compassion of heaven in depriving the unbelievers of the revenues which they obtained from Christians by the sale of alum, which the Holy See was now prepared to supply. He warned them no longer to buy from the Turks. The alum mines of Tulfa were indeed as profitable to the Pope as was the year of Jubilee, and are said to have yielded a revenue of 100,000 ducats. The first practical step towards opposing the Turks was the establishment of peace between Frederick III and Matthias of Hungary, a task which the Pope took earnestly in hand in the spring of 1463. It required 2 papal legates to arrange the terms, but at last peace was made in July. Matthias was recognized as king on condition of paying the emperor 80,000 ducats and submitting to a rectification of frontier. In case Matthias died childless, Hungary was to go to the emperor's second son. When Hungary was thus freed from internal troubles, Matthias found no further difficulty in making an alliance with Venice, which had always shown more readiness to help Hungary than had the Pope. Venice was by this time thoroughly alarmed at the losses which the progress of the Turk was inflicting on her commerce, and on September 12th signed an alliance with Hungary for war against the Turks. Meanwhile the Burgundian envoys found Pius II at Tivoli, and brought him the assurance of their master's zeal. The Pope set out for Rome, where he arrived on September 9th, 1463, ready to welcome the Italian envoys whom he had summoned to consultation. The Congress at Rome was not so full as had been the Congress of Mantua, but it was more in earnest. The Bishop of Tournai, on the part of the Duke of Burgundy, promised 6,000 men in the spring. The Duke himself would lead them if his health allowed. Pius II then asked the Italian envoys for money, according to the Mantuan decree, but all save Venice declared that they had no powers for the purpose and must consult their states. The Florentine envoy privately approached the Pope. and warned him that this war would be for the sole benefit of Venice, which, if the Turks were overcome, would turn its hand to the subjugation of Italy. It would be wise to leave the Venetians and the Turks to weaken one another. Pius II rejected this policy as short-sighted and unworthy of a Christian people, and the envoy referred the Pope's opinion to the Florentine government. End of section 32. Section 33 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 9, Crusade and Death of Pius II, 1464, Part 2. While awaiting the return of the Italian envoys, Pius II judged it well to arrange matters with the cardinals. He knew that his plan was opposed by the French party in the college, and was not popular with those who preferred a quiet life at Rome to a dangerous expedition abroad. Calling a consistory, the Pope addressed the cardinals. For 6 years, he said, he had sat on the papal seat, and the policy which by the advice of the cardinals he had initiated at Mantua was yet unfulfilled. He had been most desirous to carry it out, but troubles at home prevented him. We were bound either to give up Rome or fight against the French, who, despising our commands, contrary to all law, occupied the kingdom of Naples and attacked our vassals. We fought for Christ when we defended Ferrante. We warred against the Turks when we smote the lands of Malatesta. At last victory has crowned the papal arms, and Italy is at peace. At last the time has come for action. But what, it will be asked, can you do in war? An old man, a priest, a martyr to 1,000 ailments. What use are the cardinals in a camp? They spent their youth in pleasure. Will you starve their old age with war? Better stay at home with your cardinals and send your fleet and your money to the Hungarians. It would be sound advice if we had any money, but our treasury is exhausted. Our revenues never exceed 300,000 ducats, and half of that sum is required for the necessary expenses of the papal rule. The Turkish war would need 1,000,000 ducats yearly for 3 years at least. You will say, if so much is required for the war, what hopes have you of obtaining it before you start? We answer, the war is necessary. If we do not undertake it, we should be undeservedly infamous. Money is hard to raise, for the people do not trust us. They say that we live in pleasure, amass money, follow our ambition, have fatter mules and better horses than other folk, make broad the hems of our garments, walk through the city with cheeks puffed out beneath a red hat, keep dogs for hunting, give much to actors and parasites, nothing for the defense of the faith. These charges are not altogether false. There are many among the cardinals and other members of the Curia of whom this is true. There is too much pride and luxury in the Curia, so that when we speak the truth to the people, we are so hated that we are not heard. What then is to be done? Abstinence, chastity, zeal for the faith, religious fervor, the desire for martyrdom, these made the Roman Church preeminent over the world. We must imitate our predecessors and show that we are willing to sacrifice our lives for the preservation of the flock committed to our charge. Our purpose is to go to war against the Turks and invite the princes of Christendom to follow. Perchance when they see their master, the Vicar of Jesus Christ, though old and sick, advancing to the war, they will feel ashamed to stay at home. If this way does not rouse Christians to arms, we know no other. We know that we are going to meet certain death, but that does not deter us. We commit all to God and will die happy if we end our days in his service. You, too, who advised us to begin the war against the Turks, cannot remain at home at ease. The members must follow their head, and what we do is done of necessity. We do not go to fight, but will imitate Moses, who, when Israel fought against Amalek, prayed on the mountain. We will stand on our ship's prow, or on some hilltop, and having before our eyes the Holy Eucharist, will ask from Jesus Christ safety and victory for our soldiers in the battle. God will not despise a contrite heart. You will be with us, and will join your prayers with ours. The old only will be left behind." Then the Pope explained that he would leave in Rome 2 legates, one for temporal and the other for spiritual affairs, and would make provisions for the discharge of the ordinary business of the Curia. The nephew Antonio, with 3,000 horse and 2,000 foot, would provide for the safety of the states of the Church. The Pope's voice was often broken by tears, in which the cardinals also joined. When called upon to give their opinions, no one save the Cardinal of Arras spoke very decidedly against the scheme. Though the French party were opposed to it, even Estouteville did not raise any insuperable objections. Cardinal Airolo, though he was one of the 6 whom the Pope had first consulted, raised some objections, to show himself cleverer than anyone else, says the Pope. The objections were, however, overcome, except in the case of the Cardinal of Arras, who left Rome and returned to France. The Italian envoys soon returned with their answers to the Pope's request for money. Ferrante of Naples, the Duke of Milan, the Marquis of Modena, the Marquis of Mantua, the cities of Bologna and Lucca all assented. Some states, however, held aloof. Genoa was too busy with her own factions to pay any heed to general matters. The Duke of Savoy and the Marquis of Montferrat also sent no representatives. The Florentines refused to take any part till they had had time to withdraw their merchants from Constantinople. The Sienese, to the indignation of the Pope, pleaded poverty and offered the paltry sum of 3,000 ducats, which they afterwards increased to 10,000. Pius II wrote most pressingly to the Duke of Milan, urging him to come in person and assume the command of the papal forces. The letter of the Pope was a masterpiece of persuasive eloquence. The answer of the Duke was similarly a masterpiece of courteous prevarication. He deplored the woes of Christendom, professed his firm resolve to fight against the Turk, his confidence in the Pope, and his desire to do everything that he required. But he added that his health was not yet restored, that the time allowed for preparations was not quite adequate, that the undertaking was difficult and needed careful measures. The Pope understood that he was not coming in person, and soon learned that 3,000 men was all the contingent which he proposed to send. On October 22nd was held a public consistory, in which was read the Pope's bull proclaiming a crusade. Pius II recounted all his efforts for the holy cause, proclaimed his zeal, combated objections, called on all to help, and promised indulgences to those who either came in person or contributed their substance. The bull took 2 hours to read, and the Pope was gratified with the effect which it produced. The sweetness of the composition, the novelty of the thing itself, and the readiness of the Pope offering his life for his sheep drew tears from many bystanders. The Bishop of Tournai, on behalf of the Burgundians, warmly thanked the Pope for his zeal. But the Romans were touched by no sentimental enthusiasm for the weal of Christendom. They only saw that the Pope was going to leave Rome, and they feared that the hopes of their gains was gone. Pius II answered their loud murmurs by the assurance that the officials of the Curia would be left behind. Then, racked with gout till he could scarce restrain himself from showing his anguish, he was carried to his bed. A few days before, Pius II had signed an alliance with Venice and Hungary, by which they bound themselves to carry on the war for 3 years if necessary, and no one of the contracting powers was to withdraw without the rest. The Pope promised that on the arrival of Philip of Burgundy in Italy, he would set out with him for Greece. Hungary and Venice were already engaged in warring against the Turk. Matthias invaded Bosnia with some success, and the Venetians sent a fleet to the Morea, which rose against the Turkish yoke. Lemnos and several islands fell into the hands of the Venetians. Cardinal Bessarion was sent by the Pope to Venice, and enjoyed a success such as had never yet befallen him. He was received by the Doge on the Bucentaur, and preached the Crusade to a people already convinced. A box was placed in the piazza to receive the contributions of the faithful, and was soon found to contain 700,000 ducats. Pius II wrote to the Doge Cristoforo Moro, urging him to come in person to the war and join the Pope and Philip of Burgundy. If he appeared in ducal array on board the Bucentaur, not Greece only, but Asia and all the East would be terrified. "We shall be 3 old men," he says, "and God rejoices in Trinity. Our Trinity will be aided by the Trinity of heaven, and our foes will be trampled under our feet." The Great Council of Venice voted almost unanimously that the Doge should go. When the Doge, a few days afterwards, tried to excuse himself on the ground of age and incapacity before the Collegio, he was told by one of the council, "If your Highness will not go of good will, we will make you go by force, since the honour and welfare of this land is dearer to us than your person." The Doge answered that if the land wished it, he was content. Before the end of the year, news came that the Turks had forced the wall which guarded the entrance to the Peloponnesus and had driven out the Venetians. This news did not affect the zeal of Venice, which prepared at once to send out reinforcements, and it gave Philip of Burgundy an opportunity to write to the Pope and urge a delay in the expedition to enable Venice to recover her strength. Pius II refused to accede to this request. He had written, he said, throughout Europe, and must not now delay. In truth, the Pope's legates were busy in almost every land. Everywhere they were received with enthusiasm by the people. Everywhere they received from the princes fair words enough, but no definite promises of help. It soon became obvious that the political intrigues of Europe were throwing hindrances in the way even of the accomplishments of such promises as the Pope had received. First of all, Italy received a shock which deeply stirred men's minds by the news that Louis XI of France had made an alliance with the Duke of Milan and had invested him with Genoa and Savona. We have seen that Florence looked with jealous eyes on the crusading project, as likely to increase the power of Venice. She entered into a close alliance with Milan for their mutual protection, and did her utmost to reconcile Francesco Sforza with Louis XI of France. Louis XI was embarrassed with the possession of Savona, in which the French garrison was entirely useless since the loss of Genoa to the French. He was not indisposed to rid himself of an encumbrance, and in doing so to gain an ally in North Italy. The Neapolitan War had taught him the power of Sforza, and Louis XI had a genuine admiration for a man whose success had been so brilliant. In February 1464, Savona was given up to the Milanese, and the Italian powers were astonished by a notification from Louis XI that he had made over to the Duke of Milan his rights over Genoa. This news filled Italy with alarm. It was clearly a blow aimed by Florence and Milan against Venice. The Duke of Modena feared this increase of the power of Milan. Lucca and Siena were afraid of the designs of Florence. Ferrante of Naples thought himself betrayed to the French by his former ally. Sforza tried to restore confidence by protesting that he had entered into no engagements which could disturb the peace of Italy. By taking Genoa into his power, he had removed the only ground for French interference in Italian affairs. The Archbishop of Genoa, Paolo Fregoso, who was at the head of the government of the city, clamoured for help against Sforza. But Pius II advised him to submit rather than hinder the war against the Turks. The archbishop fled, and Sforza advanced against the city. It was at all events clear that neither Milan nor Genoa would send any forces to the Crusade. From Burgundy also the Pope received doubtful news. Duke Philip was not on good terms with his son Charles, who had left his court and gone to Holland. If Philip went to the Turkish wars, Charles would naturally be regent during his absence, and this prospect was very distasteful to a strong party headed by the powerful family of the Croix. They strove to increase the feud between the Duke and his son, so as to keep Philip at home. Philip, however, was resolute. Charles returned and was reconciled to his father. Next, the Croix represented to the Duke the dangers which might befall his land if he departed before the war between France and England was at an end. They besought him to remain at least till a truce was arranged. Louis XI joined his entreaties to the same purpose. If a truce were made with England, France could join in the crusade with Burgundy. The Duke wavered, and asked the Pope to defer the expedition for the purpose of this pacification. Pius II knew that delay meant entire failure, and refused. Then the Croix managed to bring about an interview between Louis XI and the Duke at Lille in February 1464. Louis XI repeated his desire that the Duke should stay till France was at peace with England. Neither Venice nor the Pope was ready. In a year's time he would send 10,000 men to the Turkish war. When the Duke pleaded his promise, Louis XI ordered him as his vassal to remain at home, and handed him a written injunction to obey. The Duke gave way, and announced to his people the king's commands. Next year he would himself go against the Turk. Meanwhile, not to disappoint the Pope, he would send his illegitimate son, the bastard of Burgundy, with 2,000 men. The tower, says Pius II, fell at last before the repeated strokes of the battering ram, and the Croix triumphed. Pius II had left Rome in February to recruit his health at the baths of Patrioli, and stayed at Siena during the month of March. On Thursday in Holy Week, the day on which excommunications were published, the Pope anathematized all heretics and all even kings who strove to hinder the crusade. The anathema was aimed at those who were shaking the constancy of the Duke of Burgundy. But Pius II soon found that it had been delivered too late. On Good Friday, March 30th, he received the letter of the Duke of Burgundy, worthy, he says, of being read on the day of the Lord's Passion. Yet Pius II was not entirely unprepared for the blow. He had already consulted with 8 cardinals who were present what course he should adopt in case Philip refused to go. They were unanimous in their opinion that though the Pope was in that case released from his engagement, he should solemnly renew it. This was also his opinion, and he communicated his resolution as a decree to the absent cardinals, who murmured at his obstinacy. Pius II was resolute in his determination in spite of all hindrances. Yet we cannot assign this resolution solely to zeal for the good of Christendom. There was mixed with it also a motive of utility for the interests of the Papacy. There was still a power in Europe which stood opposed to the Pope, and whose activity threatened danger. George of Bohemia was a formidable foe, and had devised a scheme which might lead to serious results if it were not baffled. Pius II had brought to an issue the question of the relations between Bohemia and the Holy See. George must either alienate the majority of his people by submitting to the Pope's demands, or must expose himself by refusing to the hostility of a determined minority who looked for help outside Bohemia. The aim of George was to pacify Bohemia on the basis of toleration offered by the compacts, and weld it into a powerful kingdom. The Pope was keenly alive to the danger which might ensue if a power at variance with the authority of the Church became predominant in Germany. Pius II and George were equally convinced of the magnitude of the issue at stake. Each was equally resolute and equally far-seeing, but the Pope had the advantage of being able to choose his time for the attack. George met it by attempting to inaugurate a new policy in European affairs. He had first hoped to cope with the Papacy by possessing himself of the empire. When that failed, he stayed the Pope's hand by binding the emperor to his cause by conferring benefits upon him. This could only be a temporary check. He tried to find a permanent one in the establishment of a confederation of European states against the papal aggression. According to his scheme, the states of Christendom were to take back again into their hands the supremacy in matters temporal and spiritual, which they had been content to delegate to the emperor and the Pope. A council of European states was to regulate the international relations of Christendom. The agent of George in this matter was Anton Marini, a knight of Grenoble, who in August 1462 proposed to Venice a league between France, Bohemia, Poland, Hungary, Burgundy, and Saxony for war against the Turk. Venice replied that notwithstanding Marini's arguments, the Pope's cooperation was necessary, for the presence of the head of Christendom was of great weight in such a plan. Louis XI, in his anger against the Pope, listened to Marini's proposals and sent him back to Venice with an expression of his readiness to join such a league. Venice, now engaged in war against the Turks, was ready to accept help from any side, and the league of the Pope with Venice and Hungary was no doubt hastened by a desire to cut away the ground from Marini's feet. The crusade of the Pope was in part an appeal to the sympathies of Europe to defeat the machinations of the Bohemian king. He could not shrink from it without giving a dangerous handle to his foe. In March 1464, Marini was at the court of Hungary, offering Matthias a league against the Turks and a council of European powers to promote the peace and welfare of Christendom. In June, he was at the court of Louis XI. In the face of such activity, Pius II could not retreat from his engagement. Pius II, however, though determined to proceed on his expedition, had neither the physical vigour nor the qualities requisite for the organization of such a scheme. Money came in slowly from Italy, and the Burgundian envoys at Rome saw little to impress them with a sense of military stir. They reported that it was the poorest preparations they had ever seen, and that 2 galleys only were ready. The Pope vaguely trusted that soldiers would flock from different parts of Europe, prepared to serve for at least 6 months at their own expense, and that the Venetians would give them convoys. The crusade was preached with zeal throughout Europe by the friars, but they were scarcely to be trusted to arrange in an intelligible shape definite instructions to the crusaders. Many flocked to Venice before the time, and met only with scoffs when they had not money to pay their passage. The clear-sighted Venetians did not want enthusiasm, but capacity on the part of those engaged in the enterprise. Their cruelty was published throughout Europe, but wiser heads thought that they had exercised a justifiable discretion. Many crusaders returned with disappointed hopes. Many died of hunger and pestilence. Many came to Rome or Ancona and found no signs of preparation. Pius II returned to Rome early in May 1464 to prepare for his departure. Before going, he aimed a blow at George of Bohemia, whom in a consistory on June 6th he cited to appear in Rome within 180 days to answer to the many charges against him. Pacific as he might now feel towards other powers, Pius II could make no truce with Bohemia. The beginning of his crusade was to him an earnest of his triumph over the heretical king. The time had come to lay the axe to the root of the tree that had threatened to overshadow the Holy See with its branches. End of section 33. Section 34 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 9, Crusade and Death of Pius II, 1464, Part 3. On June 18, 1464, he took the cross in St. Peter's, and after repeating his conviction of the necessity of his undertaking, and deploring the hindrances which it had suffered, he prayed before the high altar, and then set out in his litter accompanied by all the prelates. At Ponte Mole he took leave of them, and attended by the Cardinal of Pavia, the Bishop of Torricello, Tiferno, and Camertino, his secretary Goro Loli, and his nephew Andrea, embarked on a barge on the Tiber. This method of conveyance was chosen to spare the Pope the fatigue of a land journey. He was already suffering from a slight fever, but forbade his physicians to mention it. The first night was spent by the Pope on the barge, as he was too weary to quit it. Navigation was difficult up the stream, and on the second night he had only advanced to Fiano. On the third day the Pope was grievously distressed by an accident which befell one of the rowers, who fell into the river and drowned before his eyes. Pius II lay silent, and with tears prayed for his soul. Cardinal Carvajal came to him from Rome with the news that a crowd of crusaders were assembled at Ancona, vainly seeking for means of transport. The authorities of the city were afraid of a tumult and besought the Pope to take means to prevent it. Pius II besought Carvajal, in spite of his 70 years, to undertake this difficult task, and the brave old man, already broken by his many labours, answered, "My motto is, go and I go. I cannot refuse to Christ's service the end of my life." Next morning he set off for Ancona. The Pope proceeded up the Tiber as far as Otricoli, whence he was carried in a litter by easy stages to Spoleto. There the Cardinal of Pavia was seized with a fever and had to be left behind. Already the Pope was distressed by the sight of crusaders returning from Ancona. To hide from his eyes this melancholy sight, the physicians pretended that the wind was injurious to him, and closed the curtains of his litter. Slowly he proceeded under the blazing heat of an Italian summer through Foligno, Assisi, and Fabriano, across the Apennines to Loreto. There he offered a golden cup and bowl to the Virgin, whose cottage had been borne by angels from Bethlehem to its resting place on a hill by the Adriatic. Finally, on July 18th, he entered Ancona and took up his abode in the bishop's palace on the hill by the church of San Ciriaco. The first question was how to deal with the crowd of crusaders who disturbed the peace of the citizens of Ancona. Pius II had only asked for such as would serve for 6 months at their own cost. He found a miserable herd expecting him to supply them with pay and food. As this was impossible, the Pope rewarded their zeal by a plenary indulgence, and they sold their arms as a means of obtaining money to take them to their homes. Those who could afford to do so remained in expectation of the Venetian ships which were to give them transport. Day by day they waited, but the ships delayed. At last the Crusaders gradually dispersed, so that when the ships came in sight, there were no soldiers to embark. The Pope meanwhile lay helpless and saw his hopes fade away. Messengers, moreover, arrived from Ragusa that the Turkish army had advanced to the siege and demanded the immediate surrender of its vessels. Pius II called Carvajal to council. What must be done, he asked, if Ragusa is besieged? I will go tonight, answered the intrepid old man, with the 2 galleys that are in the harbour, and will either break the siege or give spirit to the disconsolate citizens. What hinders me from sailing with you? Said the Pope. The knowledge of my presence will either drive away the Turks or will incite Christendom to follow with help. Cardinal Ammanati, who had recovered from his fever and had followed the Pope, cried out against this plan. I, miserable, he says, savouring of the flesh rather than of the spirit, dissuaded him, not because I did not think that what he proposed would succeed, but because I saw that to his body wasted with fever the voyage would bring the end. Yet the Pope remained firm in his intentions, and preparations were being made, when in 4 days the news was brought that the Turks had retired from Ragusa. Pius II was rapidly sinking. The fever raged fiercely, and the burning heat of the weather denied him any relief. The physicians said that he had but a few days to live, when at last, on the morning of August 12th, the Venetian fleet was seen in the offing. The Pope roused himself and ordered his galleys to advance to meet them. He was carried with difficulty to the window of his chamber, whence he could see the stately entry of the fleet into the harbour. The next day he was too ill to receive a visit from the Doge. The day after, August 14th, was the eve of the Assumption of the Virgin, when it was customary for the Pope to appear at vespers. He could not go, but sent the cardinals and afterwards summoned them to his bed. He told them that his last hour was at hand. He died in the faith of Christ and committed to their hands the work which he had begun. He admonished them to behave worthily of their high calling, and asked forgiveness if he had offended them in aught. Finally, he commended to their good offices his household and his relatives. The cardinals wept, and Bessarion, as their spokesman, said a few farewell words and begged for his blessing. All kissed his hand in tears, and he blessed them, saying, "May the God of pity pardon you and confirm a right spirit within you." Then he received the sacrament, and arranged to receive it again next morning from the hands of Cardinal Ammanati, in special honour of the Virgin. But as the sun went down, Pius II also began to sink. He received extreme unction and was left alone with Cardinal Ammanati, Goro Loli, and his nephew Andrea. He talked a little with Ammanati, and again commended his nephews to his care. Ammanati asked him if he wished to be buried at Rome. "Who will take care of that?" he answered with tears. When Ammanati undertook to do so, he seemed relieved. Again he beckoned Ammanati to his bedside. "Pray for me, my son," he said, "for I am a sinner." Then, after a pause, he added, "Bid my brethren continue this holy expedition, and help it all you can. Woe to you if you desert God's work." Ammanati could not speak for tears. The Pope put his arm around his neck and said, "Do good, my son, and pray to God for me." They were the last words he spoke. He listened to the prayers that were being read till his spirit passed away. Next day the corpse of Pius II was borne into the cathedral, and the funeral mass was said. Then the cardinals assembled in the palace, and the Doge of Venice, in a long speech, bewailed the Pope's death, praised his zeal, and besought the cardinals to elect a worthy successor. The cardinals decided to show their good intentions by giving over to the Doge the papal galleys which lay in the harbour, on condition that they should be restored to the new pope if he proposed undertaking the expedition in person. The money which Pius II left behind, 48,000 ducats, was sent by them to Matthias of Hungary. Next day, August 16th, the Doge sailed back to Venice, and the Crusade of Pius II was at an end. The body of the Pope was taken to Rome and buried in St. Peter's in the chapel of Sant'Andrea. Thence it was transferred, when St. Peter's was restored by Paul V in 1614, to the church of Sant'Andrea della Valle, where a monument was erected in his honour. Pius II was lucky in the moment of his death. He left behind him the touching memory of an old man who died in the attempt to do his duty. When the princes of Europe were heedless of the welfare of Christendom, the dying pope painfully dragged his feeble body to martyrdom for the common weal. It was well that he died when he did, for his expedition had no elements of success, and was already doomed to failure. He died before its failure had become too manifest, before an inevitable retreat exposed to ridicule the papal prestige. He died in time to bequeath to Christendom the memory of the greatness of his undertaking, unblurred by any feeling of its hopelessness. The feeling of his contemporaries is shown by a coin struck in his honour, which bore the impress of a pelican feeding its young with its own blood. Underneath was the inscription, Ales ut haec cordis pavi de sanguine natos. Like this bird, I feed my children with my heart's blood. Yet even at the last there were many who were incredulous of the Pope's intentions. It was the doom of Pius II, even on his deathbed, to be distrusted by those who could not forget his previous career, who sought in all he did for some motive of self-interest or vain display. The Venetians did not think that he was in earnest. The Doge, on his arrival at Ancona, regarded the Pope's illness as a feint, and sent his own physician to see if it was real. He was of opinion that his arrival was a disappointment to the Pope, who never intended to go on the expedition, and hoped to escape by throwing the blame on Venice. Filelfo was still more ill-natured. He declared that Pius II had gone to Ancona to seize the citadel and hand over the town to his nephew Andrea. Then he intended to sail to Ragusa and await quietly the result of the Hungarian arms. If they were defeated, he would at once retreat. If they succeeded, he would go to Constantinople and seize it for a piccolomini. The Milanese envoy did not credit the Pope with any loftier pretensions. He reported to Sforza that if Pius II had lived, he meant to sail to Brindisi and stay there during the winter, return to Rome in the spring, and throw the blame of failure on the lukewarmness of the princes of Christendom. A Brescian chronicler imputes to him another design. He went to Ancona without any intention of proceeding farther, simply in consequence of a secret understanding with Florence and Milan for the purpose of seizing Ancona and handing it over to the Florentine Republic. Italy was so accustomed to look upon Pius II as an astute diplomatist that she could not credit him with purely disinterested motives. It is the fate of a character like Pius II to lend itself to different interpretations and to remain enigmatical. One who has changed his opinions is always liable to the charge of insincerity, which comes with double force when a policy of easy pliancy raises him to a lofty position. Such a judgment, however, is generally crude and misses the real elements of character. The distinguishing feature of Pius II was his readiness to learn from events. He equipped himself with the panoply of the new learning, and went forth as a knight-errant in quest of adventures. He had no prepossessions, no prejudices, no definite opinions. His object was to make the most of life, to learn from its experience, to win what it had to give, to reap its successes, to adapt himself to its requirements. Aeneas Sylvius was not an adventurer in the sense that he intended to prey upon the world. He was an explorer who set out bravely upon the stormy sea of life, resolved to make his voyage as prosperous as might be. He was ready to run before the wind, to make for any haven which he could reach with sails flying. His skill consisted in seeing how the wind was likely to blow, and steering his course accordingly. He cannot claim the praise of high resolve, of steady purpose, of great design, or laborious achievement. He was not a man to mould the world, but he frankly offered himself for the world to mould. He was not heroic, but he was not base. He cannot fairly be accused of self-seeking, for self was in him the product of the exigencies amongst which his lot was cast. He was content to do the thing which needed to be done, and to reap the fruits of his foresight in being the first to perceive its necessity. Many, we might say the majority, of politicians have little better claims to respect than Pius II. But no man who rose to such distinction has left behind him so complete a record of his career. It is hard that Pius II should be treated with contempt because he was a man of letters as well as a man of action, because he has frankly told us his impression of events as they arose. We know of his inconsistencies chiefly from his own confessions, while for those who have been more reserved about themselves, we are at liberty to frame an imaginary consistency. The very frankness of Pius II is a proof of his sincerity. He did not wish to make himself out to be nobler than he was. The record of his soul's progress might contain pages which he wished to forget, but he left all to the judgment of posterity, with the consciousness that in the end the verdict formed on the fullest knowledge would be the truest and most lenient. He who fixes his attention upon a few passages of the life of Pius II tends to judge him with severity. He who follows him through his whole career forgives him much and recognizes a steady growth in greatness and nobility. Weakness and strength are strangely blended. Vanity and littleness mix with high purpose and far-reaching plans. But before the eyes of Pius II there floated fitfully a loftier ideal of Christendom than was visible to any of his contemporaries, and juster views than he was enabled to express in action. It was the fate of Pius II to reap the fruit of his early inconsistencies. In 1440, while secretary of Felix V, he wrote some dialogues in favour of the councillor's system, which he sent to the University of Köln. During his pontificate, a quarrel arose between the burghers of Liège and their bishop. The bishop was upheld by the Pope. The burghers applied to the University of Köln, which used the authority of Aeneas Sylvius for an appeal to a better instructed pope. This drew from Pius II a bull addressed to the university, dated April 26, 1463, in which he gives his own defence of his early life. He erred, he says, but what mortal does not err? Who is wise save the good? Who is good save God alone? We walked in darkness, we erred not to ourselves alone, but drew others with us. As blind leaders of the blind, we fell with them into the ditch. Our writings may have deceived many, whose blood, if God require at our hands, we can only answer that as men we sinned, and our hope is placed in God's mercy only. Some would rather die than confess their error. Some go on in their error, that they may keep the reputation of constancy and act with pride, wishing to seem gods rather than men, as did Huss and Jerome, who were burned at Constance. We are men, and confess that as men we sinned, not, however, like Arius and Nestorius, who deliberately chose the way that was condemned. We sinned like Paul, and ignorantly persecuted the Church and the Holy See. We are ashamed of our error. We repent of our writings and our deeds, but we did more hurt by writing than by deeds. What are we to do? The word once written and sent forth speeds on irrevocable. Our writings are not now in our power. They have fallen into many hands and are generally read. Would that they were in obscurity, lest they cause scandal in the future, lest men say, "He who wrote this sat at length in St. Peter's seat." We fear lest the words of Aeneas be counted those of Pius. To avoid this, the Pope goes on to say he will imitate the example of St. Augustine and make full confession of his shortcomings. He professes his belief in the commission given by Christ to St. Peter, in the supremacy of St. Peter's successors over the universal Church. If you find anything contrary to this doctrine either in our dialogues or in our letters, or in our other works, for we wrote much in our youth, cast it forth and condemn it. Follow what we now say. Believe the old man rather than the youth. Esteem not the layman higher than the Pope. Reject Aeneas, accept Pius. The Gentile name was given us by our parents at our birth. The Christian name we took on our pontificate. Perhaps some may say that our opinion came to us with the Papacy, that our views were changed by our dignity. It was not so, far otherwise. Pius II goes on to plead his youth and inexperience when first he came to Basel. Great names supported the council, and he heard nothing save abuse of Eugenius IV. The Pope himself at last recognized the council, and when he attempted to transfer it, the claims of the council were zealously put forward. We taught, therefore, what we heard, and after some years, thinking we were somebody, we exclaimed with Juvenal, "Semper ego auditor tantum nunquam reponam." We were ashamed always to be a pupil. We began to talk and occupy the teacher's place. We wrote letters and pamphlets, and like all poets, loved our own children, and were pleased with the applause they won. When Cesarini and others left Basel, we believed that they acted through fear of losing their temporalities. As we had none to lose, we boldly stayed, and on the deposition of Eugenius IV, accepted Felix as the true vicar of Christ. But when Frederick, the future emperor, came to Basel and refused to treat Felix as pope, then first we began to think it possible that we were in error. As we would not willingly err, we accepted his invitation to join his household and went over to the neutral side, that we might learn the truth. At the court of Frederick, we discovered the falsity of much that had been said against Eugenius. In the diets of Germany, we heard both sides, and the darkness at last fell from our eyes. We recognized our error, we went to Rome, cast off the doctrines of Basel, submitted to Eugenius, and were reconciled to the Roman Church. Not till after that did we assume the priesthood. Such was our conversion, in which Thomas of Sarzana, afterwards Pope Nicholas V, had the chief share. Pius II is frank enough in his confession, and probably believed that he was actually frank. He might phrase it as he chose, but men credited him solely with a capacity for floating with the stream. His keen susceptibility to outward circumstances and impressions was the secret of his greatness, and was at the same time the source of his weakness. It brought him to the highest earthly dignity, but it robbed him of the strength to secure the lasting fame that his great gifts might otherwise have deserved. He aspired as Pope to be the leader of Christendom. but he had not the moral position to inspire the confidence necessary for this task. His equivocal past rose up against him at every turn, and the mental habits of his early life prevented him from rising to the greatness after which he longed. He could not resist the temptation of grasping the advantage which he saw to be immediately attainable. Though he saw clearly and declared resolutely that the expulsion of the Turks from Europe was the first duty of Christendom, he had not sufficient self-restraint to devote himself with singleness of purpose to the task which he recognized as supreme. The conquest of the states of the Church, the aggrandizement of the Piccolomini, the restoration of the papal prestige, the abolition of the last spark of the consular spirit, these he pursued when a tempting opportunity offered, and he did not trust that if he was faithful to his first great duty, all else would follow unsought. To him and to Nicholas V alike, culture gave largeness of mind and set a lofty, imaginative ideal. But in Nicholas V, the ideal subordinated to itself the strong practical sense which he possessed. He swept away all obstacles from his path, and devoted himself with unceasing energy to the one object that he had in view. In Pius II, practical capacity was led away into any field which offered a tempting opportunity for its display. The imaginative ideal remained imaginative to the last. Pius II's energies were expended on a number of small matters in which success was possible at the time, but little result remained for the future. He grew conscious that fame was slipping away from his grasp, and rallied his dying force to give a faint expression to the aspirations which he really felt, but was not strong enough to turn to shape. End of section 34. Section 35 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 9, Crusade and Death of Pius II, 1464, Part 4. Those who saw Pius II close at hand were impressed by his geniality, his mental quickness, and his unceasing energy in spite of bodily infirmities. Platina has left us a finished picture of the master whom he respected above all others whom he served. Pius II, he says, was a man of undoubted courage and remarkable foresight, born not for ease and idleness, but for conversance with great affairs. He so apportioned his time that he could not be accused of slothfulness. He rose with the dawn, and after divine service at once engaged in public business. Then he was carried through the gardens for a little relaxation before breakfast. He was moderate in his use of food, and did not care for delicacies. He was very sparing of wine, which he drank greatly diluted. After breakfast he would talk for half an hour with his attendants, then enter his chamber for rest and devotion. After that he would read or write as long as his public duties permitted. After dinner he did the same, and read or dictated till late at night, lying in his bed. He never slept more than 5 or 6 hours. In appearance he was below middle height, slender in his youth, but gaining flesh in old age. His eyes were cheerful, but kindled easily with anger. His head was prematurely bald. His face was pallid and fell with the slightest sign of illness. He was attacked almost every month by stone. He suffered from gout, so that he had almost lost the use of his legs. He was also troubled by a cough. So severe were his sufferings that often there seemed nothing but his voice to tell you that he was alive. He had such command over himself that while racked with stone he would continue his speech without giving any sign of his pain, except by biting his lips. He could endure toil, hunger, thirst, and heat. He was always easy of access, sparing of words, and unwilling to refuse a petition. He was quick to anger, but quick to repress it. He readily pardoned insolence unless it injured the apostolic see, whose dignity he steadfastly upheld. Towards his household he was kind and genial. Those who erred through ignorance or sloth he admonished with fatherly affection. He never put down those who spoke against him, for he wished all to speak freely in a free state. When someone complained one day of being maligned, "You will find plenty who abuse me too," said the Pope, "if you go into the Campo dei Fiori." He had no love for luxury, saying that books were his sapphires and chrysolites. He did not care for grandeur at table, but preferred to picnic by a fountain or in a wood. When he was in the country, he never dined indoors save in winter or when the weather was wet. One day a shepherd gave him a wooden cup full of milk, and his attendants smiled to see how dirty it was. "It is cleaner," he said, "than the cup of Artaxerxes. He who is thirsty does not need a glass." He loved the country and inquired about everything he saw, connecting the history with the place and expounding it to them around him. He was a man true, upright, open, without deceit or simulation. He was a devout and sincere Christian, frequent in confession and communion. He despised dreams, portents, and prodigies, and showed no sign of timidity. He was neither elated in prosperity nor depressed by adversity. Misfortune, he used to say, could be cured by wisdom if it were applied in time. He was a master of proverbs, of which the following may be quoted: "The nature of God can be better grasped by believing than by disputing." Christianity, even if it were not approved by miracles, ought to be received for its own worth, honestate. A miser cannot be satisfied with money, nor a wise man with knowledge. He who knows most is most persecuted by doubt. Serious matters are settled by arms, not by laws. A cultivated man submits his own house to his city to his country to the world, and the world to God. As rivers flow to the sea, so vices flow to courts. A king who trusts no one is useless, and he is no better who believes all. He who rules many ought to be ruled by many. Fit men should be given to dignities, not dignities to men. Bad physicians kill the body, unskilful priests the soul. Their virtues enrich the clergy, their vices make them poor. For weighty causes marriage was taken from the priests, for weightier it ought to be restored. He who spoils his son nourishes an enemy. A miser pleases men in nothing save his death. These appreciative remarks of Plotina show us that the personality of Pius II was deeply attractive to his associates, but the character which Plotina has sketched is that of a cultivated man of letters, not of a statesman or a theologian. It is indeed as a man of letters that Pius II has the deepest claims on our attention. He is one of the earliest representatives of the man of letters pure and simple. He is, perhaps, the only man of letters who has been equally eminent in literature and in statesmanship. His capacity for affairs developed out of his literary instinct. The keen eye and the ready apprehension which he gained from the study of the world around him were the means by which he won his way to high position. When first he came to Basel, fresh from his university career, he had a young man's gift for writing verses, which he exercised in Ovidian love poems and Horatian epistles. He wrote a long poem which he called Nymphoplexus, in honour of the mistress of his Sienese friend Mariano de Sozzini, and rejoiced that it was more than 2,000 lines in length. It has not come down to us, but Campano pronounced it to be flowing rather than correct in versification. Aeneas prided himself on his poetry, and gladly received from Frederick III the laureate's crown. But he soon had the practical sense to see that Latin verse would not do much for him, and his attendance at the council stimulated him to seek the reputation of an orator. The example of Cesarini fired his emulation. Night after night he spent in study, while his comrade Piero da Noceto, who shared his room, would laugh and say, "Why thus exhaust yourself, Aeneas? Fortune favours the unlearned as much as the learned." Still Aeneas studied, and seized the first opportunity to air his eloquence, but it is noticeable that he spoke in behalf of a hopeless proposal to transfer the council to Pavia. He spoke merely to win the applause of the Fathers and to gain the good graces of the Duke of Milan. His oratory was artificial and lacked depth of purpose and sincerity. Aeneas was never sufficiently in earnest to be a great speaker, nor was he a sufficiently polished master of words to satisfy the cultivated taste of the Italians. But the Fathers of Basel were wearied with the formless utterances of scholastic disputants, who might be logical in reasoning, but were wearisome to hear. The neat, flowing, and ornate style of Aeneas pleased them, and he established his reputation as an orator. The chief quality of the mind of Aeneas was a ready receptivity of outward impressions, which prompted him to narrative writing. He seems to have designed a history of the Council of Basel, and wrote a description of the city which was to serve as an introduction. If his work had been carried out, he would have given us a precious memorial of the actual life at Basel and of the intrigues in the council. What knowledge we have on these points comes from his letters. Probably, however, Aeneas felt that such a work would lead him into questions of controversy, in which he had no keen personal interest. He did not, therefore, write the history of the council as a whole, but in 1440, when he was secretary of Felix V, he wrote 3 books of commentaries on the Council of Basel, which dealt only with the circumstances leading to the deposition of Eugenius IV and the election of Felix V. The work was really a pamphlet in defence of his master Felix. Only here and there do we find the vivid touches of personal interest attaching to its pages, which otherwise merely cast the cover of an historical narrative over the learned arguments adduced by theologians in the council's favour. The preface is ingeniously adapted to beguile the reader unawares into a controversialist pamphlet, and with an affected artlessness to beg promotion for the writer. "It is my misfortune," says Aeneas, "to waste my energies on writing history, when I ought to spend them in providing for my old age. My friends say to me, 'What are you doing, Aeneas? Are you not ashamed at your age of having no money? Do you not know that a man should be stalwart at 20, cautious at 30, rich at 40? He who has passed that limit will try in vain.' I acknowledge the truth of this. Time after time I have put aside poets and historians, but like a moth round a candle I flutter back to my ruin. Since fate wills it, so let it be. The poor as well as the rich can live till death calls them. Poverty is wretched in old age, but it is the more wretched to those who have no taste for literature. I will enjoy what heaven sends, content in the words of Horace, nec turpem senectem degere, nec caethara carentem." In this graceful way Aeneas announced that he was serving Felix in hopes of preferment, nor was the form of historical writing the only one which he was prepared to use for this purpose. He followed the example of Poggio in reviving the Ciceronian dialogue. The occasion of this production was a decision given by the University of Cologne to some questions submitted to them by their archbishop concerning the controversy between Eugenius and Felix. The university set forth their views in 3 propositions, which asserted the supremacy of general councils, condemned the German neutrality, and said that the Church was synodically assembled at Basel if the council had not been lawfully translated. The saving clause was, as Aeneas calls it, the sting at the end of the serpent's tail, and Aeneas generously offered the University of Cologne to remove its venom. His interest really lay in stating the commonplace arguments in favour of the council with taste and grace. For this purpose he wrote his pamphlet in a series of dialogues. He and his co-secretary Martin Lefranc, a Frenchman, are returning from a day's ramble outside Basel, delighted with their holiday, expatiating on the blessings of a country life, and expanding the Virgilian idylls into very tolerable Latin prose. Another couple draws near them, Nicholas of Cusa and a Novarese legist, Stefano da Caccia, also in earnest converse. Aeneas and his friend retire behind the bushes and listen to their disputation. The literary skill of the dialogue consists in the alternation of the 2 pairs of interlocutors. When the scholastic arguments of Cusa and his friend may be supposed to have wearied the reader, Aeneas gives a little relief by discussions on classical archaeology, literature, history. When quotations from fathers and decrees of councils have palled, quotations from Virgil and Latin historians succeed. This reaches a climax when Cusa and Caccia pause at vespers to say their hours. Aeneas and Martin agree that literary discussion is more profitable than the repetition of canonical hours, which may be a useful solace in the cloister, but is a weariness to men of learning. The 2 pairs at length show themselves to one another. Cusa, who had maintained the cause of Eugenius, confesses himself vanquished, and goes back to Basel to sup with Lefranc. Aeneas also invites himself on the ground that he is so poor he has nothing in his house. We are tempted to think that the dialogues of Aeneas, like the propositions which he combats, were meant to carry their point in their tail. At Vienna, Aeneas had increased reason to use his pen for the purpose of gaining fame. He turned again to light and frivolous subjects, wrote love poems, epigrams, epitaphs, whatever he thought would be read and admired. He wrote a Latin comedy in the style of Terence called Crisis, and a Latin novel in the style of Boccaccio, Lucretia and Euryalus, which was the most famous of his works and had still greater circulation after its author became pope. It was not a book which the pope could read without shame, and Pius II apologized for having written it. It contained, he said, 2 things, an indelicate story and an edifying moral. All read the first, but few heeded the last. They might indeed be forgiven for overlooking it, as it is by no means obvious. Aeneas wrote his tale without any desire for edification, merely to please Caspar Schlick, whose amours it most probably describes. In matters ecclesiastical, he signalized his position as a neutral by writing a treatise, the Pentalogus, in which he puts the arguments for neutrality as cogently as before he had advocated the cause of the council. He wrote treatises on all subjects, on the favourite theme of the miseries of a court life, on education for the young Ladislas of Hungary, on the nature and care of horses. Nothing came amiss to the pen of Aeneas, but the subjects in which he was most interested were history and geography, and it is his great merit that he saw the close connection between these 2 studies. To him, curiosity supplied the spur as well as the method. To observe and to inquire were the first steps, and he was then content to arrange his knowledge as he obtained it. He is the Herodotus of the 15th century, without the simplicity and dignity of his forerunner, too much concerned himself in what he relates to be entirely trusted, yet with the same quickness of apprehension, the same vividness, and the same profound belief in the mighty movement of human affairs. His first account of the events at Basel was rather a polemical pamphlet than a historical work. But when the fate of the council was decided, Aeneas, in a second book, set forth his new opinions, displayed the mischievous activity of the councillor movement, and traced with precise brevity the steps in its rise and fall. He follows this by a collection of short biographical sketches of illustrious contemporaries. In 1452 he began a history of Frederick III, which he continued up to the time when he left Germany. On his return to Italy, he undertook to write for Alfonso of Naples a history of Bohemia, which he carried to the death of Ladislas. The picturesqueness of the Hussite wars attracted the fancy of Aeneas, and he describes them in his best Livian style. In 1458, while suffering from an attack of the gout, he was asked by a bookseller to revise a sketch of universal history and carry it down to his own times. This led Aeneas to put together the contents of his commonplace book in the form of a book about the condition of Europe, which is a mixture of geography and history, with little attention to style and no proportion in the events related. This was the beginning of a universal history and geography, which he projected, and of which, when Pope, he found time to write the part dealing with Asia. He redacted also for popular use the decades of Flavius Blondus, so far as the accession to the papal throne of John XXIII. In the preface to the Asia, Pius II apologizes for the fact that a pope should have any time to devote to literature. There will be malign interpreters of our work, who say that we rob Christendom of our time and devote ourselves to what is useless. We answer that our writings ought to be read before they are blamed. If elegance of style has no charms for the reader, he will still find much useful information. Our time has not been taken from our duties, but we have robbed our old age of its rest, that we might hand down to posterity all that we know to be memorable. We have given to writing the hours due to sleep. Some will say that we ought to have spent our vigils better. We know that many of our predecessors made better use of their leisure, but ours is not unfruitfully employed, for knowledge begets prudence, and prudence is the leader of life. The Pope's critics might have been strengthened in their opinion had they known that he was also engaged in writing a history of his own pontificate. The Commentaries of Pius II is his most important literary work, and contains a full account of all the events in which he was engaged. Platina, in his Life of Pius II, mentioned the existence of these commentaries, but they were not published till 1584 by Francesco Bandini de Piccolomini, Archbishop of Siena, who possessed a manuscript which had been copied by a German priest, Johannes Gobelinus. Archbishop Piccolomini assigned to the copyist the honour of being the author. The Commentaries of Pius II were published under the name of Gobelinus and have continued to be quoted by his name. Campano, however, in a letter to Cardinal Piccolomini, tells us that Pius II wrote commentaries and handed over to him for correction the results of his hurried dictation. He pronounces that they need no other hand to increase their dignity, and are the despair of those who would wish to imitate them. Campano, however, divided them into 12 books, and probably made a few additions and alterations. Platina mentions the beginning of a 13th book, which Gobelinus did not include in his manuscript. In his commentaries we have the best literary work of Aeneas. The study of history was to him the source of instruction in life, the basis for the formation of his character. He looked upon events with reference to their results in the future, and his actions were regulated by a strong sense of historical proportion. Similarly, the present was to him always the product of the past, and he shaped his motive by reference to historical antecedents. It was probably this historical point of view which made him engage in so many schemes, because he felt that when once affairs were in movement, the skilful statesman might be able to reap some permanent advantage. He was not willing to let slip any opportunity which might afford an opening for his political dexterity. Had he been less of a student, had his mind been less fertile, he might have concentrated his energies more successfully on one supreme object. We have made sufficient use of the writings of Pius II to illustrate his vividness of pictorial power, his insight into character, his statesmanlike analysis of political motives. But Pius II is not content only to record matters in which he was himself engaged. His commentaries are full of digressions about European affairs generally. He never mentions anything without fully investigating its causes. He never sees a town which he does not describe with reference to its past. Pius II is the first writer who attempted to represent the present as it would look to posterity, who consciously applied a scientific conception of history to the explanation and arrangement of passing events. In illustration of this genuine historical insight, the judgment of Pius II on the life of Jeanne d'Arc may be quoted. Pius II tells the story with commendable accuracy, and then sums up: "Thus died Joan, a wondrous and stupendous maid, who restored the fallen and almost ruined kingdom of France, and inflicted many serious disasters on the English. Making herself a leader of men, she preserved her modesty unharmed amid troops of soldiers, and nothing unseemly was ever heard about her. Whether her work were of God or of man, I should find it difficult to affirm. Some think that when the French nobles were at variance, and one could not endure the leadership of another, the successes of the English drove one, who was wiser than the rest, to devise a scheme by which they might be induced to submit to the leadership of a maid who asserted that she was sent by heaven. In this way, the conduct of the war was entrusted to her, and a supreme command was assured. This, at all events, is most certain, that it was a maid by whose leadership the siege of Orleans was raised, by whose arms the territory between Bourges and Paris was conquered, by whose advice Rheims was recovered and the coronation there performed, by whose onslaught Talbot was routed and his armies slain, by whose boldness the gate of Paris was burned, by whose care and zeal the fortunes of France were secured. It is a worthy matter to hand down to memory, although posterity may lend it admiration rather than belief. We seem to be reading the words of a modern critic who stands on a basis of assured fact, and though suggesting a rationalistic explanation of what is almost incredible, still prefers to keep a suspended judgment. End of section 35. Section 36 of A History of the Papacy, From the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 9, Crusade and Death of Pius II, 1464, Part 5. In spite of his literary gifts, Aeneas Sylvius did not enjoy a great reputation in Italy, nor was he famous before his elevation to the cardinalate. Italian men of letters were very exclusive, and reigned within their own circles, absorbed in their own labours and their own jealousies. One who lived in Germany was regarded as outside the pale of culture. When Aeneas became cardinal, many were ready to flatter him, but Aeneas knew the trick of flattery too well to be deceived. In truth, He had left Italy too young to be a finished scholar. He knew scarcely anything of Greek, and he was by nature a man of action rather than a student. He could not, in respect of knowledge, compete with the professed scholars of Italy, Guarino, Filelfo, and the like. Moreover, as a stylist, he was imperfect and lacking in finish. His residence in Germany had infected his Latinity with barbarisms, and in Italy Latinity was nothing if it was not strictly classical. Thus Pius II, though the most eminent man of letters of his age, and one who deserves a high position amongst literary men of all times, was not regarded as a member of the literary clique which prevailed in Italy. He was not a profound scholar. He was not an elegant stylist. His penetration, his ready sympathies, his knowledge of human nature, his largeness of view, were qualities which the literature of his time regarded as of little moment. Pius II, on his side, was not concerned to gain the applause of the famous scholars of his own day. No doubt he would have welcomed it if it had been genuinely given, but he did not choose to beg the homage of a crowd of literary sycophants. He had too great a sense of his personal worth to accept flattery which was prompted only by an expectation of future favours. He had too keen a knowledge of men to confound genuine merit with a capacity for writing eulogy. He was too confident in himself to trust in the praises of others rather than his own record of his own actions to commend him to the consideration of posterity. Hence the great literary pope proved to be but a poor patron. The hopes of the humanists, which had risen high on the accession of Pius II to the pontificate, were rudely dashed. An army of copyists was not re-established in Rome. There was no zeal for the collection of manuscripts, no orders for translations or compilations, no glad acceptance of dedications or of complimentary verses. Not that Pius II was heedless of such things, but he could do all that he wanted for himself, or with the assistance of a few trusted friends. He did not wish, like Nicholas V, to found his fame on the patronage of literature and art. He did not wish to narrow the sphere of his activity. The reputation of a man of letters he was sure to gain by his own writings. It was necessary for him to emphasize his practical energy rather than his care for literature, if his fame was to acquire its due proportion. Great was the disappointment of the humanists when the sad truth dawned upon them. For a time they hoped by perseverance to overcome the Pope and convince him of their usefulness. The older generation, Poggio, Guarino, Manetti, Valla, had almost died out when Pius II ascended the papal throne. Filelfo was the one literary veteran who remained, and he resolutely pursued the siege of the Pope's goodwill. Pius II treated him with courtesy rather than with honour, received his letters and compositions, listened to his speeches with good humour rather than with gratitude, and made him presents which were marks of recognition rather than of favour. It soon became known that the Pope behaved as a critic and not as a patron, that he pulled to pieces the poems presented to him, and that his motto was, "Poets and orators ought to be supreme, or they are nothing." He professed his contempt for mediocrity, and cared only for such compositions as were really excellent. He did not value the fashionable style of oratory in Italy, but declared that a needless use of words showed the indolence of the speaker. Sentiments more shocking to the views of the humanists of the 15th century could not have been expressed. We are not surprised that his biographer adds to his account of Pius II, "He incurred great odium." An epigram of the Pope's which he made during his sojourn at Mantua was rapidly spread through literary circles and excited the wildest wrath. Amanati, who was then the Pope's secretary, tells us how the epigram arose, and gives us a faithful picture of the Pope's amusements. One day at Mantua, while weary with affairs, Pius II took his usual relaxation of a ramble in the country. With Ammanati and 3 other of his friends, he took boat on the Mincio to visit a monastery about 3 miles distant. To beguile the journey, his secretary read aloud some of the congratulatory poems which had been addressed to the new Pope at his accession, and had been laid aside till a convenient season offered when they might be read. The sound of verses soon kindled the poetic flame, and impromptus began to fly about the company. Presently was read a poem by Campano, which said that gifts ought not to be given to those who asked, but to those who did not ask, and then insinuated that as he had not asked, he ought to receive. On this the Pope produced the following repartee: Munera, compane, si non sunt danda petenti, jure tuos surda corrimus aure preces. To your request you've made our duty plain, since he who asks ought nothing to obtain. As all the poems asked for something, the Pope at last said with a smile, I will give you something for your poets, and then made the epigram: Discite pro numeris numero sperare poetae, mutare est, animus carina non emere. Take, poets, for your verses, verse again. My purpose is to mend, not buy your strain. Ammanati capped this by another: Discite pro numeris numos tractare poetae, expectata dabit munera nullis Pius. Learn, poets, to turn from your verses to gain. From the bounty of Pius you naught will obtain. But Pius II had had his joke, and altered Ammanati's epigram into Discite pro numeres numos sperare poetae, expectata dabit munera magna Pius. Hope, poets, hope on. From your verses for gain, from the bounty of Pius you much will obtain. At the same time he granted the petitions of the needy bards. This is Ammanati's account of the jocular way in which the epigram of Pius II was thrown off, but mutare est animus carmina non emere was passed on from mouth to mouth in literary circles, and awoke the profoundest wrath. A stinging repartee was also current, which was attributed to Filelfo, but which Filelfo himself assigned to Angelo Pontano. It ran: Si tibi pro numeris numeros fortunit dedicit, non esset capiti tanta corona tuo. Verse for your verse, if fate has given to you, the papal crown had never decked your brow. Pius II was decidedly unpopular amongst the humanists. Filelfo, after long hoping against hope, at last attacked the Pope in an anonymous invective, which assigned to him the practice of every classic vice. After the death of Pius II, the tongue of Filelfo was still more loosened. He wrote a poem of triumph on the death of Pius II, and set to work to blacken his memory. At first the friends of Pius were indignant at this scurrility, and used their influence to keep Filelfo from the good graces of the new Pope. But Filelfo managed to play upon the vanity of Cardinal Ammanati by offering him his literary homage. Ammanati demanded a faint retractation of the calumnies against Pius, and then extended the hand of friendship to Filelfo. So venal was the praise of the humanists, so interested the judgments which they offered to hand down to posterity. It was an additional testimony of the penetration and profound practical sense of Pius II that he disregarded their windy homage, and estimated at its true value their influence over posterity. No man could be more desirous of glory than Pius II, but he was shrewd enough to see that glory would be won by his own acts and by his own writings more surely than by the inflated eulogies of hired pedants. As was natural for a man of wide culture, Pius II had a keen sense of reality, and was not deceived by a display of the apparatus of learning, and by the false glitter of laborious style. He was a foe to pedantry and ostentation. He knew that mere verbiage had no genuine vitality. In this, as in most other points of his character, Pius II stands a little way outside the common current of his age. Himself a humanist, he saw the shallowness of many of the prevalent literary tricks. He strove to estimate at its true value everything by which he was surrounded. He was a critic of his own life as well as that of others. He knew the worth of the fashions which he followed, of the opinions which he heard and expressed. He could use all things, but would not surrender himself to any. But though Pius II refused to form a literary court and surround himself with humanists dependent on his bounty, he had a small circle of scholars whom he chose as his intimates. The private life of Pius II was singularly simple. When occasion offered, his sense of decorum and his cultivated taste led him to display a becoming magnificence. He was careful to do all that beseemed a pope, but he was not prepared to sink his personality entirely in his office. His papal duties were thoroughly performed, but he reserved to himself the right of using his leisure in literary pursuits. He gave audience daily, and read and signed all documents presented to him, but he would not bind himself to do it always at Rome in the Vatican. If his taste so chose, those who needed him might find him beneath the chestnut trees of Patrioli, or by the side of a fountain at Tivoli. A magnificent court, the constant presence of a band of literary flatterers, such things would have been intolerable to him. Pius II was a genuine man, and would not lay aside his natural tastes. He needed a few trusty friends with whom he could unbend freely. Warm-hearted and affectionate, he wished to feel the contact of a few congenial minds, chosen not because they were distinguished or might be useful, but because they were personally attractive to his character and tastes. It was this strong personality that led him to seek the promotion of his nephews, and made him feel such a strong interest in men of Sienese extraction. His two secretaries to whom he dictated his writings, Goro Loli and Agostino de Patrizi, were both Sienese. Francesco de Patrizi also, who was Chancellor of the Sienese Republic, and was obliged for political reasons to quit his country, received from Pius II the rich bishopric of Gaeta. The chief friend, however, of Pius II was Jacopo Ammannati, a man of lowly origin, born near Pescia, in the Lucchese territory, who had gone to Rome to seek his fortune as a scholar in the palmy days of Nicholas V. Calixtus III made him one of his secretaries, and Pius II found in him a literary nursling. He made him Bishop of Pavia and Cardinal. He adopted him into the family of the Piccolomini, and procured for him the citizenship of Siena. Ammannati took the Pope as his model both in character and in literary composition. He continued the commentaries of Pius II for the 5 years following his death, and adopted the same style and method. During all the pontificate of Pius II, Ammannati enjoyed his full confidence, and at the last closed his eyes in death. He was a true friend, and did not abuse the Pope's confidence to enrich himself. He was acute rather than profound, a man of letters of the same type as Pius II, without his practical capacity or his loftiness of aim. He did not aspire to be a statesman, and his attempts at ambition did not rise higher than vanity. He had the same delight in life as Pius II, but in him it took the shape of an excessive devotion to the pleasures of the chase. He was an excellent and amiable man, but not a strong one, a sympathetic companion rather than a counsellor to Pius II. The other distinguished literary friend of Pius II was Gian Antonio Campano. He was the son of a peasant in Campania, and his surname is merely taken from the province in which he was born. At the age of 3 he lost his father, and soon afterwards his mother. Under the guardianship of his aunt, he was sent into the fields as a shepherd boy. His precocious intelligence induced a neighbouring priest to take him as a domestic servant and give him some instruction in his leisure hours. Soon he advanced far enough to act as tutor to the sons of a noble in Naples. Here he attended the lectures of Lorenzo Valla, and in 6 years of persistent study gained a large fund of knowledge. From Naples he betook himself to Perugia, where, at the age of 20, he began to teach and soon acquired a considerable reputation. In Perugia he stayed for some time, wrote love poems of a questionable sort, and made speeches when speeches were needed. On the accession of Pius II, he went with the Perugian embassy to congratulate the new pope. He seems to have felt that the Curia was his sphere, for he followed Pius II to Mantua, ingratiated himself with Ammanati, then with the pope, and was soon rewarded by the bishopric of Creighton, which was afterwards exchanged for the richer see of Teramo. Campano was a sort of buffoon, whose sallies amused the pope. He was a genuine peasant, and carried his character in his appearance. Short, thick-set, and clumsy, with an enormous paunch, he had a large face with a turned-up nose and broad spreading nostrils. His small, keen, twinkling eyes were deep-set under a bushy and projecting brow. He was, as he tells us himself, covered all over with hair like a wild boar. It was clear that Pius II was not considering abstract decorum when he bestowed on such a man a bishopric. He needed Campano to amuse him with his ready geniality and his power of good-humoured satire. Moreover, the pen of Campano was always at the Pope's command for an epigram, an inscription, or whatever was needed. He was a master of a clear, flowing, incisive style, who won reputation as a historian by his life of Braccio, and as an essayist by a composition against ingratitude. When Pius II wished to unbend himself in private, the refinement of Ammanati and the sturdy joviality of Campano gave him the social elements which he required. As in literature, so also in art, Pius II possessed too genuine a taste to indulge in indiscriminate patronage, and his strong individuality impelled him to seek a field where he might leave a record entirely his own. Pius II was Catholic in his taste, and did not merely follow the prevailing fashion. Though a lover of antique art, he did not shut his eyes to the great artistic revival which was going on in Italy. He saw that art and literature went hand in hand. After Petrarch, he writes, literature emerged. After Giotto rose a band of painters, and now we see both arts at their height. He did not, like most of his contemporaries, draw all his artistic ideas from classical antiquity, but he admired the paintings of Giotto at Assisi, and boldly declared that the sculptors of the façade of the cathedral at Orvieto were no way inferior to Phidias and Praxiteles. Nor was his admiration confined to Italian work only. He could appreciate the beauties of London, the splendour of York Minster, and the magnificence of the Sebaldeskirche, Nuremberg. With these wide sympathies, Pius II was as little likely to make his pontificate an epoch of architectural splendour as of literary activity. He collected manuscripts, but with discretion. He built, but it was in moderation. He respected the great schemes of Nicholas without being carried away by them, and was content to contribute his share towards the projected splendours of the Vatican and St. Peter's. He built a tower at the entrance of the Vatican Palace, and adorned several of its rooms. He restored the terrace which led to St. Peter's, and ornamented it with colossal statues of St. Peter and St. Paul, while inside he erected a chapel of St. Andrew. But it was not Rome which stood first in the affections of Pius II. In the Loggia del Papa and the Piccolomini Palace at Siena we find more enduring records of his architectural taste. The abiding memorial, however, of Pius II is his birthplace, Corsignano, which he indissolubly associated with himself by giving it his name and elevating it to the seat of a bishopric under the title of Pienza. The little town lies high upon a spur of the volcanic hills that form the Sienese territory. It looks upon the old Etruscan seat of Radicofani and the lofty heights of Monte Cetona and Monte Amiata. There Pius II erected the full equipment of buildings necessary to give grandeur to an Italian city. On one side of a spacious piazza lies the cathedral. Over against it, the Palazzo Pubblico, a younger sister of the stately Palazzo dei Signori at Florence. The other sides of the piazza are enclosed by the Archbishop's Palace and the Palace of the Piccolomini. The architect of these buildings was Bernardo of Florence, most probably Bernardo Rossellino. Yet, in the building of the cathedral, Pius II would not place himself entirely at the disposal of an Italian architect. He remembered some features that had struck him in the churches of Germany, and ordered that the aisles should be of the same height as the nave, while in the arrangement of the 5 chapels into which the apse is divided, we trace still further the influence of the German Gothic. The building is impressive through its simplicity and elegance, but unfortunately has suffered through the crumbling of the tufa on which it is built, which offered from the first great difficulties in the way of laying a foundation. The façade is divided into 3 equal parts with 3 square-headed doorways, separated from one another by massive pilasters, flanked by pillars which are continued to the second tier of the building, and there are symmetrically formed into an arcade. Above this rises a triangular architrave, in the centre of which is a lunette containing the papal arms with the crossed keys above. The Piccolomini Palace is an exquisite specimen of the domestic architecture of which Siena contains so many examples. But its great feature is the second courtyard, which leads into a garden, descending with terraces along the precipitous hillside. Here the Pope has emphasized his love of nature as part of the accompaniments of cultivated life. The 2 lower stories of the house on this side are broken by arcades of delicate and graceful architecture, which extend along the whole length of the building and afford a glorious prospect over the Etruscan hills. The care of Pius II extended also to the details of his building. 2 massive fountains still adorn his palace, and the cathedral is full of records of his taste. The choir books are enriched by illuminations. The sacristy contains a cope which is a marvel of embroidery, adorned with the history of David and Solomon on a ground wrought with birds and flowers. He also gave a series of tapestries to hang round the piazza on days of great festivals, a pastoral staff, a pax, a chalice, a mitre set with enamels, and a head of St. Andrew in gold. Nowhere can more characteristic specimens of the varied works of the early Renaissance be seen than at Pienza, which, from its remote situation, has many times escaped the spoiler's hand. Pius II hoped to make Pienza a considerable town. It still remains a village with about 900 inhabitants. The cathedral is sinking in its foundations. The Piccolomini Palace is scarce better than a desolate ruin. The Pope's scheme to give importance to his birthplace has proved a failure. The individuality that resolved to leave its mark upon the world has been baffled by the laws that regulate man's affairs. This is but a symbol of all that Pius II did. He coped successfully with the world in his own day, but his plans were founded on his individual powers or caprices, not on a large sympathy with the needs and aspirations of mankind. Yet still, Pius II has the reward that ever attaches to the strong work of a genuine man. At Rome, one building superseded another, and the traces of each man's energy have to be reconstructed in detail. Few may visit Pienza, but those who do so are at once brought into close communication with the mind of Pius II, which there speaks without contradiction from others. So with the rest of the achievements of Pius II. They did not leave any decisive mark upon the world's history, but they were founded on a higher and nobler conception of Christendom and of the papal mission than prevailed for the next century. We have lingered over Pius II, partly because the records of his pontificate are so full that they serve to illustrate much that was common to all popes, partly because Pius II is a character most illustrative of the changes that were slowly passing over Europe in his day. In him, the modern and the medieval spirit meet and mingle. His life covers a great epoch in the history of the Church, the epoch in which reformation from within was pronounced impossible. His skill did much to sweep away from the ecclesiastical system all traces of the abortive attempt, and to make good the position of the papal monarchy against the threatened revolution. He further strove to set the papacy once more in the forefront of European politics, and although he was not entirely successful, yet he did not entirely fail. He left the question still open, and it depended on his successors to determine the future direction of the papal policy. End of section 36. Read by Pamela Nagami, M.D., in Encino, California, September 2024. End of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton.